Chapter 1, Sign-in System. Konoha 59 years. Grove. A 12-year-old black-haired teenager lying curled up on the ground. When I opened my eyes, I saw trees and stones. Where is this? Laugh. As soon as the boy stretched his body, he felt the pain in his body and took a breath. What the hell is going on? Coming to this place inexplicably, the whole body hurts terribly. The boy endured his body pain and sat up with his back against the tree trunk behind him. At this time, an unfamiliar memory poured into his head, and the boy's head was dizzy. 10 minutes later, the dizziness disappeared and the boy recovered his consciousness. Such a weird crossing, even if it happened, it happened. The boy was very at a loss, apparently he didn't expect that he would actually travel through it. It turned out that the boy was playing an on-hook fishing game before crossing over, but this time he caught an email. Congratulations to the players for getting into the Naruto world with the mysterious system through fishing. May I ask if you enter? Under the guidance of a ghost, the boy chose to enter, but his eyes went dark and he opened his eyes again and came here. And through the memory fusion just now, the boy also understood some of his own situation. The name of this body is Uchiha Kainu, one of the orphans of the Uchiha clan. All his parents and relatives were dead, and they were all killed by Uchiha Itachi, and all that was left to Uchiha Chinyu was a house and a little savings. And the most important thing is that he often competes with Naruto Uzumaki for the last place in the ninja school. Thinking of this, Chinyu couldn't help being speechless for a while. But it's said to bring in the mysterious system. What about the system? Uchiha Chinyu has completely accepted the fact of crossing. But thinking of how my own person came, why the system didn't see it, I was suddenly puzzled. Ding! The sign-in system is being bound, ding! The sign-in system is successfully bound. The system prompt sounded suddenly, which shocked Chinyu. Ding! The host can sign in once a day through the sign-in system to get random sign-in rewards. Ding! Excuse me if you sign in. A series of system explanation sounds made Chinyu understand the operation method of this system. Excited. Excitement. Chinyu was so happy that he quickly opened the first sign-in today. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting the first version of the fairy body. The cool airflow wandered through his body, and Chinyu felt that the pain in his body was slowly diminishing. The airflow disappeared after walking around Chinyu's body. And Chinyu also recovered from the painful body because of this air current. Hey ha! Feeling his body gradually recovering, Chinyu couldn't help getting up and stretching. It is worthy of being an immortal human body. The body's self-recovery speed is more than twice as fast as the recovery speed of chakra, and the storage capacity of chakra has increased by nearly 3 times. Feeling the power of the immortal human body, Chinyu sighed about the power of the immortal human body. Suzuki, wait, let's slowly calculate today's account. It turned out that Chinyu would lie here today, all for Suzuki. Because Suzuki thought that Chinyu Uchiha's strength was too weak, he discredited the Uchiha clan and beat himself up to vent his anger. After Chinyu returned home. After a simple solution to the food and clothing problem, he fell asleep in bed. I didn't get up until the next morning. After getting up in the morning, Chinyu started to sign in the system before opening his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting the 3 Gojade writing round eyes. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz, Wakaka. Chinyu's eyes suddenly opened, and the surprise came too suddenly. He hurriedly got up and came to the mirror, and looked at the writing wheel eyes reflected in the mirror. Red eyes and black pupils. Around the pupils, 3 guyas surround the pupils in a triangular shape. This is Sanguyu writing round eyes, looks so handsome. After appreciating it for a while, Chinyu closed the writing wheel. After simply brushing his teeth and washing his face, he took the money and went out. After Chinyu went out, he headed towards Yule for ramen. Boss, a bowl of pork bone ramen. Chin-yu sat at the ramen table and shouted to the boss. When the boss heard the order, he was busy making ramen, and responded, "Okay, wait a minute." After a while, a bowl of steaming ramen was brought to Chin-yu's face. "Your tonkatsu ramen." It turned out to be Chin-yu, "Come here early today." He brought the ramen to the table by hand, only then saw the ramen that Chin-yu had ordered. "It's a bit early today. Then you eat slowly, and call again if you don't have enough." "Okay." Holding up the pork bone ramen in front of him, Chin-yu took a bite before eating it hungrily. It is indeed the famous aisle ramen in Hokage, and it is delicious. In this way, after eating 3 bowls of ramen, Chin-yu left contentedly. Ninja School. Chin-yu walked into the classroom as usual, walked to his seat and sat down. "Hinata early." "Chin-yu-jun, early." Hina raised his head and responded to Chin-yu shyly. "Hee." Chin-yu was happy to see Hina-tien when he was a child. Hinata was very cute when she was a child, and when she was watching Hokage, she liked Hinata when she was a child. Of course, Chin-yu also likes Hinata when he grows up. After all, when Hinata grew up, she was very good in all aspects of figure and appearance. Chin-yu looked at Hina-tien's current appearance, and felt more cute as he looked at it, and finally couldn't help rubbing her hair with his hands. "Woo!" Hina-tien, who had been prone to being shy since he was a child, turned red in the face of Chin-yu's sudden touch of his head. Even so, but did not make any resistance. Chin-yu knew from memory that although this body had a weak personality before, it also had a sense of justice. In an accidental situation when he was a child, he saw Hinata being bullied and stepped forward to save him, thus forming an indissoluble bond. But now this indissoluble bond was inherited by Chin-yu. At this moment, a teenager with a yellow hair and cat-like face walked in from the door of the classroom. "Chin-yu, morning." "Morning, Naruto." After Naruto Uzumaki greeted him, he rushed towards the seat of the back tooth. After that, the two of them played around there. "Suzuki is here, it is Suzuki who is here." "Suzuki, it's Suzuki-kun." "Suzuki is so handsome." "Suzuki-kun is the most handsome." The nympho sitting in the classroom started to commit nympho when he saw the cold-faced Suzuki walk into the classroom. For these nympho idiots, Suzuki didn't seem to see it, and just sat down toward the corner of the classroom. Chapter 2, Examination at Ninja School. When the class time came, Ilika walked into the classroom on time. Today's main course is to explain the use of avatar technique. Irika is an extremely responsible teacher, carefully explaining various skills to the students and trying to make the class more active. And Chin-yu also studied very seriously for 5 minutes, and then drowsy lying on the table to fall asleep. It's not that Chin-yu is willing to sleep, but it's really boring. Ever since he got the 3 Gyujade writing round eyes, Chin-yu's understanding of ninjutsu has unexpectedly grown stronger for some reason. Just after listening to Ilika's 5-minute explanation of the clone technique, he was confident enough to be able to perform it. However, after a brief explanation of Irika, he even spoke in more detail. "This is dying. Brother understands how to listen, but the more I listen, the more I want to sleep." As for the avatar technique, Irika taught 2 lessons, and Chin-yu also slept for 2 lessons. When the get out of class was over for lunch, Chin-yu took the shy Hinata and went to ramen for lunch. After lunch, they both returned to the classroom. "You Uchiha's shame, yesterday's lesson, I didn't expect it to be restored." Just as Hina-tien and Chin-yu sat down, Suzuki just passed by Chin-yu and stopped for a while. Chin-yu smiled and said, "Suzuki, I will ask you to settle the bill sooner or later, you wait." "Bye you. Idiot, talk about dreams." Suzuki sneered and left coldly. The afternoon class was about the division of forces in the shinobi world, and Chin-yu listened carefully. After all, it will be a matter of time before becoming a ninja. Once you become a ninja, missions are commonplace. A clear understanding of the division of forces in this world can help oneself accomplish tasks better in the future. In this way, one day passed. From this day on, Chinyu's daily life began to have purpose. First sign in by the system, and then go to school. Occasionally it is a gathering of classmates. Day after day, a month passed. Today is the graduation exam. The exam is divided into 2 sessions, the morning knowledge assessment and the afternoon ninjutsu assessment. I'll hand out the test papers in a while. Everyone pays attention to answer the questions carefully. As an exam invigilator, Ilika warned the students in the class very seriously. After that, the test papers were given to the classmates at the head table, and asked to pass them to the classmates behind them, one by one. Chinyu took the test paper and looked at the questions on it, a headache for a while. Although he has lectures in class, all he listens to is about the humanities world. The content of the exam in this paper is about the humanities world. Only seeing the first question, Chinyu felt cold all over. Question: the formation of chakra? What's the problem? Why would you ask such a question? Chinyu really don't understand? I can condense chakras, so why do I need to answer the painful question of how to form chakras? But it's an exam, so I can only bear it. Just about to start writing, I suddenly remembered that today, because of the ninja exam, I went out early in the morning, and I didn't have time to sign in. Just sign in silently before talking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting the Encyclopedia of Ninja World. A series of questions came to mind. Encyclopedia of Ninja World? What the hell is this? The system rewards arrived in an instant, and everything about the ninja world suddenly appeared in his mind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Sweeping the test paper in front of him, Chinyu suddenly felt that the questions were so easy. There is a feeling that a postdoctoral fellow is doing homework for the first grade of elementary school. This system is really timely. Rain, what is missing? Give me a thumbs up. Chinyu's pen in his hand seemed to come to life with a series of Swiss answers. After a while, the standard answers have been written. After confidently handing in the test papers, I began to look forward to the afternoon martial arts exam. In the afternoon, ninjutsu training playground. Okay, now the ninjutsu test begins. Please come forward and perform the best ninjutsu. Ilika took the notepad and stood aside. Inyazuka Toa. 2. A teenager holding a small dog stood up. Akamaru. Dog clone. With a knot in the hand, Akamaru's spang became another Inyazuka tooth. After that, one by one began to step forward to perform their most proud ninjutsu. When it's Uchiha Sasuke's turn, just like in the original book, it's a fireball trick. After that, someone stepped forward to perform ninjutsu. By the time Naruto Uzumaki was read, everyone had already performed their ninjutsu, and only Chinyu had not yet been read. And Naruto Uzumaki, just like the original, stepped forward to perform a multi-shadow avatar. Uchiha Chinyu. Coming. Chinyu felt a little excited when he finally read to himself. After all, the time to pretend to be forced has finally come, and it is still in full view. Can you not be excited? Art fire escape ho fireball. With a boom, a fireball capable of reaching B-level ninjutsu hit the wooden stake in front of him. The huge fireball burst and ignited the surrounding wooden stakes. The ground turned into a scorched black. This. Just kidding. This giant fireball is more than twice as powerful as Sasuke's just now. Is this still the Uchiha Chinyu from the bottom of the class? Such surprised voices sounded one after another in the crowd. No one would believe what was happening in front of them. The person who was supposed to be at the bottom suddenly became so powerful. This is so dreamy. Not only everyone didn't believe it, but even Ilika on the side was taken aback. He knew Chinyu's strength best, but he didn't expect this shot today to really shock him. And the only person who could not believe this fact was Uchiha Sasuke. In his impression, Chinyu has always been Uchiha's shame. Not only the strength is poor, but also very cowardly. When he beat him by himself a month ago, he wouldn't even fight back. How come the time has changed so much this month? Not only the character has become different from before, but the ninjutsu strength has also become stronger. This single hand of fire escape from the fireball is twice as powerful as his own. Impossible. This ninjutsu is definitely not something Chinyu can perform. Among them, Sasuke alone absolutely did not believe that Chinyu could perform this kind of ninjutsu. Teacher Irika, I request a fight between ninjas with Chinyu Uchiha. I will let everyone know clearly that the arrogant fireball that Chinyu just displayed must be displayed through cheating. Sasuke's voice resounded throughout the playground, and everyone looked at Sasuke. Regarding what Sasuke said, everyone's hearts were faintly inclined to believe. Uchiha Chinyu, what's your opinion? Chapter 3, I have that too. Although Irika was an invigilator, he had no right to directly ask Chinyu to fight a ninja, so he could only ask about it. Okay. I just want to poke Sasuke too. Suddenly a lingering smile appeared on Chinyu's face. On the playground, all the students are standing outside the playground. Ilika stood in the playground as a referee. Chinyu and Sasuke split into two sides, facing each other. Today, it's time to settle the accounts. The corner of Chinyu's mouth was slightly tilted, and he confidently said to Sasuke. It has been a month since Chinyu got the sign-in system. During this month, Chinyu was rewarded by signing in through the system. Not only got a lot of ninjutsu, but also strengthened the fairy body. Ninjutsu's strength has been greatly improved, and the physique is also strengthened due to the strengthening of the fairy body. If you really want to gauge Chinyu's strength, he can now endure it properly. Chinyu, who has the strength of Zhongren, would still take Sasuke, who was just about to graduate, in his eyes. Obviously, of course not. Sasuke grinned, hummed disdainfully, and said, it's up to you. After speaking, Sasuke took the lead and rushed towards Chinyu holding Kyowu. Seeing Sasuke approaching him gradually, Chinyu didn't worry. Full of confidence, he just took advantage of the situation and set up Kunao, ready to meet Sasuke's impact. With a clang, sparks splashed everywhere. Sasuke and Chinyu's Kunao smashed together firmly. Sasuke, who rushed with inertia, wanted to knock Chinyu over in one fell swoop. But the unexpected happened. Chinyu unexpectedly accepted Sasuke's attack, and he hadn't even retreated. This scene shocked the students outside the playground. It also surprised Ilika as a referee. When Chinyu took the blow, Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. This is your strength? Chinyu looked at Sasuke in front of him and asked mockingly. FK off. Jumping backwards, Kyowu is on his waist. His hands quickly formed seals, and his mouth burst out suddenly. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The skill of the powerful fireball is worthy of Uchiha's best ninjutsu, and Sasuke unexpectedly released it in an instant. A fireball the size of a watermelon rushed towards Chinyu. Boom! The fireball hit Chinyu, and Chinyu suddenly dispersed into a cloud of smoke. Clone technique. Ilika looked at the scene in amazement, and was also very curious about when Chinyu performed the clone technique. You can also be called How Fireball. With a bang, Chinyu was already standing not far behind Sasuke. Let you personally experience and appreciate what is the real fireball. Chinyu flew with both hands and completed the seal in an instant. This speed is so fast. This was the thought that Irika had after seeing the speed of Chinyu's seal. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. His mouth spit out, and a fireball about half a meter in diameter spouted towards Sasuke. The hot fireball scorched the air and made a faint sound. Seeing the giant fireball flying towards him, Sasuke's pupils suddenly tightened. With a sharp bite of his teeth, it seemed that a decision had been made. Ilika felt bad when Chinyu fired a fireball. This powerful fireball could not be blocked by Sasuke at all. Just when he was about to take a shot against the How fireball, he realized that it was too late. Boom! There was a roar and cracks. And a large amount of smoke and white mist emerged from the place where the fireball hit. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Whoosh! An embarrassed figure was wrapped in white mist and rushed out of the fireball's attack range. When the white mist dissipated, it turned out to be Suzuki. Seeing that Suzuki is okay, Ilikaden feels relieved a lot. Just about to step forward to interrupt the contest between the two, he was suddenly stunned. This is, right, round eyes. Ilika looked at Sasuke's eyes in shock. Red eyes, black pupils, and a black jade around the pupils. Today I will let you see, also as Uchiha, how big the gap between you and me is. Although Suzuki was embarrassed, he was extremely confident now. Nothing else, just because of his writing wheel. Naive. Chinyu shook his head and smiled. Borrowing a sentence that Suzuki had said to him before, he responded, "It's up to you." Upon hearing this, Suzuki was furious. Open a storage scroll and take out dozens of kunao. Jingle bells. Dozens of kiwivu flew out one after another, and after colliding with each other in the air, they all shot towards Chinyu with precision. Facing the kunao who had come before him, Chinyu was not afraid at all. Holding the kunao is waving it head-on, accurately knocking the kunao down. But when Chinyu was resisting Kiwu in the air, Suzuki had already come behind Chinyu. Fire escape. How to burst fireballs. Sasuke's strength has been improved with the blessing of Shaolunyan. In an instant, 3 powerful fireballs were sent out behind Chinyu. Water escape. Water prison. Chinyu, who had just shot down all Kiwu, felt the crisis behind him, and immediately was a water escape defensive ninjutsu. A protective cover formed by water flow was instantly formed, covering Chinyu in the protective cover. Laugh. There is no explosion, some only the sound of ablation. Water is the nemesis of fire. As soon as the fireball touched the water cell, it began to be annihilated by the water in the water cell. How can it be? Seeing Chinyu, who was safe and sound in the water prison, Suzuki was extremely shocked. It's impossible, you can still escape. I have opened the writing wheel, I am the strongest, you are just a crane tail, Uchiha's shame. Suzuki became more and more excited, and finally turned a little crazy. Art fire escape. Ho fireball. With all the chakras concentrated, Suzuki gave his full blow. The huge fireball dashed towards Chinyu. At the same time, dozens of Kiwiwu rushed towards Chinyu with How fireball. With a light smile, he dissipated from the water prison ninjutsu. Seeing Chinyu's posture, Suzuki was even more furious. Although chakra is gone, he still has physical strength. The Kiwu in his hand was thrown out one after another, and he attacked Chinyu. Okay. The game should be over. As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, Suzuki felt a little uneasy in his heart for some reason. Afterwards, Suzuki looked at Chinyu, completely stunned. Even Ilika on the side and the students outside the playground were all dumbfounded. Chinyu's eyes changed, and turned into a writing wheel. Red eyes, black pupils, and 3 Guyu jade around the pupils. Sang Guyu writes round eyes. Shaolunyan is not only owned by you, I have it too. No, Suzuki, run away. Ilika saw that Chinyu was wearing complicated handprints, and it was obvious that he wanted to use stronger ninjutsu. Although Suzuki was reminded, Ilika was still worried, and ran towards Suzuki in a hurry. Fire escape. Ha Long Huo. Chapter 4, The Strength of Uchiha Chinyu. The scorching fire dragon screamed up to the sky, the dragon head dropped, and Suzuki flew away when he saw it. At this time, Suzuki was completely sluggish, and there was no reaction at all. Facing Chinyu's attack and Ilika's warning, he was completely indifferent. Boom! In a moment of life and death, when the fire dragon was about to hit Suzuki, Ilika had already pulled Suzuki to escape. At this time, the dragon head that had swooped down and raised up to the sky, and flew up toward the sky diagonally. Boom! After the fire dragon flew into the sky, it exploded. The scorching flame rolled in the sky, forming a huge fireball. The air became fiery as the flame burned. Ilika looked at the fireball in the sky, her eyes full of shock. Chinyu's strength is so strong. Seeing that he is at ease, it is clear that he still has plenty of energy. With this speculation, could it be that Chinyu's strength was already close to Zhongren? Thinking of this, Ilika was even more shocked and curious about Chinyu. He really couldn't figure out how the student who was always at the bottom had suddenly become so outstanding. Not only will he perform advanced ninjutsu, but he is also very accurate in his mastery of ninjutsu and chakra. It's unbelievable. Whoosh! Whoosh! What happened just now? Two Konoha ninjas wearing cat face masks suddenly appeared in the playground. Looking at the messy playground, and the aftermath of the flames in the sky, it is obviously a trace of the battle. Nothing, it was just a ninjutsu exercise just now. Ilika watched the ninja of Anbu appear, and stepped forward to explain. After the two Anbu ninjas learned about the situation with Irika, they left. Seeing the Anbu ninja leave, Ilika turned around and looked at Chinyu. After calling the students from outside the playground into the playground, he announced the ending to everyone. Chinyu Uchiha vs Suzuki Uchiha, Chinyu Uchiha wins. There was no objection to Irika's speech. They were the audience just now, and they could see everything clearly. Now they are still in shock, and they haven't recovered yet. As for Suzuki on the side, when Ilika announced the result, he had already recovered. After clenching his fists and looking at Chinyu with a gloomy face, he quietly left. He really couldn't accept this fact. Even more unacceptable as a loser. Okay, today's exam is over. There will be a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow everyone will come to the school and the teachers to receive the ninja allowance. At the same time, the school will also make class assignments for everyone. Okay, let's all go away. As soon as Irika finished speaking, everyone on the playground dispersed. Either alone, or left in groups. Originally, Ilika, who wanted to stop Chinyu, saw that Chinyu had already left with a few classmates, so she shook her head and didn't call him. Chinyu, I didn't expect you to be so good. Naruto hooked Chinyu's shoulders, looking like a good brother. I didn't expect you, who usually counts down, to hide so deeply. Chiwan followed Ye, and Ye followed Chinyu. Unexpectedly, except for me, Chinyu, you would be so strong. Naruto praised shamelessly. Chinyu did not respond, but his face twitched slightly. Come on, Naruto, if you have a tenth of Chinyu's strength, it's not bad, you're bragging. Ye looked down on Naruto. Where are you going? As soon as he disbanded, Naruto and Ye hooked and left. As for where to go, Chinyu still doesn't know. Go, celebrate. Hinata, who followed behind him, answered Chinyu shyly. Yes, that's right. To celebrate Chinyu's defeat of Suzuki today, let's go to the barbecue queue to celebrate. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, Ye said with a look of excitement. A camera behind him also yelled twice. Hurry up, or there will be no place in a while. Naruto urged everyone to speed up together. As soon as he walked into the barbecue queue, Naruto looked around. There is no place. Seeing that the tables were full, Naruto, who had no seats, became frustrated for a while. Unexpectedly, there are so many people today, there is no place. Ye did not expect that there were so many people today, and the seats were full. Hey? Isn't that dingy, Ino, Shikamaru? Suddenly, Naruto noticed that there was a table with old acquaintances. You want to rub the table? Chinyu thought of Naruto's thoughts instantly. As expected of Chinyu, I thought of what I was going to do. Naruto laughed. Chinyu and Ye were speechless for a while. Shikamaru, Can you squeeze a table together? Naruto took Chinyu, Yae, and Hinata and walked in front of Zuladi. It's Naruto. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and responded. Chinyu, Yae, and Hinata are here too. Looking at the three people behind Naruto, Shikamaru also said hello one by one. Sit down, just don't grab meat with me. Ding Ci waved his hand, indifferent. Shikamaru shook his head helplessly. Ino was eating barbecue in silence, and at the same time secretly staring at Chinyu. Obviously she was very curious about Chinyu's performance today. In this way, a barbecue feast began. After eating, everyone began to become active. When they left after eating, the feelings among the people deepened a lot. Naruto office. Hokage-sama, today. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi was smoking a cigarette while listening to Ilika's report. You said that both Sasuke and Chinyu have opened the writing wheel eyes, and Chinyu's writing wheel eyes have reached the level of 3 Guyu. Sarutobi hit the pipe, got up and looked out the window behind him. Yes it is. Ilika replied with certainty. Sarutobi Risen was silent for a while, and then said, Okay, I understand the situation. You go back first. Yes, Master Naruto. After Ilika left, Sarutobi Hizen looked out the window with a slightly unexpected look. Uchiha Sasuke's home. Why? I am the genius of the Uchiha clan, I will never lose to you this crane tail, I will never. Chinyu, you wait for me. There was a mess in the room, and it was obvious that Sasuke was venting his inner anger just now. When Uchiha Chinyu returned home, it was already 12 o'clock. Seeing that a day had passed, Chinyu couldn't help but sign in first. After all, the system was rewarded for signing in every day. Chinyu started to sign in with a sense of expectation. System, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting the Eternal Power Pill. Chinyu was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Hearing the three words Dalawan, Chinyu was already a little bit painful, and no longer looked at the difference in the effects of Dalawan. He went to bed and rested. Chapter 5, Class 7. Ninja School. In the classroom, the classmates had arrived early in the morning. Today, the ninja guards will be granted and the team will be assigned. Once the ninja's protection is granted, they are official ninjas and can start their missions. Thinking of this, some people's faces were filled with excitement. Of course, there are also people in large families who look at this matter very often, and they don't seem too excited. And this is like Shikamaru, Dingji, Ino, and others. At this moment, Ilika walked into the classroom. Today he came into the classroom earlier than usual. Ilika looked at the classmates with a smile, and said, Okay, I'm now announcing the classification situation, you all pay attention. Ilika took a list of people assigned to the class, and began to read as written on the list. Class 1, Chinmyu Kawasaki, Yamanaka Ichiro, Kei Kushao, led by teacher Sakaki. Class 3, Li Luk, Tian, and Hyaga Ninkai, led by Mr. Kai. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Chinyu, led by teacher Kakashi. Chinyu, who was sitting in the seat, was originally boring, but when he heard that he had been assigned to the 7th shift, he was a little confused. Not only Chinyu was stunned, but Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto were all stunned together. What's going on? Chinyu himself will be assigned to the 7th class, which is obviously something wrong. After all, the distribution of classes is evenly distributed based on grades. Chinyu thought to himself, he should be top-notch in either the essay test or the martial arts test. Since they are all top-notch grades, they are unlikely to be placed in the 7th class. Although Chinyu looks down on Sasuke, he has to say that his literary and martial arts tests are also top-notch. Since he is in the 7th class, it is even more impossible for him, Chinyu, to stay in the 7th class. Teacher, how did Chinyu and Sasuke get together? Wouldn't it be too unfair? Isn't it said that the distribution of classes is based on the level of grades and the average grade? And in this case, there will be one more person in the 7th class, so the task will be more complete, and it is even more unfair to other teams. A student who didn't know his name suddenly protested, obviously dissatisfied with the staffing of Class 7. This kind of distribution not only makes the 7th class one more person, but one more person is still good. The classmates in the audience also looked at each other, some of them communicated quietly. Ilika frowned as she watched the classmates communicate in a low voice. Obviously he also knows that such a class assignment will definitely be questioned by his classmates, and at the same time say it is unfair. Ilika coughed slightly, and said, "This was assigned by Master Naruto himself, and I am not very clear about the specific reason." Upon hearing that it was Hokage Sarutobi's decision, the dissatisfied classmates suddenly became silent. Obviously, they felt that it was unfair, but since it was the distribution made by Sarutobi Hitachi who was Hokage, they did not dare to openly oppose it. Hearing Ilika said that Sarutobi had made the decision, Chinyu also understood in his heart. It turned out that all of this was the arrangement of Sarutobi Hizen as Hokage, no wonder it was like this. Ilika looked at the classmate who had calmed down, and continued, "Okay. The class assignment continues. Class 8 in Yazukaga, Yuaki Shino, Hyaga Hinata, led by Yuri Hong. Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akuma Dinji, Yamanaka Ino, led by Asma Teacher." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The above is the class assignment of each student. And your ninja guards will also be awarded by your leading teacher. After the class assignment was announced, Ilika left directly. "I won't see you every day from now on, Hinata." Chinyu has liked this feeling since he first touched and killed Hinata. After that, he would often touch Hinata's head until now. "No. It's okay, in the future you can come to me directly." Feeling the warm palms on his head, Hinata lowered his head shyly as always. Although it is not the first time that Chinyu has touched his head like this, Hinata still cannot avoid the habit of being shy. Seeing Hinata's shy look, Chinyu smiled and said, "Okay. I'll go to you often in the future. By the way, Hinata, is your only daughter in your family?" "No, I also have a younger sister, her name is Hwahuo." "Oh. I haven't heard you mention it. You can take her out if you have a chance, and everyone will get to know each other." "Good, good." When Chinyu said this, there was a feeling of conspiracy on his face. Obviously, his words are not so simple as this simple idea. Hinata was shyly lowering his head, and did not see the expression on Chinyu's face. However, even if she saw it, as far as she was concerned, she couldn't see Chinyu's thoughts at all. After reluctantly separating from Hinata, Chinyu went home first, and was not in a hurry to find the teacher who led the team. As for the reason, he knew that Heiji Kakashi was a late king, and he passed so early, so he must have been waiting there for nothing. Instead of waiting for him when he is full, it is better to go home and rest first. It's the same when the time is almost gone. The 7th class meeting place. Suzuki Uchiha, Sakura Harano, and Naruto Uzumaki have come here to wait for Kakashi since they left the ninja school. This time, half a day passed, but Kakashi's figure was not seen. Even Uchiha Chinyu did not see him. "Suzuki, what are you doing?" Seeing Suzuki with a gloomy face, turning around and walking back, Naruto stepped forward and stopped him. "Get out of the way, I want to go back." "Don't worry, it may be the test of Teacher Kakashi, to test our determination and patience to become ninjas, just wait." "Yeah, Suzuki, I've been waiting for so long, so I'm not in a hurry." And what Naruto said is not unreasonable. In order to keep Suzuki, Harano Sakura took the opportunity to encourage Naruto to make sense. Suzuki changed his mind and thought it was possible, so he stayed temporarily. After 10 minutes, a figure suddenly appeared on a tree. "It's late. Kakashi, wearing a half-face mask, looked at only 3 people below, and said to himself, "Isn't there 4 people? Why are there only 3 people? Forget it, go down and ask." I closed the intimate heaven in my hand and jumped off the tree. "Who are you?" Seeing Kakashi, who suddenly jumped from the tree, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were all confused and alert. "Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I am your leader teacher, Heiji Kakashi. Chapter 6, If I do it, you will have no chance." "Oh, so you are our leader teacher Kakashi." Naruto laughed and walked to Kakashi, and said, "Kakashi-sensei, did you go to the bathroom? Why did you come so late?" When Kakashi heard the words, his face under the mask was full of embarrassment. He can't tell his players that he has forgotten the time because of watching the intimate heaven. That would be shameful, and he can't say it. Seeing that Naruto had figured out an excuse for herself, Kakashi had no choice but to say, yeah. "Teacher, are you sure you have been in the bathroom for a long time?" Harano Sakura frowned and looked at Kakashi. She always felt that things shouldn't be that simple. Kakashi's face was taken aback, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. At this time, Sasuke walked up to Kakashi, stretched out his palm, and said, "Ninja protects the forehead." Kakashi laughed and said, "You guys don't seem to be here yet, wait until you are all together and post together." "Oh, you mean Shinyu? I don't know why, he hasn't arrived yet? I don't know why he went." Naruto put his hands behind his head and said to himself. Kakashi sighed softly when Naruto said this. Kakashi didn't expect that when the team gathered on the first day of today, such a thing would happen. In fact, he didn't want to think about it, mainly because he always loved being late, and that's why Shinyu hadn't arrived yet. Of course, this Kakashi is not clear. In Kakashi now, all he has in his head is that he needs to bring more problematic teenagers and worry about it. At this time, Shinyu appeared. "Oh. You are all here, it looks like I'm here just right." Shinyu walked towards the crowd and ate the potato chips in his hand. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Shinyu, who appeared suddenly, frowned and looked at Kakashi, then looked at Shinyu and asked, "You won't make an appointment before?" Kozukura also looked at the two of them, her face full of suspicion. Sasuke looked at the air coldly, as if Shinyu didn't exist. Kakashi laughed awkwardly and said, "Naruto, you will be joking. I didn't know you before I came, so how can I make an appointment with one of you? Okay, I won't say more nonsense. First of all, you are welcome to join Class 7 and become a member of Class 7. This is your ninja guard, from now on you are Konoha's official ninja." The right hand took out 4 ninja guards from the ninja bag and threw it towards the 4 people in front of him. After Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke took care of the forehead, they took them directly on their heads. As for Shinyu, he pinned his forehead to his waist. Shinyu, the forehead protection is always on the head. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Shinyu's unique way of wearing it in doubt, thinking that he didn't know how to wear the forehead, so he spoke to him. Shinyu rolled his eyes and glanced at Naruto, and said, "Of course I know, but I think it would be more handsome and beautiful." Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. After that, there was speechless, even Sasuke and Kakashi, who usually love to pretend, twitched the corners of their lips secretly. Obviously, they were also shocked by Shinyu's reason. Looking at the time of this moment, everyone went wrong, and Kakashi hurriedly pulled everyone back to the subject. "Well, now that the hair care is over, I will talk about the daily lessons of the class. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz." After Kakashi glanced at the crowd, the corners of his mouth under the mask slightly cocked. "My name is Heimu Kakashi, and I am your teacher in charge. Today is the first day of class concentration. I will also arrange today's course content by the way." Kakashi took out 3 bells from the ninja bag, tied the bells around his waist, and said, "I have 3 bells here. Your task today is to take these 3 bells from me. As for the methods of snatching, there are no restrictions. You have to be determined to kill me before you can snatch the bell. What if you can't take it away? Naruto asked, looking at the bell on Kakashi's waist. Then you will lose the opportunity to have lunch and dinner, and you will be tied to a wooden stake behind me to watch me eat lunch and dinner. What? Naruto and Sakura exclaimed almost at the same time. Obviously they didn't expect Kakashi to do this. Sasuke stared at the bell closely, his eyes full of seriousness. Then let's start. After Kakashi finished speaking, he stood there, looking at the intimate paradise in his hand, and ignored the 4 people in front of him. It seemed that the 4 people in front of him could not pose any threat to himself. Everyone, let's go together. Naruto rushed forward, and Sakura and Sasuke followed suit. As for Chinyu, he stared at the 3 and Kakashi in place. Chinyu clearly knew Kakashi's strength. How could Kakashi, who is a shinobu, be so easily taken away by the Naruto trio? Unless Kakashi deliberately exposed the flaws to the 3 of them, they would have the opportunity to snatch the bell from Kakashi's body. With a bang, Kakashi turned into a cloud of white smoke and dispersed, while Naruto rolled through the white smoke twice and lay on the ground over there. Sakura exclaimed, and everyone's eyes followed the direction Sakura was pointing. With a series of sounds of "chiang chiang chiang," Sasuke's shurikens have flown out a dozen plums. The shuriken hit the figure of Kakashi, and with a bang, it was another clone. In this way, the 3 of them struggled for nearly 20 minutes, and finally panted loudly, almost unable to stand up. Chinyu, why didn't you come up together to help just now? Naruto sat on the ground and couldn't help but wonder when Chinyu hadn't come to help with him just now. It's all in the same class. Everyone is busy grabbing bells. Wouldn't you help? Xiaoying frowned and said loudly towards Chinyu. Chinyu cast a glance at Sakura with disdain, and stretched her body. Kakashi was in the tree at this time, although he was still watching the intimate heaven. But when Chinyu stretched his body, the attention in his eyes shifted to Chinyu. I'm giving you a chance. If I do it, you will have no chance. Kozakura snorted and said that he was arrogant. Obviously he didn't believe what Chinyu said. Naruto opened his mouth and scratched his head with his hands. Kakashi in the tree smiled lightly when he heard Chinyu's confident declaration. Interesting, it seems that Chinyu Uchiha's strength should be good, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. Hakaki Kakashi, let me come and teach you next. Chinyu's eyes suddenly changed, Sanguyu's writing wheel eyes had been opened, and his aura suddenly rose. Chapter 7, Raise Nan. That's Sanguyu's writing round eyes. Kakashi's eyes shook when he saw the 3 Guyu writing round eyes in Chinyu's eyes. He closed the intimate heaven in his hand with a pop, and his body became vigilant subconsciously. Kakashi knew Sanguyu's ability to write round eyes. Because he himself has Sanguyu's writing round eyes, and even more so with the help of writing round eyes, he shines in the battle of the ninja world. Therefore, Kakashi's name has a title in the ninja world, Copy Ninja Kakashi. But now that Chinyu's eyes had opened the 3 Guyu writing round eyes, Kakashi was not shocked that it was fake. After Chinyu's writing wheel opened, his figure moved, and his whole body rushed out. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Chinyu's direct action is ninjutsu. The huge fireball spurted out and flew towards the big tree where Kakashi was standing. Bang! The fireball hit the tree, and the tree fell down instantly, and the raging flames burned even more. With a swish, Kakashi leaped out of the flames. It seems you really can't underestimate you. Kakashi hasn't finished speaking yet, another fireball is oncoming. Kakashi stepped back quickly put the intimacy heaven into the ninja bag, and quickly knotted his hands. Water escape waterfront wall. When the fireball was about to hit Kakashi, Kakashi gave a soft drink, and a wall of water suddenly appeared from bottom to top, blocking the water ball. Chinyu saw that Kakashi easily blocked his attack with water, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In that case, I won't be polite to you, Kakashi. Fire escape Shuanghao Dragon Fire. Qin Yu flew with both hands, his mouth spit, and the two fire dragons flew out immediately. As soon as the fire dragon came out, the air immediately heated up. Kakashi looked at the two fire dragons, the corners of his mouth under the mask suddenly twitched, and said, "B-level ninjutsu." The fire dragon took off, flying towards Kakashi from left to right. Kakashi hurriedly removed the water escape, and his stature flew back. Qin Yu quickly approached, controlling the two-day fire dragon to cooperate with each other, and instantly encircled Kakashi. Prickly. Suddenly, silver lights appeared on Kakashi's body. Lei Dunchidori. The silver light was released, Kakashi turned into a thunder light, blinked through one of the fire dragons, and ran out. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. After Kakashi ran out, a giant fireball came towards Qin Yu in an instant. Qin Yu withdrew the Shuanghao Dragon Fire, and dodged the Hao Fireball. After avoiding the fireball, Qin Yu did not continue to attack, but stood still and looked at Kakashi in front. "Kakashi, I'm going to be serious next, are you ready?" Seeing the joking Qin Yu, Kakashi was taken aback. It was obvious that Qin Yu hadn't been fighting seriously just now. A crisis quietly permeated Kakashi, and he had to take it seriously. "It seems that I can't be serious if I'm not serious." The index finger of the right hand is sticking to the forehead that covers the eyes, and gently pushes up on the head. A red 3-go jade writing wheel suddenly appeared. "How come? How can Kakashi have my Uchiha's 3-go jade round eyes?" Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock and exclaimed. "This Qin Yu is too strong." Naruto Uzumaki looked at the chaotic surroundings, flames burning and scorched earth everywhere. As for Sakura, she was completely stunned. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Hehe, are you finally willing to get serious? Then let me see, Kakashi, how is your strength? When Qin Yu saw Kakashi's writing round eyes, he also knew that he had begun to take it seriously. Now they are no longer for the so-called grabbing bells. Now they just want to see the strength of each other. Qin Yu was trying to see what his current strength had reached. But Kakashi was to test it out to see what Qin Yu's strength had reached. He had already received Hokage's confession before, asking him to pay more attention to Qin Yu, and especially told him that Qin Yu should have the strength of Zhongren. At the very beginning, he was reluctant to hold the palm of his hand. But after the simple test just now, Kakashi had already believed it, and believed that Qin Yu had the strength of Zhongren. Even the strength has directly approached the level of special upper ninja. Fire escaped the dragon fire bullets. Qin Yu moved, and when he made his move, he used a big move of fire escape. Fireballs twice as large as how fireballs were fired continuously, and 5 fireballs were fired one after another. Kakashi looked at the 5 huge fireballs that appeared one after another, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly tightened. Water escape waterfront wall. Tudun Tuliabai. Kakashi was not slow either, the fast knots of his hands formed 2 defensive ninjutsu one after another. The water wall formed by the water flow is in front, and the soil wall formed by the rock and soil is behind, instantly forming a water and soil defense wall. Bang! Laugh! The fireball hit the defensive water wall one after another. The first fireball that was the first to bear the brunt was mostly evaporated by the water on the water wall. The second fireball had already arrived, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth fireballs. Boom! The water wall turned into steam, and the fireball hit the earth wall. The earth wall was hit by 4.5 fireballs, and there was a big explosion in an instant. All of a sudden, rubble flew all over the sky, and smoke and dust filled the sky. With a swish, a breaking wind sounded behind him. A Kyowu appeared behind him, flying towards him. As soon as Qin Yu's eyes moved, he clearly saw Kyowu's flight path and dodged his body. Whoosh! Then, as soon as he escaped from a Kyowu Qin Yu, he saw Kyowu of a dozen plums surrounding him. With a series of jiang blows, Qin Yu took out a handful of Kyu and shot down all the flying Kyu. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared beside Qin Yu. When the sharp kunai was about to hit Qin Yu's back, Qin Yu stepped on his legs and flew into the air. "Qin Yu, you miscalculated." Qin Yu's ear thought of Kakashi's voice, and a kunai had reached his back. With a bang, Qin Yu in the air turned into a cloud of white smoke. Not good. Seeing Qin Yu who had turned into white smoke, Kakashi knew for a moment that it was wrong, and quickly pulled away and left. "It seems you miscalculated." In front of Kakashi's eyes, on an open palm, a high-speed spinning ball of light formed from nothing. Spiral pill. With a soft drink, Qin Yu grabbed the spiral pill and pressed it towards Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi looked at the approaching spiral pill, his pupils tightened rapidly, and his heart continued to accelerate. That is the feeling of crisis, the feeling of death. The cold sweat instantly covered Kakashi's forehead, but his heart beat faster and faster. Bang! There was a sudden explosion. Chapter 8, Hidden Strength. It turned out that when the spiral pill was about to hit Kakashi, Qin Yu forcibly reversed the direction. Qin Yu flew out from Kakashi's front with the palm of helix pill now. Qin Yu, who had left Kakashi's body, began to fall. At the same time, the spiral pill in his hand has changed direction with his arm and pressed it towards the ground. Boom! As soon as the spiral pill touched the ground, cracks appeared on the ground instantly. As the spiral pill made full contact with the ground, its power exploded. The high-speed spiral pill is like a mixer. In the blink of an eye, a large circular pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 1 meter was dug in the ground. Click! As soon as Kakashi landed, he was stunned. He never thought that the power of the ball in Qin Yu's hand just now was so powerful. If you were hit by this ball just now, the consequences. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Kakashi's head resurfaced. "Oh! I didn't expect Kakashi, you still can't work." Qin Yu suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, stretched out his hand and gently pulled a bell from his waist. Kakashi's bell was snatched from his waist, and when Qin Yu said this, his face went dark for a while. "I wanted to say something to save my face, but in the end I didn't know what to say." After all, Qin Yu had proved his strength through strength, and it was true that he could not beat him. "Forget it, I'll go back first. You guys continue to play slowly." After getting the bell, Qin Yu threw the bell back and returned it to Kakashi. He waved his hand and walked away lazily. After Qin Yu left, only Kakashi with a black face remained, and the San Xiaoqiang, who was completely stunned by the battle just now. "Uchiha Qin Yu." Kakashi's face was dark, and he chanted the name through gritted teeth. Afterwards, Kakashi vented his unhappiness on the remaining San Xiaoqiang. Suddenly, San Xiaoqiang started the miserable course of Ji Fei Go Diao. A bowl of char siu ramen. "Okay, wait." In the Yule Noodle restaurant, Qin Yu sat at the table with a relaxed and happy face. "I remembered the helix pill that I used when I was fighting Kakashi just now, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful." The skill of helix pill was also rewarded by the system when Qin Yu signed in today. "I originally thought that besides the need for Jian, the power of this move should be average, so I didn't care much. And it is really accidental to make this move today. As a result, it was discovered by accident that the power of the spiral pill was still very strong. It's so painful. Obviously there are stronger fighting methods, but now they can't be used blatantly. It's too painful." Qin Yu held his forehead with a sad expression. Since coming to Hokage world, Qin Yu has become stronger every day with the help of the system's sign-in rewards. After so many days of signing in the system, Qin Yu has been greatly improved in all aspects. In terms of body, his own fairy body has been strengthened to greatness. The current immortal human body not only recovers quickly from chakra, but also has an astonishing amount of chakra reserves. According to Qin Yu's own estimation, the amount of chakra in his body should be comparable to the amount of chakra in the second generation of Hokage's thousands of hands. In terms of pupil technique, not only did he get the white eyes, but the writing round eyes had already reached the eternal kaleidoscope, and it was possible to initially summon Suzuo no Hu. As for ninjutsu, there are many S-level ninjutsu in his hands. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. These many aspects are superimposed on each other, and Chinyu's reality is actually very powerful, comparable to the movie level. But Chinyu still didn't want to expose himself. Chinyu knew what kind of person the current Naruto Abe Fury / was, and that was a true ruler conspirator. And in Ninja Village, in addition to Sarutobi Hisaki, there are also people like Shimura Danzo, Zwan Na Koharu, and Mito Minion. These are the masters who can toss and toss at every turn. Once Chinyu's strength is exposed, it will definitely arouse these people's jealousy. When that happens, he wants to live a life like a salted fish. Chinyu felt a little bit painful when he thought of the need to restrain himself as much as possible. But that's it. Your char siu ramen. His slender hands held a bowl of hot ramen in front of Chinyu. Chinyu looked up and saw a girl with long hair. The girl's face is delicate, there is a blush on both cheeks, and she is wearing an apron. This person is the daughter who beats the calamus. Icarus, are you making noodles today? Chinyu had known calamus a long time ago, and greeted calamus when he saw it. It's Chinya-jun, long time no see. Changpyu hasn't come to the shop for a long time, and it hasn't been a long time since I saw Chinyu. What have you been up to lately? I can't see you all the time, which makes my meal less fragrant during this time. Hearing Chinyu's teasing love words, Changpyu's flushed cheeks turned red again. Chinya-jun will be joking. Although Changpyu said so, he couldn't help but explain it to Chinyu. I recently opened a flower shop, and now I am busy with the flower shop most of the time. It turned out to be like this. After that, I will often go to the flower shop for dinner. Chinyu took a sip of the noodle soup and said suddenly. What? Changpyu cried out in surprise, then whispered, that's not good. Chinyu raised his head, looked at Changpyu's face, and said with a smile, do you want me to starve to death? That was not what I meant. Changpyu hurriedly shook his head to deny. Then it's decided, I will go to the flower shop to have dinner with you when I have time. After Chinyu finished speaking, he ate for himself. Changpyu blushed and went back to work. After eating and drinking, Chinyu molested the calamus for a while, and then left. Naruto office. Kakashi, you said Uchiha Chinyu has the strength of Shinobu. Naruto Tobiorai cut his brows and took a cigarette. Yes, I tried it with Chinyu today, but I failed. When Kakashi said this, it was no longer a loose tone, but a decadent tone. Oh. Sarutobi Hitachi was curious. Chinyu not only opened the 3-go-jade writing wheel eye as Hokage said, but also was able to perform a variety of fire escape ninjutsu, which can reach the level of B-level ninjutsu. Furthermore, his skill is agile, the use of hidden weapons is also very precise, and his timing is very accurate. For Chinyu, Kakashi had a deep understanding. After all, he almost died in his hands today. It seems that Chinyu Uchiha is hiding very deep. Sarutobi Hizen suddenly became a little worried. The rise of Chinyu was too fast, and what was hidden was too deep. A few days ago, Geniuses told himself that he was the strength of Zongren, but now he told himself that he was the strength of Shangren. This change was too fast in a blink of an eye. Chapter 9, we pick the task for Teacher Kakashi. Smoking a cigarette quietly alone, Sarutobi Hidari thought for a while. With a pop, he put the pipe on the table, and Sarutobi Risen had a decision in his heart. The ninja test will be in another month, and all major ninja villages will come to take the test. Sarutobi Rizan didn't talk about Chinyu, but about the upcoming Zongnin exam. Keep quiet about Chinyu's affairs, let him perform well when he takes the exam for Zongren. Just take advantage of this opportunity to let the villages and daimyo take a look at the strength of my Konoha." Kakashi was taken aback. He didn't expect that the third generation would actually regard Chinyu as the trump card in the Zongnin exam. Although the Nakanobu test was named as the promotion test for Shinobu, it was actually the big Shinobu test that showed the village's strength in the form of an examination. This kind of examination is held twice a year, and each time determines the amount of tasks entrusted in the second half of the year and the funds and treatment the village receives from the princes. It can be said that the ninja test is equivalent to a small war between the big ninja villages. By the way, do you want Naruto to participate in the Zongnin exam? As Naruto's teacher, Kakashi naturally knew that Naruto was Konoha's nine-tailed manzulai. Thinking of Naruto's peculiarities, Kakashi also had to ask Sarutobi Hizen who was a Naruto. "Kakashi, this is Konoha." Sarutobi Hitachi was a rare domineering once. Kakashi looked at the domineering Sarutobi Hitachi, and said with emotion, "Yes, this is Konoha." Kakashi fully understood the meaning of Sarutobi Hizen. This is Konoha. As Konoha, Naruto needs to be afraid of taking the exam in his own village. Is it possible that in my own home, I would still be afraid of being treated by others? I definitely won't. If there is nothing else, then I will go back first. Sarutobi slashed his hand, and Kakashi left. Tianzo. A member of Anbu wearing a cat face mask suddenly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hizen. "Send someone to stare at Uchiha Chinyu secretly, and report back in time if there is any situation. Also, starting today, strengthen the vigilance throughout the village to prevent other villages from sending people to sneak in." "Yes." When the voice fell, the figure disappeared. Mission Hall. "Uncle Yuri, what tasks can we take?" Naruto Uzumaki looked at the task announcement board in front of him, and didn't know which tasks he could take. Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke on the left and right are also looking at the quest publisher Yuri. As for Chinyu Uchiha, he was chatting with Hinata on the sidelines, and he didn't care about the three small strong at all. After all, after a long time, the relationship will easily fade. You need to show up from time to time, and pick up by the way, so that you can deepen the impression in Hinata's heart. This will help a future plan. There are D-level quests, you guys see what quests to take. Yuri took out a document and placed it in front of the Naruto trio. Look for a cat. Catch the thief. Through the toilet. Looking at this outrageous task information, Naruto's face was full of unwillingness. Why are these tasks like this? Is there no advanced point? Naruto stared at Yuri with tears, but Yuri was unmoved. Facing the tearful Naruto with an expressionless face, he said, "This is a task that Xiaoren can take. Once you become a Zhongren, you can take on high-level tasks." The three were speechless for a while. "Yuri, help me see what tasks Shangren can take." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At this moment, Chinyu walked over and stunned everyone as soon as he spoke. Yuli frowned and looked at Chinyu, and asked, "Shangren? Which one are you?" "I came here to pick the task for our teacher Kakashi." Chinyu decisively pulled Kakashi out. Sure enough, when Yuri heard that it was Kakashi, his frowning brows relaxed a little. "You are picking the task for Kakashi?" Seeing Yuri still not believing, Chinyu pointed at the three Naruto. "The three of them and I are all students of teacher Kakashi. As a student of the teacher, is it not okay to pick the task for the teacher?" At this time, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke also reacted. "Yeah, can't we help our teacher pick tasks?" Uzumaki Naruto looked straight and confident with his hands on his hips. Chinyu covered his face in embarrassment. This shameful thing. Yuri was also surprised by Naruto's actions. He really didn't expect this kid to be like this. "I was still aggrieved there just now to tears, and now he looks domineering. He is simply a face-changing master, and his face will change as soon as it changes. Since you helped Kakashi pick it, it's a different matter." Yuri began to pick some tasks that Shangren could perform. Chinyu watched Yuli looking for information, with a tricky smile on his face. In fact, it wasn't that Chinyu wanted to help Naruto, but it happened that he also wanted to go for a stroll. Of course, strolling is not his purpose. His purpose is actually the weapon of the second generation of Hokage, Thor's sword. According to village records, Thor's sword has now been stolen. As for the stolen object, Marino had a painful hand. Chinyu wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to go out to Konoha to secretly snatch the Thunder God's sword from Marino's painful hand. With the sword of Thor, he can gain swordsmanship through the system. I will also take this opportunity to improve my own strength. Look at it, this is a task that Shangren can take. When the three Naruto looked at it, their startled eyes almost fell off. Nothing else, just because the task is difficult and the rewards are rich. Shaking his head, Chinyu took the information from Naruto's hand. Just this A-level mission, capture the defecting ninja Kazuo Ishikawa. Chinyu handed the information back to Yuli and asked him to register it. After Yuli registered, he gave Chinyu the scroll of information about the mission. After that, Chinyu took the three of them to the assembly place of the 7th class. As soon as they arrived at the assembly place, everyone saw Kakashi lying alone on a branch, watching the intimate heaven. "Hello, Teacher Kakashi." Naruto greeted Kakashi, waving his arms far away. Seeing everyone, Kakashi jumped down from the tree. "What happened to you one by one?" Kakashi was puzzled looking at all the happy things in front of him. "Ms. Kakashi, we just took over a task for you." Naruto, who couldn't help himself, told Kakashi about it all at once. "Oh, you helped me with a task, are you so happy?" Kakashi said with a smile, rather helpless. "Didn't it just take a task, you need to be so happy, these little shit kids." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi realized that something was wrong. "Naruto. What did you just say? You say it again." Seeing Kakashi, who suddenly became anxious, the monk Naruto's husband, the second monk, scratched the back of his head, scratching his head. Chapter 10, A-Level Mission. "I just said that we went to the mission hall to take a mission for you." Naruto looked at Kakashi's anxious appearance and repeated it again. "Nani?" Kakashi closed the intimacy heaven with a pop. "No, this is your mission data scroll." Chinyu stepped forward to make up the knife in a timely manner, and handed over the task scroll. Damn it! Kakashi couldn't help it anymore, and it was a swear word. Ninjas all have a mission success rate, and the success rate of this mission is related to the commission of the mission. Commissions with a high success rate will naturally be higher after completing the task. On the contrary, if the task success rate is low, the commission will be relatively reduced. And Kakashi, after years of purposeful task collection, his task success rate has reached 99.5%. And now, if someone else helped him take a task, it was equivalent to him taking a task. It is one thing if the task is completed. If the task fails, it is estimated that his success rate will drop to 95%. And this percentage reduction, if converted into commission, how much money it has to be. Opening the task scroll hurriedly, Kakashi's single eye quickly took a look. So far so good. Kakashi's fast-pacing heart finally started to slow down. With a sullen face, he looked at Naruto and asked, "Who thought of this idea?" "It's him." "It's me." The three Naruto looked at each other, and they just sold Chinyu. Chinyu also seemed to know that the three of them would sell him, and at the same time he took the initiative to admit it. "It turned out to be you, a whole Chinyu." Seeing that it was Uchiha Chinyu again, Kakashi instantly became calm. Last time, it was this Chinyu who not only lost face, but also almost lost his life. Now, it was this Chinyu who had taken another task for himself indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but roar no longer. Seeing that Kakashi was going crazy, Chinyu didn't play with him, just a move to release the clone. With a bang, the figure turned into white smoke. Chinyu disappeared, only Kakashi and Naruto were left. Seeing that Chinyu turned out to be a clone, he obviously anticipated this situation, so he was ready to run away in advance. Kakashi's flame has risen, and he wants to disappear so quickly. Just seeing that the three Naruto were still there, they directly shifted the flame to the target. As a classmate, if you don't stop Chinyu from coming in such a mess, you still help. See if I won't clean up you. Next, the three members of the 7th class were severely beaten by the society. Of course, this Chinyu didn't know. But he can probably think of it too. Hinata, do you have a task today? No. No. Chinyu took the shy Hinata and wandered on the street. It's rare to have time, just to go shopping together. Seeing Hinata's face getting redder and red, Chinyu smiled. Chinya-jun. At this moment, Ino suddenly patted Chinyu's shoulder from behind. Oh, Ino. Why are you here? When Chinyu saw Ino, he asked happily. Well. Ino. The moment Hinata saw Ino, he hurriedly took his hand from Chinyu's. I came out to stroll around and just saw you, what a coincidence. Why don't we go together? I happen to be shopping with Hinata too. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Since the last barbecue dinner, Chinyu began to have an intersection with Ino. After that, Chinyu began to line at 4 o'clock every day. Hinata, Ino, Changpyu and the 7th class are concentrated. 4 points and 1 line in the true sense. Okay. Ino is on the left, Hina has on the right, and Chinyu is in the middle. The three of them went shopping, eating and drinking, having fun, and they just spent the day happily. The next morning, just after dawn, Naruto outside the door knocked on the door. Chinyu got up. Kakashi said that he would leave the village to complete the task today. He wants to take us with him. Oh, got it. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Chinyu turned over and continued to sleep. When Chinyu slept, it was almost noon when he woke up. After brushing his teeth and washing his face unhurriedly, and then went to eat a bowl of noodles, he walked slowly towards the assembly place. As soon as I arrived at the meeting place, I saw Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke fall asleep leaning on the stakes. Chinyu shook his head helplessly. This Kakashi was really cheating. At this time, Kakashi finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, he was embarrassed by the scene in front of him. Kakashi asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" Chinyu cast his eyes at Kakashi silently, and said, "Isn't it you caused it?" "Hey? I caused it?" Kakashi was dumbfounded. They had nothing to do with them, how they caused it by themselves. Kakashi does not carry this pot. Looking at Kakashi's appearance, Chinyu suddenly understood that he obviously didn't realize the meaning of his words. "Did you tell them yesterday that you are going to have a mission today and let them arrive early?" "Well, there is such a thing." "Then what time do you tell them to meet?" "This." Facing this soul-like inquiry, Kakashi was embarrassed. "Then when did you come by yourself? Don't you have any points in your heart?" Now it's heartbroken. It turned out that it was all self-made. Kakashi smiled awkwardly, and went to wake up the three sleeping people. Under the murmur of the three people, the Kakashi team started to set off. This time the task is to capture Konoha's defector ninja, Ishikawa Kazuo. This Ishikawa Kazuo is a ninja, proficient in water and thunder. According to the information, his scope of activity is in Kiera village, 27 kilometers away from Konoha. When you arrive in Kiera village, everything will be under my command, and you are not allowed to act without authorization, you know. Although Kakashi is sometimes unreliable, but when it comes to some more dangerous things, he is still very serious. "I know, Mr. Kakashi." Seeing that Naruto agreed first, and then others followed suit, Kakashi's heart also relaxed a lot. He is not afraid of anything, but the most afraid of Naruto and the others is not obedient. I was afraid that they would act without authorization and finally put themselves in danger. However, this time Kakashi dared to take everyone with him to complete this A-level mission, mainly because of Chinyu. Because of Chinyu's strength, he has the courage to do so. Otherwise, even if Kakashi was killed, he wouldn't do it. After all, who would panic after eating and having nothing to do? If you are really idle, you might as well take a look at the reality of intimacy in paradise. At the thought of intimacy in heaven, Kakashi's heart began to move around. After taking out a copy of Intimacy Paradise from the ninja bag, Kakashi hurried off while reading a book. Chapter 11, I'm Here to Borrow Thor's Sword. While on the way, Chinyu quietly performed a replacement technique. This was obtained by Chinyu from the system not long ago. This replacement technique is a very special technique. The caster can separate multiple clones according to their own strength. The clones separated by the replacement technique can always share thinking and vision with the subject. At the same time, the most amazing thing is that he can cross the latitude of space and directly exchange the positions of the subject and the clone. It's a bit like the kind of space jump. The main body followed Kakashi on the way. As for the clone separated by replacement technique, it went to the vicinity of Urin village. According to the information collected by himself, Marino Tao Xiao is now hiding in the vicinity of Urin village. In a camp owner's tent near Urin village. Wasabijiro, what are we going to do? Marino was wearing a black robe with Yunin's forehead in his hand and carrying a sword wrapped in black cloth on his back. Last night the village received news that a batch of materials from Jinzi State will pass near the village, so the above asked me to take this batch of materials. Wasabijiro drank the wine, and followed Marino's painful explanation. The Kingdom of Gold? What country is this? Marino clearly hadn't heard of this country before, and didn't understand this country of gold at all. It seems that I know Marino Kashi Xiao doesn't understand this country of Jin, and Mr. Wasabijiro also explained it. This country of gold is a small and remote country, mainly rich in gold, so this country often uses gold to conduct various transactions with major countries. Last night the village received news that this time the Kingdom of Gold used gold to trade a large number of hardcover ninjas, and the number is still very large. Coincidentally, their route was known to us, so. Mr. Wasabijiro did not go on, but Marino Ting Xiao understood his intentions. The strength of the escort team of the Kingdom of Gold. This time, besides himself and Mr. Wasabijiro, there were 6 Nakanin from Urin village who came with him. Even so, Marino was still a little worried. Don't worry, the team of the Kingdom of Gold is at the highest level of ninja level. This task is a breeze for everyone. Wasabijiro smiled. Obviously he was completely relieved of the strength of the team he had brought. Since Mr. Wasabijiro is so sure, then I can rest assured. Mr. Wasabijiro said so. What else could Marino say? Obviously he couldn't say any more. Suddenly, there was a noisy chaos outside. Marino Ta Xiao and Wasabijiro frowned. I'll go out and have a look. Marino turned around painfully and walked out of the tent. As soon as he walked out of the tent, Marino saw his 6 teammates, surrounded by a young man, who was Chinyu. The people Chinyu looked at with a smile did not move. It seems that you are hurting Marino. Seeing Marino stepping out of the tent, Chinyu asked him directly. Marino was stunned when he heard the words, looked at Chinyu suspiciously, and asked, "Who are you?" No matter what Marino thought, he couldn't think of who the man in front of him was. It seems that I don't know this person in my own memory. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Chinyu touched his head and said with a smile, "My name is Uchiha Chinyu. I'm here to borrow something from you." When Marino heard the 3 words Uchiha in pain, his pupils suddenly shrank. Uchiha, this is Konoha's big clan. As a former Konoha ninja, he obviously knows it. And since the person in front of him, since his surname is Uchiha, he should be Konoha's ninja. After hearing Chinyu's words that he had come to borrow something, Marino's painful hands suddenly tightened. He didn't come to ask for his own head, after all, he was Konoha's rebel. As a traitor, being asked for a head, this is very common in various ninja villages. What do you want to borrow? Although he was suspicious, Marino Pain still didn't believe it and couldn't help asking. He wanted to know if Chinyu really came to take his own head as he thought. When the surrounding Yuren saw this stranger and Marino knew each other, they both looked at each other. Obviously they don't know what the situation is now. It's me. Chinyu deliberately stretched his voice, dangled Marino's painful hand, and said, "Come and borrow the Thunder God's sword." Thunder God's sword. Marino's pupil shrank again, and his tight body tightened again. He didn't expect Chinyu to come for the Thunder God's sword. But if he wanted him to surrender the Thor's sword, Marino clearly refused to do it. Marino Pashao originally had the strength of Shinin, but since he obtained the Thunder God's sword, everything has changed. Relying on the power of Thor's sword, Marino Pashao's strength has reached a particularly forbearing level. Marino Pain, who possessed the strength of Shangnan, was able to be accepted by Yunnan village after becoming a traitor. If he no longer owns the Thunder God's sword, then his strength will be able to endure again. What he will encounter at that time, even he himself can't imagine. Little devil, you dare to speak up on the side of our Yuren village, I think you are looking for death. One of the 6 ninjas opened his mouth and yelled at Chinyu. Marino heard this Zongren's angrily, and suddenly thought of something. The guy in front of him is still a kid, and he is estimated to be the strength of Shinin. Just such a kid, why is he afraid of him? Even if he is from Uchiha, does he have the strength to cause any harm to himself? When he thought of this, Marino Pain suddenly changed his whole person. Uchiha's kid, I think you are crazy. Since you took the initiative to deliver it, don't blame us. Marino's painful hand suddenly looked at Chinyu severely, and suddenly became angrily at the thought of his appearance just now. Ugh! Chinyu sighed softly and shook his head. Originally, I just wanted to borrow the Thor's sword from you. Now looking at you, the co-pilot, it's probably not going to let me go. If this is the case, then I have no choice but to be rude to you. Hearing that, the 6 Homura Shinobu and Marino laughed for a while. Only by you, besides you, there are still ambushes around. Although Marino Ting Xiao was laughing at Chinyu, he was also wary of whether there was an ambush all around him. After all this is too strange. And when Yuren's 6 Zongren heard Marino Pashao's words, they all raised their spirits and watched the surroundings vigilantly. Chinyu looked at the people in front of him, smiled slightly, and the 3 Guyu writing round eyes suddenly appeared. Chapter 12, Suzuano. Laugh. A series of cold absorption sounded one after another. This is writing round eyes. Marino looked at Chinyu's eyes in shock with pain, and cried out in exclamation. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened to the fuss? Mr. Wasabijiro walked out of the tent holding the wine bottle. Marino has gone out so long, why is it still messy outside? Obviously he was a little dissatisfied, so he came out to take a look. Writing round eyes. Konoha ninja. After seeing Chinyu's eyes, Wasabijiro suddenly remembered that only Konoha had a writing wheel, and began to examine Chinyu. Mori is sore, what is going on? Marino looked at Majiro Wasabi looking at him with painful hands. He didn't know how to explain, so he answered truthfully. Mr. Wasabijiro suddenly touched the ground with his hands and used his perception ability. There is no ambush around here, this kid is alone. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Since it's the one who sent it to the door, I will accept it, Mr. Wasabijiro, and everyone will go to me. Mr. Wasabijiro stared at Chinyu in front of him with greedy eyes, and his whole body was almost floating. It's just right, I also try to see how Saseo is going. The corner of Chinyu's mouth was raised, and his eyes changed for a while, and in a blink of an eye they turned into a 6-pointed star. Suzuno can be. The transparent black barrier wrapped Qin Yu, and strands of black flames were attached to the outside of the barrier. Water escape water dragon bomb. Fire escape how fireball. Lei Dun Go. Seeing that Qin Yu was wrapped in a barrier, the 6 middle ninjas were all ninjutsu shots. 6 ninjutsu shrouded Qin Yu in all directions. Boom. The explosion sounded, smoke filled, but Qin Yu was unharmed. This is your offense. Qin Yu's ironic voice reached everyone's ears, arousing a burst of anger in everyone's hearts. Mori is so painful, split this tortoise shell. Seeing that his 6th Zongren couldn't break Qin Yu's barrier, Yamakuijiro couldn't believe it. But he believed that with Marino's painful Thunder God's sword, it should be enough to split this barrier. Okay. Marino's painful hands came out more and more, took off the sword behind him and opened it. An exquisite long sword full of silver appeared. Watch out! Marino pained chakra into the Thor's sword, and slashed it in the air. There was a sound of sword sound, and a sharp sword light shot out, instantly smashing Qin Yu's barrier. Boom! Crackling! The sword light hit the barrier, bursting out a dazzling thunder light. The extremely destructive thunder light, combined with the sword light, even split the barrier into a crack. This Thor's sword is so powerful. Seeing the cracks in the barrier, Qin Yu was not worried, but sighed at the power of the Thunder God sword. With a boom, the cracked barrier healed suddenly, and a rib suddenly appeared. The rib slowly evolved and increased, and finally formed a skeletal trunk. What kind of monster is this? What exactly is this? What a strong breath! Seeing this sudden skeletal torso, the 6th Zongren became scared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Obviously, they have never seen such a weird thing. Although Jiro was surprised, he was not as scared as the others. Because he saw that this barrier has a shortcoming, that is, it can only defend, not attack. Otherwise, how could he be in situ? Accepting the attack of himself and others without being moved. Don't panic, he can only defend with this ninjutsu. As long as you hit a ninjutsu attack, you can crush the turtle shell. Wasabi Jiro Chongqiang first took the lead in Jian, and then everyone tried their best to perform their strongest blow. Boom! 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 A series of roars exploded, and smoke was flying all over the sky. Everyone stared at the smoke closely, and they were very nervous, even Mr. Wasabi Jiro, who was calm just now. The smoke dissipated, and everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. How could be intact? Wasabi Jiro looked in front of him in surprise, his face was full of disbelief. Hey, is your strength so small? Qin Yu shook his head disappointedly, and said with emotion, I thought how strong it was a waste of my pupil power. As the eternal kaleidoscope turns, a skeletal arm emerges from the ribbed trunk. A palm of the bones swept towards the people in front of him. Run away! Without knowing who spoke, everyone fled in all directions. But Qin Yu's Suzuo can almost escape so easily. Obviously not. Except for Wasabi Jiro and Marino, everyone else was hit by Qin Yu's bone palm. The immense power shot the 6th Zongren to death in an instant, and then I didn't know where the shot was going. Spare! Please spare my life! Seeing that he couldn't run away, Mr. Wasabi Jiro took the lead to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Marino knelt on the ground with a sore hand, tremblingly begging for mercy. Qin Yu left Suziu Onangu and came to the two of them. Why should I spare you? Qin Yu asked in a rhetorical question. I'll hand over the Thor's sword to you, please forgive me. Marino handed out the Thor's sword with a painful hand, trembling, panicked, and frightened. Obviously, he was very afraid of Qin Yu. With a click, Qin Yu picked up the Thunder God's sword. Qin Yu was very satisfied with a few swipes of the Thunder God's sword. This Thor's sword is worthy of the name of the Naruto artifact. It is not only light but also sharp, and most importantly, it has a stronger carrying capacity for chakra. Seeing that Qin Yu was very satisfied with the Thunder God's sword, Marino breathed a sigh of relief. With a swish, Mr. Wasabijiro, who was kneeling, suddenly violent. Holding Kyo in his hand, he pierced Chinyu's chest. Just when he was about to stab Chinyu in the chest, Jiro Wasabi stopped. I saw Wasabijiro's eyes without a goddess, while Chinyu was smiling. Obviously, he was hit by Chinyu's illusion. Kunao flipped over in his hand, and Wasabijiro held the flipped kunao and thrust into his chest fiercely. Puff! Kyo pierced into the body, blood spilled out. With a plop, Mr. Wasabijiro, who had become a corpse, lay on the ground. Oh, I am also a pacifist, this is not what I want. Marino Tingxiao was originally afraid of panic, but when Chinyu said this, he became even more afraid. At the same time, my heart is full of complaints. You're still a pacifist, Iba. Look at what you have done. You are still pacifist. It's because of what you said. It's not that you are willing, not that you are willing to die so many people. If you are willing to get up, wouldn't it be a river of blood? Although vomiting, Marino didn't dare to say that in half. After all, this one in front of him is a killer, and his life is still important. Chapter 13, Quest Destination, Kiera Village. Let's go. I am a peace-loving person and will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Hearing this, Marino, who had escaped, could not help but almost fell in pain. She resisted the urge to scold her, and disappeared in a slip of smoke. After receiving the Thor's sword into the system space, Chinyu put away the eternal kaleidoscope. Shaking his head, Chinyu hugged his head and left. Ms. Kakashi, how far is it to get to the destination? Uzumaki Naruto had never done this kind of task before, let alone accepted this kind of long-distance task. All right, at this rate, we should be able to reach Kiera village in about 2 days. What? 2 more days or so? Naruto burst into tears for a while. Obviously, the whole day was boring to death. Shut up, Naruto, you are the only one yelling here. Kozakura couldn't stand Naruto's appearance, so she screamed. Sakura. Naruto is not afraid of the sky, but is afraid of Sakura. Hearing Sakura's words, after a moment of grievance and chanting his name, she didn't say anything. Chinyu shook his head as he looked at it from behind. Naruto is purely for fun. In this way, a group of people rushed non-stop, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. And they finally arrived near Kiera village. Psychic art. Kakashi bit his finger, knotted his hand and slammed the ground. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared on the side. Kakashi, what do you call me out? A ninja dog with Konoha's forehead looked at Kakashi with a sad expression. I'm sorry, Parker, I'm bothering you. Kakashi looked at Parker and said, thank you, help me go to the village in front of you and see what's going on in the village. It is good. When Parker finished talking, he ran up to himself. Ms. Kakashi, is this psychic, so powerful? Naruto looked at Kakashi with gleaming eyes, with a look of admiration. Yes, this is spiritism. Kakashi nodded proudly when he saw Naruto's worshipping eyes. Although Sakura and Sasuke on the side were surprised by Kakashi's spiritism, they were not like Naruto. As for Chinyu, he was totally despised. Will Saseo still be able to see a psychic beast if he is in hand? And even if he wanted psychic beasts, Chinyu wouldn't want this kind of forbearance dog. There is no fighting power, and it is not cute yet, and it has almost no practicality. After a while, Ninja Dog Parker returned. Kakashi, I can't get in the village, but the periphery of the village is guarded by some ninjas. Parker recalled it for a while and said through it. The 4 directions of the village have ninja guards, and there are 2 sets of ninjas in each place. If you want to enter this village, you still need to be careful. I feel that this village is not easy. After Parker reported on the investigation, Kakashi was silent, obviously thinking about something. When it's time for dinner, if there is nothing wrong, I will go back first. Parker Dog watched it was too early, and hurried back to have lunch. After hurriedly greeted Kakashi, the spiritism was lifted and disappeared with a bang. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. You will follow me for a while, don't talk, I will negotiate with them first and see what's going on. After all, they only came to catch Konoha to rebel against Shinobu, and there was no need to have a direct conflict with other Shinobu villages. Naruto held the back of his head with both hands, looking so bored. In this way, the group blatantly came to the village gate of Kiera village. Who? As soon as Kakashi and his party arrived at the entrance of the village, two ninjas from Kiera village suddenly appeared in front of them with a swish. With a serious expression, Kakashi's group was guarded with a vigilant face. Hello, we are Konoha ninja. Kakashi saw the ninja of Kiera village so vigilant. Although he was confused, he couldn't say anything. He could only show his identity first. Kakashi looked at the two Kiera ninjas and said, I don't know if I can bother to show us your village chief. P.S. Only in the 5 great ninja villages under the jurisdiction of the 5 great nations, the village chief can be called a shadow, and the village chief is the village chief in the other small countries. The two Kieramura ninjas looked at each other, and then said, You wait, I'll ask. Okay, I'm tired of it. One of the ninjas confessed to the other ninja and left. After a while, the ninja who had left came back. There was also an old man with a cane who came back with him. Hello Konoha ninja, I am the head of this Kiera village, and my name is Ui. The mayor of Seongjing came forward and shook hands with Kakashi, his face was kind. Hello village chief, this is Konoha Kamikaze. This time I came to your village to capture Konoha's defected kamikaze, Ishikawa Kazuo. According to the information we got, this man Ishikawa is lurking in your village, so can you ask the village chief to let us enter the village and arrest him? This. The head of Seongjing village hesitated and embarrassed. Did something happen? Kakashi saw the embarrassment of the village chief Seongjing, and vaguely felt what was going on in the village. I'm sorry, everyone, Konoha, but now a large-scale epidemic has occurred in the village, so for your safety, I suggest you go back. The mayor of Seongjing sighed and persuaded everyone to leave. Epidemic. Kakashi was taken aback. He didn't expect an epidemic to happen in Kiera village. Chinyu glanced at Seongjing thoughtfully. I don't know why, Chinyu always feels that this Seongjing is a bit weird. As for why it's weird, I can't say it right now. This picture, the village chief, after entering Kiera village, if we have any accidents, it has nothing to do with your Kiera village. Look, I promised you this way now, do you think it's okay? When the mayor of Kiera village just refused, Kakashi roughly understood what the mayor meant. Although the village chief was thinking about the safety of Kakashi and others, in fact he didn't want to cause trouble. The village chief was afraid that Kakashi and others would have accidents when they entered the village, and they would be convicted by Konoha. So this is not willing to let everyone in Kakashi enter the village. With Kakashi's assurance, Mayor Ui frowned and thought about it, and then said, Okay, then. After that, everyone began to enter Kiera village under the leadership of the head of Seongjing village. As soon as they entered the door of the village, everyone saw many pharmacists and some pharmacist assistants running around. It seems that it is really a large-scale epidemic. Seeing this real scene before him, Chinyu muttered to himself. Just now he thought it was the old village elder who was fooling around. The purpose is to prevent people like them from entering the village, and then I didn't expect this to be true. The village chief did not deceive anyone. Of course, apart from Chinyu, Kakashi had the same idea before, but now the facts are in front of him. Chapter 14, Weird Epidemic. With the leadership of the village chief, everyone saw patients and pharmacists almost everywhere. Kakashi frowned and asked the head of Seongjing village, since the epidemic is so serious, why not seek help from some big countries or Darren village? Kakashi is very curious. Under normal circumstances, he should seek help in such a thing. In order to solve this problem as soon as possible, so that the village can be on the right track. Village Chief Seongjing sighed and said, "It's not that we don't want to ask for help, it's that it's useless. It's useless." Now it was Qin Yu's turn to wonder. This epidemic is very strange. I sought help from some large villages, but it turned out that it couldn't be cured, and it ended up in the end. An epidemic that cannot be cured. Kakashi's face suddenly became serious. This kind of epidemic can't be cured, and the problem is serious. You can find our Konoha medical ninja, they can cure any disease. At this moment, Naruto, who had been silent, suddenly became excited. Obviously, he couldn't bear to see the tragedy in the village. Kakashi did not stop, apparently he also acquiesced to Naruto's meaning. After all, seeing the appearance of this village, he will inevitably feel heavy in his heart. Maybe. Mayor Xiangjing's tone was a little sad, obviously he didn't quite believe what Naruto said. And even if Konoha's medical ninja can be treated, but if he goes to ask for help, will Konoha really send someone to save people? Everything is unknown. Finally, the head of Seongjing village led everyone into an inn and helped them settle down. "Thank you, village chief," Kakashi said thankfully. "Then I won't bother you, if you act freely, I will retire first." The mayor of Seongjing left directly after speaking, leaving Kakashi and his party in the hotel. "Qin Yu, you go out with me to investigate, Naruto, stay in the hotel first, don't move." Kakashi confessed to Naruto before leaving the hotel with Qin Yu. Kakashi was most worried about Naruto. No way, who makes Naruto always have problems? "Qin Yu, on your side, on my side, check it out separately." After Kakashi ordered the directions, he left. Qin Yu walked slowly in the direction he was exploring. This is... Qin Yu, who was investigating, suddenly saw someone sneaking up on the medical team's medicine box. Qin Yu didn't make a sound, but quietly found a place to hide. "What are you doing?" The sneaky person touched the medicine on the medicine chest, and without stealing it, he touched it quietly. This strange behavior made Qin Yu very puzzled. Seeing this man left afterwards, Qin Yu also quietly followed. After arriving in a remote place, the figure hid in a room. Qin Yu came and jumped gently on the top of the house, and prying open the wooden planks of the roof without making a sound. After entering the house, Qin Yu did not see the person just now. What about people? Just when Qin Yu was puzzled, footsteps suddenly appeared outside the door, and it was obvious that someone was going in. Seeing the situation, Qin Yu found a place to hide. With a squeak, the door opened. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The person who came in turned out to be the village head Seongjing. Seongjing walked into the house with a cane, and then closed the door. Seongjing skillfully walked to the front of the stairs, reaching out his hand against the handrail and turning it for a while. With a sound of caca, a hole appeared on the floor next to it, and a ladder was erected under the hole. Seongjing stepped on the ladder and went down. This village chief is really weird. Qin Yu smiled at the corner of his mouth, and followed Seongjing into the cave with a flash of figure. It is estimated that after walking a 2-story ladder, the two went underground. It was a very empty passage, and candles were lit on the left and right sides of the passage. Seongjing walked towards the passage with a cane. At the end of the passage, there is a huge space. In this huge space, a huge stone bed in the middle surrounds these 6 cages. How is the plan going? Seongjing looked at the man in front of the stone bed and asked in a deep voice. The man turned around, Yin smiled, and said, "I have a look." Qin Yu looked at the man, but he was taken aback. This man was Konoha's rebellious forbearance, Kazuo Ishikawa. Why is he here? What is his relationship with Seongjing, the head of this village? When he was puzzled, Qin Yu followed his gaze, and suddenly there was a faint anger burning in his heart. It turned out that on the stone bed in the middle, a young girl was lying with her limbs fixed. The girl closed her eyes tightly, her face turned pale, and there was a cut in the wrists of her left and right hands that was bleeding. "Konoha's people are here, you have to be careful recently, don't catch it then." Seongjing was immediately happy when he heard Kazuo Ishikawa said that he planned to have eyebrow pencils. At the same time, he told him the news of Konoha Ninja's arrival. "What are you afraid of? As long as my human experiments are completed, then the entire village will become your servants. Moreover, they are still powerful servants. Konoha and Hokage will all be destroyed under our humanoid weapons. Look at it, see for yourself, how wonderful our humanoid weapons are." Ishikawa's crazy voice echoed in the basement. As the voice echoed, many arms with sharp claws stretched out from the cage. Very cryptic, full of fear. For Ishikawa Kazuo's madness, we seems to be used to seeing him a long time ago, so he doesn't take it seriously. Yes, stop the poisoning thing for a few days, try not to let your poisoner go out to poison, and don't be caught by Konoha's people, so as not to expose the matter. Hearing what Zionji said, Kazuo Ishikawa also stopped frantic, frowned, and said, "I see. You go back." Seongjing didn't get angry, and turned around with a cane and left. In order not to be discovered, Chinyu had already left before Seongjing left. After leaving, Chinyu returned to the hotel. This is before going out, Kakashi and himself agreed. Regardless of whether he found the news, he had to go back to the hotel. As soon as he entered the hotel, Chinyu saw Kakashi sitting alone thinking. Seeing Chinyu's return, Kakashi asked, "How is it? Are there any clues? How about you?" Chinyu didn't answer, he wanted to know if Kakashi found anything. "I found that this village is weird, and I feel very strange about the epidemic. I also found a man whose whereabouts were mysterious and wanted to follow, but he ran away." After Chinyu heard it, he had to admire Kakashi, who had found so many in a while. "If I hadn't had better luck, I would have seen that weird person and followed up, I guess it would have been nothing." Chapter 15, Exposure. "What about you? Did you find anything?" Kakashi raised his head to look at Chinyu. Even Naruto and others, who had nothing to do, looked at him. "Yes. And it's serious," Chinyu said seriously, rarely. When everyone heard the words, they were also taken aback. Kakashi was curious about Chinyu's discovery, and hurriedly asked, "What discovery?" "I also met one of the weird people you were talking about. I followed him and went to a house. And then..." Seeing Chinyu stopped suddenly, everyone looked at him eagerly. "I sneaked into the house and found a basement in the house. In the basement, guess what I saw?" The three Naruto of Kakashi were obviously aroused by Chinyu's curiosity. Impulsive and impatient, Naruto was impatient and asked quickly, "What do you see?" Chinyu glanced at the crowd, and then said, "I saw Kazuo Ishikawa and Seongjing." Shock. Full of shock. How is this going? Everyone looked dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. What's the situation? What are the two of them doing? Kakashi frowned, obviously not expecting such a situation. The two of them are conducting human experiments in the basement of that room. And the epidemic in this village was planned by these two people alone. These two news, like heavy bombs one after another, exploded in the hearts of Kakashi and others. How could? Kakashi couldn't believe it. "Chinyu, did you make a mistake? The village chief's grandfather is very kind, he is not such a person." Naruto, who had been short of roots since childhood, immediately caused an injustice for the mayor of Oi village. Naruto. Sakura also believed in Naruto, but he felt even more that he should believe in Chinyu. What is their purpose? Kakashi suddenly thought of a question, and that is why they did it. What is the purpose of doing this kind of thing? It is impossible to carry out such a plan for no reason. I'm not very clear about the specifics. I only heard them talk about humanoid weapons and poisonous people. Qin Yu frowned and said his guess. I suspect that the purpose of their poisoning is to disable the villagers' mobility and also to cover their human experiments. After all, if 1 or 2 people disappear during the epidemic, they only need to die in Xiancheng. At the same time, it is to prevent things from being exposed and let people run out of the village and leak out. Kakashi's face was full of heavy words. Although this is Qin Yu's guess, based on Kakashi's many years of experience, it is clear that Qin Yu's guess is the truth of this matter. At this time, Naruto had no doubts before. I'm going to the village chief to ask clearly why he did this. Naruto yelled in excitement and rushed out when he pulled his leg. No, get Naruto back quickly. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Kakashi knew something was going to happen. He rushed out in the first place, obviously to catch Naruto quickly. Although Sakura and Sasuke did not speak, they rushed out. Although the two of them are not strong, they are not without their brains. Where is it here? This is Kiera Village, and people from Kiera Village are everywhere. Once the matter is broken, then what I have to face is the force of an entire village. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. They don't believe that with a few of them, they can still retreat from the village. So the most important thing now is to find Naruto and leave quickly. Just when Qin Yu also left the hotel and went out to find Naruto. On the bed of the hotel, a secret door opened strangely. From inside, a figure sprang out, and this figure was Kazuo Ishikawa. Now that you all know it, then you can enjoy the results of my experiment. A gloomy voice rang in the room, followed by a series of laughs. The door of the village chief's house. The village chief, why do you poison the people of Kiera village? Why do you use them for human experiments, and why on earth? Naruto's expression was very excited, and even his whole body shook as he spoke. The originally friendly village head Xiangjing suddenly seemed to have changed. Looking at Naruto solemnly, he said in a deep voice, "You know. Why are you doing this?" Seeing the village chief confessed, Naruto was even more excited. Obviously, he didn't understand at all what the village did this for. Boy, you won't understand, and you have no chance to understand. Originally you could live, but now it's obviously impossible. The crutches in the hands of the village chief Xiangjing suddenly pierced towards Naruto. The desperate Naruto never expected the village chief to make a sudden move, and was stabbed in the abdomen before he could react. Bang! The tremendous force knocked Naruto to the ground and stroked a distance. Cough cough cough. Standing on the ground, Naruto coughed and panted again and again. Xiangjing twisted his cane, then drew a long knife. The long knife came out of its sheath, and a sound of chang knives sounded. Just wait obediently for your friends to come to you. Xiangjing stabbed Naruto with a sword, obviously intending to kill with a single blow. Clang! At the critical moment, Kakashi held Kunao to resolve the sting of Wii. Kakashi Konoha. Seeing Kakashi appeared, Ui seemed to understand, and Konoha's people should know. He smiled and said, "It seems that I can only send you a few to go together. Although Xiangjing is old, his strength is not weak. I saw him dancing the sword and attacking Kakashi, and for a while ding and jingle bells sounded one after another. The abnormal sound caused the attention of the 3 Kiera ninjas. As soon as the ninja of Kiera village appeared, the village head hurriedly said, "Hurry up and kill the ninja of Konoha, they are going to destroy the village." The 3 ninjas heard what the village chief said, and rushed towards Naruto while holding Kunao. Obviously he passed with the idea of killing Naruto. At this time, Naruto's body hadn't slowed down. Seeing the ninja who was killed on the face, he could only evade in a hurry. Just when one of the ninjas seized the opportunity and prepared to kill Naruto. With a swish, Kyowa volleyed towards the ninja who was about to kill Naruto. When the ninja sees Kunao, his body shape is to dodge and evade. This saving Kunao was thrown by Sasuke who had just arrived. Sasuke and Sakura arrived in time. "Naruto, are you okay?" Kozukura glanced at Naruto with a bad face, then focused her attention on the ninja in Kiera village. Sasuke stared at the Kiera ninja closely to prevent them from suddenly making a move. "Kill them quickly, don't let them run away, otherwise Kiera village will be over." Although the head of Kiera village was fighting Kakashi, he was still worried that Naruto would run away. In a pure swordsmanship competition, Kakashi is obviously not the opponent of Ui village chief. Chapter 16, Thunder Armor, Thousand Bird Sharp Spear. Although it is not an opponent in the swordsmanship competition, it does not prevent Kakashi from speaking. "Naruto, be careful, resolve the battle quickly and then retreat." At this time, the battle has begun. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Naruto separated 3 shadow avatars, matched with the main body and Sakura Sasuke, and attacked the ninja in Kiera village. The ninja of Kiera village just heard the village chief's explanation, and desperately killed the 3 Naruto. Although Kiera village is a small village, the ninjas in the village are not strong. But no matter how weak the strength is, where can it be weak? The weakest is also the level of Shinin, and it happens to be a match for Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Therefore, the battle between the Naruto team and the Kiera ninja is fierce. Naruto uses the shadow avatar to contain harassment, Sasuke is the main attacker of hidden weapons and ninjutsu, and Sakura focuses on making up the knife. The cooperation between the 3 rooms is a tacit understanding that has never been seen before. Perhaps this is the tacit understanding inspired by life and death. In this way, the 2 sides began to fight inextricably. As for Chinyu, he was in another place, engaged in other battles. "FK kill him." In that mysterious basement, Kazuo Ishikawa looked at Chinyu in front of him, commanding the humanoid weapon in the cage. The humanoid weapon is the village name of Kiera village. After Ishikawa Kazuo's human experiment, these village names have become different. There was only madness in the eyes of the humanoid weapon, and there was no pain. At the same time, it was very powerful. Seeing the humanoid weapon rushing towards him, Chinyu was silent. From the system space, the Thunder God sword was taken out. Stabbed. The silver arc flickered around the sword body, bursting into bursts of noise. Holding the Thunder God's sword and his figure flickering, Chinyu started his own battle. Thump. The humanoid weapons were killed by Chinyu with a sword one after another, and they fell to the ground one after another. From the initial excitement, Kazuo Ishikawa slowly began to be dissatisfied, and finally turned into anger. "Ahole, you dare to ruin my results, I want you to die." Seeing that the humanoid weapon he had worked so hard to study for so long was destroyed by Chinyu, Kazuo Ishikawa was furious except for rage. Seeing that the last humanoid weapon was about to be destroyed, Kazuo Ishikawa couldn't help it anymore. Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb. As soon as the Water Dragon Bomb was formed, a man from Ishikawa controlled it and rushed straight towards Chinyu. After Chinyu solved the last humanoid weapon, he saw the Water Dragon Bomb that was already in front of him. The Eternal Kaleidoscope opens instantly. Suzuo can be opened instantly. With a boom, the Water Dragon Bomb hit Suzuo no Hu. Suddenly, a burst of smoke filled the place of the explosion. Because of the impact of the explosion, the basement shook, the top began to shatter, and rocks fell one after another. "Here will be used as a cemetery for you." Kazuo Ishikawa thought he had solved Chinyu with a trick of water escape ninjutsu, and suddenly became arrogant again. "You, a bit too much nonsense." Chinyu's voice came out through the smoke, and Ishikawa was stunned for a moment. You're not dead. Since you are not dead, then go to die." Lay done Thunder Needle. A man from Ishikawa made a seal on his hands, and the thunder light flickered, and thunder needles appeared around him. The thunder needle is sharp, with wisps of thunder light, and its destructive power is extraordinary. Give me to die. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Pushing with both hands, the Thunder Needle took the Thunder Light and shot towards Qin Yu. Thunder done Thunder Armor. Qin Yu put away Su Zonengu, his body's thunder attribute chakra boiled, and a set of thunder and lightning armor emerged from his body. As soon as Qin Yu's lightning armor appeared, Kazuo Ishikawa's lightning needle had already arrived in front of him. As soon as the violent lightning needle came into contact with the same violent lightning armor, a violent neigh broke out. In the blink of an eye, the lightning rod was reversely destroyed by the more violent lightning armor. Although it is also Thunder Dung Etsu ninjutsu, Qin Yu's Thunderbolt armor is a famous ninjutsu in the ninja world. In the ninjutsu world, this ninjutsu is called the strongest shield. Such a ninjutsu, how can a small lightning needle ninjutsu be destroyed? How come? Ishikawa Kazuo obviously didn't believe it, didn't believe that his ninjutsu could be so vulnerable. This Thunderbolt ninjutsu, but his own special skill. When I was still a Konoha ninja, I encountered any tricky enemies on missions, as long as the lightning rod came out, it would be easy to solve. Therefore, Kazuo Ishikawa is very confident of this ninjutsu. Seeing that his most confident ninjutsu is so unbearable now, Kazuo Ishikawa inevitably refuses to believe it. Originally my mission was to arrest you, but after seeing what you did, I gave up this idea. I decided to send you a humanoid weapon to accompany you. This is Qin Yu's most real feeling now. Seeing Kazuo Ishikawa performed this heinous human experiment, Qin Yu had already sentenced him to death in his heart. When Kazuo Ishikawa saw that his ninjutsu was not effective on Qin Yu, he turned around in a panic and ran away. Thunder done Thousand Birds Sharp Spear. Thunder and lightning gathered in Qin Yu's right hand, and then condensed into the shape of a lightning spear. Controlling the thunder and lightning spear with his right hand, it pointed at Kazuo Ishikawa who was running away, and burst out suddenly. With a swish, the thunder and lightning spear suddenly stretched, and instantly penetrated Ishikawa Kazuo's body. With a sound of wow, Kazuo Ishikawa turned into a mass of water stains. It was obvious that this was a water body just now. Gripped the Chidori sharp spear in his hand, sweeping the entire basement. Bang! A series of cutting explosions sounded, and a figure appeared in a hurry to dodge. Damn Konoha ninja, you forced me! Ishikawa, a man with an abominable face, took out a tube of green injection from his arms and pierced it on his body. What? Kazuo Ishikawa hugged his head with a savage face, rolling frantically on the ground. It's over. Qin Yu aimed at Kazuo Ishikawa, and the Chidori sharp spear extended again. At this moment, a man from Ishikawa suddenly rolled around and escaped Qin Yu's sharp spear. With a poof, the Chidori sharp spear pierced the ground. Go to hell! Lay done super fast thunder needle. Water escape the water dragon burst. At this time, Kazuo Ishikawa is no longer a human being. But his aura is much stronger than before. One after another, lightning rods emerged quickly. Not only were there more lightning rods than just now, but they were also larger in shape and more destructive. As soon as the ultra-fast lightning needle was completed, it quickly lased in the direction of Qin Yu. Afterwards, a water dragon formed by a water escape circled and roared, and it also rushed towards Qin Yu. Obviously, Kazuo Ishikawa is already doing his best to perform ninjutsu. Rumble. The basement collapsed more quickly. Large or small stones fell scattered from the top of the head. But Kazuo Ishikawa completely ignored him, he just stared closely at Qin Yu's direction. He just wanted to know whether this man was dead under his full blow. Chapter 17, Leave. Prickly thunder rang out. With a swish, the Chidori sharp spear suddenly appeared and pointed it at Kazuo Ishikawa's chest with great precision. Ishikawa Kazuo, who was too late to react when he saw the sudden appearance of the Chidori spear, was pierced in an instant. Thump! His body was pierced by a sharp spear, and Kazuo Ishikawa died on the spot. Qin Yu scattered the Chiendori sharp spear and walked slowly towards Ishikawa Kazuo's corpse. After mentioning the mission goal, Qin Yu left. As soon as Qin Yu left, the basement completely collapsed with a bang. Sasuke! Naruto yelled at Sasuke. Art fire escape ho fireball. Sasuke also knew what Naruto meant, and it was just a move that the fireball quickly flew towards Naruto. With a bang, the fireball hit Naruto. At the same time, it hit a ninja from Kiara village behind Naruto. With a bang, Naruto was hit by a fireball and turned into a white mist. It was obvious that this person was a shadow clone. As for the Kiaramura ninja in the back, he was sturdy and hit a fireball. The whole person lost the ability to move and fainted directly lying on the ground. A Kiara ninja was resolved, and the pressure on the three of them suddenly became much less. Lei Dunchidori. Kakashi seized the gap for a while, and thunder and lightning gathered in his hand to form a blade. With a swish, Kakashi suddenly exerted his force and rushed towards the head of the village Xiangjing. Damn Konoha! Why are you here? Seeing Kakashi close at hand, Mayor Yui was also crazy. The chakra in his body madly injected the long sword in his hand, and waved to kill Kakashi with all his strength. Clang! Kakashi's left-handed Kyuhyugong, a long sword that held Wii, was cut into two pieces. Although Kyuhu slowed down the strength of the long sword was still cut down. The sharp sword cut into Kakashi's shoulder easily. Puff! At the same time, the palm formed by Kakashi Chidori has penetrated Yui's chest. The powerful thunder and lightning power permeated Xiangjing's body, and instantly led him into the abyss of death. With a plop, Xiangjing fell to the ground. Enduring the pain, Kakashi pulled the sword from his shoulder, sweating profusely in pain. Taking something to stop the bleeding from the ninja bag, he simply stopped the injury on his shoulder. Ms. Kakashi, are you all right? Naruto rushed to Kakashi's side with Sasuke and Sakura, and asked worriedly. There are only 2 ninjas in Kiara village, and Naruto is much easier to solve. Only then did the battle end as soon as possible and came to Kakashi's side. Retreat quickly, if you want to leave for a while, maybe you won't be able to leave. Seeing that the 3 were all right, Kakashi was relieved a lot. Hurry up! The ninjas from this village have already rushed over. It is estimated that there should be 30 or 40 ninjas. Chinyu appeared suddenly, holding the half-man and half-ghost Kazuo Ishikawa in his hand. This is... Looking at the person Chinyu was holding in his hand, Kakashi asked in confusion. This is the goal of your mission, but he himself injected himself with experimental potions, and he turned into this half-human and half-ghost look. Seeing Kakashi's doubts and surprise, Chinyu opened his mouth to explain, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, hurry up, they are coming. Chinyu took the lead and left with Kazuo Ishikawa's body. It wasn't that Chinyu was afraid of these ninjas, but it was mainly because the people around him had many eyes and many methods were inconvenient to use. Therefore, in order to avoid accidents, Chinyu could only choose a more secure retreat. Kakashi took Naruto and Sakura, and quickly followed in Chinyu's direction. After turning left and right, everyone escaped from Kiara village. Let's leave the area of Kiara village first, I will treat the wound first, and then rush back to Konoha to report the situation here to Hokage. Chinyu sealed the body of Kazuo Ishikawa into a ninja scroll and handed it to Kakashi. Afterwards, Kakashi and his party left. Afterwards, according to the previous plan, the group hurriedly met Konoha. When I returned to Konoha, everyone looked tired. Of course, Chinyu was not tired, it was all because of boredom. After returning to Konoha, Kakashi went to the Hokage office, while Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura went home to rest. As for Chinyu, he went to see what Hina was doing and continued his plan to deepen his feelings. At noon the next day, the 7th class meets. Kakashi's face was dark, looking at one by one only now, the whole person was not looking good. Because Kakashi is often late, everyone knows Kakashi, the late king. Therefore, the 7th class now gathers by pinch of time. But they would never have thought that Kakashi would come so early today. In a few days, it will be the Zongnin exam. As long as it is the Shinin, you must take it. Of course, you can't endure the exam. Ninjas from other villages will also come to take the Zongnin exam. So you have to perform well in the Zongnin exam and show off Konoha's demeanor. Listening to Kakashi's hearty speech, Naruto boiled. Sakura looked at Sasuke like a nympho, as if she didn't listen at all. Sasuke smiled coldly, not knowing what he thought of. Chinyu shook his head speechlessly, thinking that these young people were too good to cheat. With Kakashi's chicken soup for the soul, these people ignited. Doesn't he have any points for his own strength? Although Chinyu was speechless, he did not reveal or dispel their positivity. Teacher Kakashi, don't be late during this time. I want to train myself. I want to beat everyone on the Zongnin exam. Naruto didn't know what was wrong, so he became arrogant. There were smiles on his face, as if he had become the ultimate winner of the Zongnin exam. Moron! Sasuke couldn't help but say something when he saw Naruto's appearance. In this regard, Kakashi did not say, but quite agrees. The champion will only be Sasuke. Naruto, you think too much. Sakura couldn't help but cheered for Sasuke first. When Kakashi said that he was speaking to Naruto and the others when he took the Zongnin exam, he actually wanted to tell Chinyu. Seeing Chinyu shook his head helplessly there, Kakashi was also taken aback. Does he know what I mean? Impossible, if you know what I mean, why would you shake your head? A series of doubts hovered in Kakashi's heart, but it was difficult for him to ask directly. He sighed and ignored it. Let everything go with the flow. After the crowd disbanded, only Naruto was beaten up with chicken blood, and the others were the same as usual. But no one knows whether they secretly conduct special training by themselves. After all, everything is unspoken. Chapter 18, What size are you guys? Chinya-jun, where are you going? Chinyu pulled Ino with a shy face, walking on the streets of Konoha. Hehe, let's go to Hinata's house and find Hinata to hang out with. Chinyu spoke upright, as if simply wanting to find someone to hang out with. But whether or not I think so in my heart, I don't know. Humph. Hearing this, Ino suddenly puffed his face, obviously a little unhappy. Hey, don't be like this, Hinata and you are both good sisters. Seeing Ino's posture, Chinyu was delighted. Reaching out and touching her head as if comforting, Chinyu's face was full of smiles. Chinyu's sudden slaughter made Jingye shy. His cheeks were flushed because of his shyness, and Ino quickly lowered his head. The unhappiness just now disappeared, as if I had never been unhappy just now. All that was left was shyness and joy. Obviously, Chinyu's head-to-head killing worked well. After that, Chinyu led Ino to the gate of the Hyoga family. When Chinyu and Ino first arrived at the gate of the Hyoga family, they saw Hinata already waiting at the gate. Beside Hinata, there was a young girl in an orange kimono. Chinyu slightly guessed that this should be Hinata's younger sister, another little princess of the Hyoga family, Hyoga Hwahuo. Hinata. Chinyu waved at Hinata from a distance, and said hello. Hinata. The moment he saw Hinata, Ino quickly took his hand from Chinyu's hand and waved with Hinata in a panic. Obviously, he felt ashamed of being held by Chinyu. Chinya-jun. Ino. Chu Tian walked towards Chinyu with the fireworks. Who is this? Chinyu pretended not to know the girl behind Hinata, and asked. Hello Chinya-jun, my name is Hyoga Hwahuo, sister Hinata's sister. Hwahuo is different from Hinata, her character has always been relatively straightforward. And she is also different from Hinata's always shy character, her character is relatively brave. You are so fireworks, you are exactly the same as Hinata said. Not only are they good looking, but they are also relatively straightforward. As soon as Chinyu met, he hurriedly came to praise, just to leave a good impression. And this flattery, Hinata, as Hwahuo's sister, will only admit that it will not be dismantled. Oh, is that true, sister? Huahuo looked at his sister with disbelief, obviously not quite convinced that it was her sister. Even so, his first impression of Qinyu was obviously much better. Everyone is here, let's go to Liuhu together. Qinyu took the lead and walked towards Konoha's Liuhu with Ino, Huahuo, and Hinata. Liuhu is a relatively quiet place in Konoha. But at the same time, it is also a place with a better view of Konoha. Why is the scenery here is good, and it's still quiet with no one? The reason is simple. Ninja, usually not busy with tasks, come back and rest, who still has time to come out to play? Common people, usually busy asking for a living, who has time to come here to play? In summary, almost none came here to play. After Qinyu and his party came to Liuhu, they began to divide the work. Ino is responsible for catching fish in the lake, Hinata catching animals, picking and splitting timber with fireworks. As for Qinyu, he was lying on the side with the old god, and he said that I will be in charge of barbecue for a while, and you will be in charge of eating. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. I'll recharge my energy first. And then I'll fight the barbecue fiercely for a while. For this, Ino and Hinata certainly have no problem at all. As for fireworks, I was curious about Qinyu's barbecue technique. In a while, everything was alive. Qinyu looked at the three of them, he smiled, and said, "Why don't you go swimming first? I'll cook for a while and call you." Ino and Hinata looked at each other, their faces blushing slightly. Even Huahuo's face turned red, obviously not as embarrassed. "What's happenin'?" Qinyu began to prepare for the barbecue, watching the three of them motionless, and asked in confusion. Hinata lowered his head shyly, and Ino changed his previous big leap, just like Hinata. The only difference is the fireworks. Although shy, he said directly, "I don't know if you are coming here and you have to swim." "I didn't bring a swimsuit." Qinyu's mind snapped for an instant, and then he woke up. Looking at the three people in front of them with smiles, they said, "Oh, you don't have to say it earlier. I will ask my clone to buy it for you. What size do you all have?" Qinyu said with a righteous expression, as if he was just helping them buy things and had no other thoughts. When the three women heard this, they were taken aback for a moment. After that, the shame on his face turned to the root of his ears. The three obviously didn't expect Qinyu to say so. "No, no need, I can just go by myself." Ino hurriedly waved his hand and left first. Although Hinata didn't speak, he proved it by his own actions. Following Ino's pace, he rushed out, leaving Huahuo alone. "Sister, wait for me." Seeing her sister Hinata had gone, Huahuo hurried to catch up. Originally, she didn't want to swim, but when she saw that her sister was like this, she had to follow. In the blink of an eye, the three women returned with their handbags. "Go and play, I'll call you guys when it's baked." Qinyu was busy working on the barbecue, but he still raised his head and looked at the three women. After hearing the words, the three women walked toward the lake with a difficult step. Although Hinata is shy, it doesn't matter if he thinks that only Ino and his sister are here anyway. As for Qinyu, although he is very shy, if it is him, that should be fine. With this belief in mind, Hinata hid on the rocks next to the lake to change clothes, and then jumped out of the lake. There is also Ino who thinks like Hinata. The two went down to the lake to swim and play, but the fireworks remained a little bit too much. Gradually, Hinata and Ino started playing in the water. The fireworks come down quickly, it's so fun in the water. "Hanahuo, help me, Ino always bullies me." The two hurriedly shouted fireworks and asked her to come down and play together. Seeing that the two of them were going crazy while playing, Huahuo shook his head helplessly. He gritted his teeth and went behind the stone, changed his clothes and jumped out of the lake. While grilling, Qinyu looked at the three girls who were having fun in the lake, with a faint smile on his face. This kind of life is actually pretty good. It's very comfortable and happy. Qin Yu said with feeling. Obviously, he feels very good about this scene at this moment. Chang Pu, didn't you say that you are busy with business in the store today and don't have time to come out? Qin Yu was puzzled when he saw the calamus that suddenly appeared with his handbag behind him. He also invited Chang Pu before, but Chang Pu said the shop was busy and didn't come. Unexpectedly, it suddenly appeared, which surprised Qin Yu somewhat. Chapter 19, System Explosion. Chang Pu blushed, clutching his handbag tightly, and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Forget it, since it's here, let's play together. Look, the equipment is ready. Qin Yu looked at the handbag in Chang Pu's hand, and said with a smile. Chang Pu was ashamed of it with the handbag covering his face, and hurried to change his clothes. Obviously, Qin Yu's molesting just now was very lethal. After the calamus came down to the lake, the three women were silent for a while. After a while, the four girls started playing again. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, remembering what a celebrity had said before. A woman is a very wonderful animal, and it usually only takes a short sentence to establish a friendship between them. For this sentence, the former Qin Yu could not understand at all. However, today he has understood. Thanks to me who I used to choose the profession of chef, so that I can continue to shine in this world. Qin Yu thanked him a little bit proudly and thanked him for choosing such a promising career. In a short while, under Qin Yu's operation, a lot of barbecue has been cooked. In order to keep the barbecue from getting cold, Qin Yu piled up a separate heat-preserving barbecue pile, and put the grilled barbecue over there. Looking at the already large amount of barbecue, Qin Yu felt that there should be enough to eat, and then came down. Listening to the noise of the four women in the lake, Qin Yu laughed wickedly. Picking up a stone from the ground, he wrote the space ninjutsu charm of Flying Thunder God. Using Uchiha's precise hidden weapon technique, Qin Yu threw the stone into the lake. As the stone fell into the lake, Qin Yu disappeared in front of the barbecue pile. In the lake, Qin Yu's figure suddenly appeared. The figure shook, only a pair of pants remained. And this situation, the four girls playing happily in the lake did not notice at all. At this time, Qin Yu felt two white thighs swimming over his head. The body shook, and the whole person swam quickly like a fish. Qin Yu didn't know who it was, so he picked her up when he sent it up. What? The loud screams of the fireworks suddenly sounded. Obviously, the person Qin Yu picked up at random was Huahuo. Grow your eyes. Bagua 64 palms. Ninjutsu, the art of turning the heart. Hearing the screams of the fireworks, Hinata and Ino reacted instantly, mastering ninjutsu. What? As soon as Ino used the ninjutsu of the mountain clan, he knew who was in the water and screamed in surprise. Before Hinata had time to see who it was, the gossip and 64 palms had already been beaten out. Suddenly, the lake was turbulent, with waves rolling in layers. Don't do this! Qin Yu dodged and quickly exposed his head to the surface of the water. What? Four screams sounded at the same time, and Hinata, Ino, and Iris hurriedly dived into the water. Huahuo broke away from Qin Yu's arms with hot body, and quickly dived into the water. Hehe, are you going to get into the water? With a plop, Qin Yu got into the water when he turned the salted fish over. A trick to hide and seek in the water instantly opens. Qin Yu frolicked with everyone in the water and ate up everyone's tofu. Finally, after everyone got tired of playing, they went to the lake one after another. After hurriedly changing their clothes, the four girls fled to the barbecue pile together, blushing. Snoring. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Chang Pu's stomach started to protest. Apparently she was also hungry. Eat. After playing for so long, I'm probably tired. Try my craft. Qin Yu suddenly appeared in front of the barbecue pile wearing his pants and looked at everyone with a grin. Qin Yajun. You haven't worn your clothes yet. Everyone blushed and bowed their heads. Only Huahuo looked at Qin Yu and said Nyanyo. It's okay, it's okay. The most important thing is, try my craft. Snoring. Kobo, Hinata, and Ino's stomachs rang one after another, and they were obviously hungry too. You try them one by one. Is it because I didn't make it delicious, so I didn't dare to eat it? Hearing what Chinyu said, Hinata hurriedly raised his head and said, No. No. Ino also looked up and said, No. Changpu said straightforwardly, Then I'm not welcome. The calamus took the lead, and everyone ate it. When I started eating, I was crazy in an instant. The girls were holding them one after another with their hands and eating one after another with their mouths. They couldn't stop at all. Chinyu was also taken aback as he watched the barbecue that was madly swept up in no time. Seeing that everyone's face was full of meaning, I continued to barbecue. At this time, they remembered how crazy they were just now. Even Chinyu had not eaten it himself, so all four of him had eaten it. Seeing Chinyu re-barbecuing in his pants, the four girls were a little bit more embarrassed while being shy. Sit down for a while. I'll bake. Let's help too. Seemingly embarrassed to sit and wait to eat, the calamus also helped out. Hinata, Hwahuo, and Ino also started to learn from the sidelines. The 5 people are just like that, after the noise just now, plus the collective barbecue together now. Unconsciously, the relationship between the people became closer. Although Chinyu would still be shy when he saw Chinyu wearing pants, it was no longer the same as before. Instead, interaction began, and the relationship between each other was rapidly heating up. After eating and drinking, Chinyu watched the sunset with the 4 girls. Afterwards, under the shining of Xinggui, they took the 4 girls back home. When Hina and Hwahuo were finally sent home, Chinyu led them home holding each other. Although shy to see them, there was no objection. I was even more secretly happy, feeling that today's social activities were really done right. After sending the 2 home, Chinyu returned to his home alone. System sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to obtain the wooden escape of blood following the limit, ninjutsu, thousands of hands, topping the Buddha, ninjutsu, the wood dragon. Surprise. Shock. Accident. Chinyu has an impulse to buy lottery tickets immediately and get rich. What day is it today? Signing in rewarded such an awesome blood inheritance and ninjutsu. I floated, I really floated. All the tail beasts, let the Lord get down. At this time, Chinyu was really so surprised that he couldn't be by himself. Mudun, this is the most powerful blood inheritance boundary in Hokage. Coupled with his exclusive Mudun ninjutsu, Chinyu can imagine how strong his current strength is. From now on, Xiao, I can finally do whatever I want. With this excitement, Chinyu couldn't stop. As a result, he couldn't sleep all night. When the next morning, he just fell asleep. Chapter 20, Responsible for Reception. Bang bang bang. Not long after Chinyu fell asleep, a series of knocking on the door sounded. Chinyu pretended not to hear, grabbed the quilt, covered his head, and continued to sleep. Seeing that no one had opened the door after knocking on the door for so long, the people outside also stopped and left. Until the afternoon, Chinyu woke up from sleep. Bang bang bang. There was another series of knocks, and Chinyu stepped forward to open the door. He wanted to see who was it early in the morning, always cleaning himself to sleep. Kakashi? What do you want to do if you don't sleep in the morning? Chinyu yawned and went back to the room and toilet to wash his face and brush his teeth. Kakashi's face became stiff, apparently Chinyu had been thundered. As he walked into Chinyu's house, he complained in his heart. Go to bed early in the morning? What is the logic? What did you do last night? You need to sleep in the morning. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to have thought of something, and asked with a dark face, Are you at home in the morning? Chinyu answered vaguely while brushing his teeth, Yes. Then I knock on the door, why don't you open the door? Several black lines clearly appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Sleep. Chinyu rinsed his mouth and walked out of the toilet. Kakashi heard the words and let out a sigh of relief, calming down his urge to flatten him. Something wrong? Chinyu was eating Hokage's unique instant noodles and looked at Kakashi while eating. This is for you. Kakashi took out a work permit from his forbearance bag, threw it to Chinyu, and said, "This is your work permit." Work permit? Chinyu was confused. What's the situation? Work that fell from the sky. Seeing that Chinyu was unclear, Kakashi said, "In a few days there will be a ninja test. During this time, other ninjas from Ninja Village will also come to take the test. The content of your job is to receive these ninjas from Ninja Village, let them get acquainted with Konoha and avoid conflicts with Konoha." "I won't do it." Before Kakashi finished speaking, Chinyu directly refused. "What?" Kakashi stared at Chinyu, and asked again and again, "What did you say?" Chinyu shook his eyebrows, took a mouthful of instant noodles, and said, "I said I won't do it." Kakashi's face turned dark and said, "This is Hokage's appointment, you have to refuse, go to Master Hokage. I am responsible for communicating." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, the whole person disappeared. Obviously he didn't want to say anything to Chinyu. Chinyu ignored it and continued to eat instant noodles. While eating, he stared at the work permit with a smile in his eyes. Obviously he wants this work permit, but just now he deliberately PD'd off Kakashi. Temari from Sand Ninja Village. Phosphorus from Kushinen Village. Chinyu muttered to himself, and then he laughed. After eating, Chinyu went out. The destination is naturally Konoha's village entrance. As soon as Chinyu arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw the ninja from Otanin village walk into Konoha's gate. A three-person team consisting of Jin, Toss, and Sak. Chinyu ignored them and left on his own. The reception does not exist. I only receive people who I want. As for these people, do it yourself. And Chinyu didn't believe that if he didn't accept it, no one would accept it. Being bored, Chinyu went to Changpu's flower shop. Calamus. When Chinyu saw the calamus arranging flowers there, he secretly stepped forward and kissed her on the cheek as a greeting. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. What? Changpu was screamed by Chinyu's sudden attack. After seeing that it was Chinyu, his face suddenly turned red. In my heart, the deer slammed into chaos. Chinya-jun. Changpu shook his hands lightly and poured a cup of tea for Chinyu. Chinyu smiled, picked up the tea and drank it. "Hello, anyone?" At this time, a female voice rang at the door of Changpu's flower shop. Changpu got up and came to the door. Chinyu turned to look at the door, and was taken aback. Red hair, red eyes, black glasses, isn't this the phosphorus that I was thinking about in the morning? With bright eyes, Chinyu hurriedly got up and came to the door. "Come in and sit down." Chinyu was like the head of a family, inviting Xianglin into the house. "Yeah, let's sit and chat." Changpu didn't object to this, and smiled and greeted the fragrant phosphorus to enter. "Okay. Although the current fragrant phosphorus is different from when I was a child, it has not changed much." When the three of them sat down, Chinyu poured a cup of tea for Xianglin. "Thank you." Xianglin thanked him. "I don't know if there are tulips in your store." Phosphorus took a sip of tea and asked directly about the calamus. "Tulip." Changpu frowned and thought for a while, and then said, "You are not in a hurry. Tulips are not in the store now. If you are not in a hurry, I will go to other places. If you are in a hurry, I will give you a step up and think of a solution." Changpu considered very well and came up with two plans. Hearing this, Xianglin frowned slightly, and his eyes were slightly disappointed. "I am in a hurry, I don't know when you will have it soonest." Xianglin looked at the calamus with hope in his eyes. "When do you use it?" At this time, Qin Yu suddenly interrupted to ask Xianglin. Tonight? So in a hurry? Changpu was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that Phosphorus would be so anxious. She originally thought that Phosphorus would not be so anxious no matter how anxious it was. But I didn't expect this to happen. Just as Changpu wanted to apologize, Qin Yu asked again, "May I ask, what do you want this tulip for?" Xianglin looked at Qin Yu and Changpu, remembering that they had treated him well just now, so he didn't hide it. Today is my mother's death day, and tonight is his death day. I want to buy tulips to worship her. Changpu was stunned when he heard the words. I originally wanted to refuse to apologize, but I couldn't say it, so I could only look at Qin Yu beside him. Qin Yu's hand under the table gently grabbed the calamus, implying that everything is with me, don't worry. Changpu's face turned pale red, and he didn't resist, and his heart settled a lot. I know where there are tulips, but I need time. You can make an appointment. I will bring the tulips to you at night. Qin Yu looked at Xianglin confidently, giving her full of hope. Really? Really? Seeing Qin Yu's affirmation, Xianglin's face showed a smile. Then the two agreed to meet in a dense forest in Konoha at night. Xianglin was sullen when he came, but happy when he left. In a blink of an eye, the evening arrived, and Qin Yu came to the agreed place with a dusty head and a mess. Xianglin saw Qin Yu's mess and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Qin Yu chuckled, took out a large bunch of tulips from the forbearance bag and handed it to the fragrant Phosphorus. Looking at the tulips with soil, aroma Phosphorus seems to know something. Holding a tulip in his hand, he stared at Qin Yu in front of him. Chapter 21, Sand Shinobi 3 Xiaoqiang. Don't froze, the time is almost up, hurry up. Qin Yu stared at Xianglin stunned, and hurriedly urged her that it was late. Xianglin felt warm in his heart and bowed to Qin Yu, thanking him, "Thank you." Turning around, he walked towards the simple spiritual position just set up next to him. Seeing what Xianglin looked like just now, Qin Yu's face was full of smiles, as if he had succeeded in trickery. Obviously all this is premeditated. It turned out that Qin Yu deliberately messed up his clothes, and the tulips were picked fresh, but it didn't take much effort. Don't forget that Qin Yu can fly Thor and pick a flower. It can only be easier than drinking water. How could he be so embarrassed? So, all of this is a routine. As the saying goes, since ancient times, affection can't be kept, only routine people's hearts. Qin Yu's move achieved 120% of the gains, which can be said to be full of gains. After the fragrant Phosphorus worship, they sat next to Qin Yu, and the two started chatting. Slowly, Xianglin began to tell Qin Yu about her tragic life. Finally, while speaking, he fell asleep in Qin Yu's arms, with tears still in his eyes. Qin Yu sighed and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. In this way, the two spent a night in the forest quietly until the next day. As soon as Xianglin opened his eyes, what he saw was Qin Yu's haggard face. Thinking of sleeping in the arms of a man I just met last night, Xianglin's face suddenly became red and couldn't turn red anymore. I wanted to get up quickly, but I didn't know why I missed this feeling, so I didn't hold back and continued to lie down. Aha! At this time, Qin Yu yawned and woke up. Suddenly, his eyes looked at each other. Ah, sorry. Xianglin's blush was like an apple, and he quickly got up from Qin Yu's arms, his face full of shyness and panic. Oh, it's getting late. After getting up, Xianglin realized that it was late, and ran out in a hurry. However, after only 2 steps, he ran back. Thank you yesterday, I am the ninja Phosphorus of Kushin village. Xianglin hurriedly introduced himself to Qin Yu. I'm Konoha ninja Uchiha Qin Yu. Qin Yu also introduced himself with a smile. At this moment, Xianglin boldly kissed Qin Yu's cheek suddenly, and then ran away. As he ran, he said, "This is yesterday's thank you gift." Chin-yu stared at Xionglin's sudden kiss, and smiled slightly. It seems that the prey has entered the net. After tidying up, after Chin-yu changed his clothes, he returned to the streets of Konoha refreshed. As soon as he arrived on Konoha's street, Chin-yu saw that the front was surrounded by a circle, and the sound was still very noisy. Chin-yu stepped forward and saw some acquaintances and some people who were looking forward to it. You hit someone, do you want to leave without apologizing? Tien is wearing a pink cheongsam, with 2 balls tied in his head. Tien stretches out his hand to stop the 3 people in Shinin village. These 3 people are the 3 Xiaoqiangs, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. Let's go. Gaara, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes and a big gourd on his back, didn't have the chance to leave with Kankuro and Temari directly behind him. Did you not hear what I said? It's getting angry every day, and my heart is full of anger. Not only do you not apologize when you hit someone, but you also drag you so much. You are going to heaven. While we are not angry, you leave quickly. Kankuro, with a pattern on his face and a puppet on his back, said disdainfully. Sand Ninja Village and Konoha Village were originally rivals, so Kankuro didn't have a good face when facing Konoha's ninja. You are deceiving too much. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Blushing every day, his right hand touched the ninja scroll he was carrying on his waist, and he meant to start a fight. Tejo, with yellow hair and a 7-star fan on his back, frowned and looked at Tien. She is not as careless as Kankuro and Gaara. This is Konoha, not Sand Ninja Village, everything needs to be careful. Oh, how come the little crows and red pandas of Sand Ninja Village come to Konoha to bully people? And still bullying my girlfriend, isn't this a bit too much? Chin-yu walked out of the crowd with a slightly ridiculous voice of hooligans. Standing next to Tien, grabbing his little hand that touched the scroll. Chin-yu. Every day, he was caught in public, and he was said to be a girlfriend, so he was stunned for a while. Then he blushed and stared at Chin-yu with wide eyes. Obviously, what Chin-yu said just now was a bit difficult to accept. But when he thought that Chin-yu was also trying to help himself, he said that, so he didn't reveal it. A hole, what are you talking about? Who did you call little crow? Who did you call little panda? Kanjiro pointed at Chin-yu with an angry expression on his face. Obviously, for Chin-yu's words just now, he has already substituted himself decisively. Therefore, anger is self-evident. You want to die? Gaara did not yell like Kankuro, but said lightly. As the voice fell, a cold murderous aura suddenly appeared. Feeling this sudden murderous aura every day, the whole body is cold. Chin-yu looked at Gaara with a smile, and stretched out his hand to gently pull Tien behind him. Being pulled behind by Chin-yu every day, he didn't feel cold, but rather warm. Gaara. When Temari saw Gaara's murderous intent, he immediately realized that it was not good, and stretched out his hand to grab Gaara's shoulder. Gaara's killing intent gradually diminished as he felt the shoulders being pulled by Temari. Get out of the way, once Gaara does something, we can't stop it. Tejo stepped forward and warned to Chin-yu. Obviously, she knew about Gaara's situation, and once she did it, it would really be irreversible. And she was also thinking about Chin-yu and Tien, and didn't want them to die for no reason. It's all right. Isn't it just a little civet cat? I'm fine. As soon as the civet cat exited, Temari and Kankuro on the opposite side were suddenly shocked. What does he mean by this? Does he know the identity of Gaara? Impossible, Gaara's identity is top secret, how could he know it? To be on the safe side, retreat first. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other's eyes and knew what the other person was thinking. Temari turned back and took Gaara, and Kankuro left. Obviously, he was surprised by Chin-yu's raccoon cat. She didn't want to reveal the identity and situation of Gaara. After all, Gaara is so special. This is not just the idea of Temari, even Kankuro, who has a bad temper, has the same idea. Seeing Sand Shinobi leave, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. Thank you, Qin Yu. Everything was settled, and Tian Tian remembered that Qin Yu was still clutching himself. Blushing and thanking him. Qin Yu looked at Tian Tian and said with a smile, "You're welcome, I'll just invite you to dinner." "What? Every day?" I froze. "What's the situation? Isn't it normal that I invite him? Why should he invite me?" Before he could understand, he was dragged away by Qin Yu. Chapter 22, A Plan in the Dark. Barbecue Q is still full of people as always. But who was Qin Yu? Quietly wrote the round eye illusion, and there was a gap in a moment. Every day I saw it, I was stunned. It turns out that the writing wheel is used in this way. Talking curiously every day, Qin Yu took him to the seat and sat down. "Order whatever you like, I will treat you today." Qin Yu pushed the menu to Tian Tian and motioned her to order. Tianation's personality is cheerful, lively, and informal, so he picked up the menu and ordered it unceremoniously. After that, the two of them ate the table full of dishes. During the meal, Qin Yu also helped Tian Tian wipe the food stuck to the corner of his mouth, making Tian Tian's face red again. After that, the two of them spent the meal relatively happily. Finally, the two separated ambiguously. After the separation, Qin Yu saw that there was still some time, so he was ready to stroll around and go home. As a result, on the road, Qin Yu found the sneaky Otanin village ninja TOS. Seeing TOS sneaky, Qin Yu followed curiously. As a result, he met an interesting person. That person is Lengjun Oshenmaru, known as Lengjun in the ninja world, one of the original 3 leaves of wood. Long black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, with blue goose-shaped earrings. Gives a sinister feeling. Report to Master Dashimaru, the plan is going on normally. TOS bowed halfway, his face full of awe. "Okay, everything is up to you." Lengjun Dashyuan does not lose the name of Lengjun, and speaks with a cold feeling. "Shul King Snake Hand." Dashiwan raised his left hand, and his arm instantly turned into dozens of white snakes, rushing in the direction of Qin Yu. Qin Yu knew that he must have been discovered. "I wanted to fight against Oshimaru, but after thinking about it, let's forget it." He shattered the plan of Dashyuan ahead of time. How could he save Konoha by then? How could he improve his status and importance in Konoha? Therefore, for the sake of his own plan, Qin Yu could only bear it. With a move to fly Thunder God, Qin Yu decisively disappeared without a trace. With a bang, dozens of white snakes from Dashyuan bumped into the place where Qin Yu was hiding just now and made a noise. But nothing was found. Dashiwan was taken aback. Could it be his own illusion? "I go first." Perhaps it was an illusion, Oshimaru thought so, and then left. Only TOS was still standing there, his back was full of sweat at this time. "Obviously, I was shocked by Dashiwan just now." After the Oshimaru completely left, TOS was directly lying on the ground. And all this has nothing to do with Qin Yu. In other words, Qin Yu didn't know at all. And now Qin Yu came to Changpu's flower shop through the Flying Thunder God just now. Qin Yu suddenly appeared at the flower shop, and Changpu was shocked. The underwear that he was holding in his hand suddenly fell to the ground in fright. And his face turned red for a while, and the redness reached the back of his ears. Qin Yu suddenly understood. It turned out that the calamus was about to take a bath, but suddenly he appeared. Qin Yujun, how come you suddenly appear?" He hurriedly picked up the underwear that fell on the ground and held it, and the calamus was flushed. "Oh, I just missed you suddenly, so I will come to see you." Qin Yu talked casually. I have to say that this casual nonsense is sometimes quite convincing, especially for this kind of girl who has a good impression of herself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. That lethality is really extraordinary. Yes, is it true? Of course it's true, have you ever seen me lie? Qin Yu's nonsense was very smooth, and every sentence seemed true. I think you want to take a bath or wash together. Looking at Qin Yu Chi Kuo's eyes, Chang Pu became hot. He rushed into the bathroom and closed the door. Obviously, she was already shy. I'm waiting for you to call me at your door. Qin Yu sat at the door of the Changpu bathroom and said with a look of pig brother. At this time, there was a slight footstep on the roof. Qin Yu stood up directly, opened the bathroom door instantly and ran in. Seeing the depleted calamus, she wrapped her in a bathrobe without saying anything, and withdrew from the bathroom when she picked it up. Changpu was taken aback by Qin Yu's operation and was about to scream. Qin Yu kissed her mouth, and Changpu couldn't even scream when he wanted to. Don't talk, I heard footsteps on it just now. I'll take a look, you be careful. Qin Yu's face was serious, not as frivolous as before. Changpu was taken aback and calmed down. Although shy, he didn't make a sound anymore. On the roof, a figure had just left, and Qin Yu had just arrived. Just seeing this figure leave, he followed silently. Until Konoha's hidden forest. The plan is to proceed as usual, and once the plan is opened, you all act according to the plan. Toss looked at the few figures in front of him with masks and black robes, and said seriously. Everyone nodded one after another, saying that there was no problem. I'm coming. Zack arrived at this time, a little apologetic to Toss. It turned out that the one on the roof just now was this Zack. Toss didn't care about so much, so he let the black robe go away and prepare for each. Well, how are you preparing for the arrangements for the adults? Everything has been arranged, and everything is just waiting for the Zongnin exam to start, and the plan can proceed normally. Toss nodded satisfied with Zack's answer. By the way, my lord explained the new mission plan. After that, Toss confessed to Zack. After explaining to play, he took out 3 scrolls from the shinobu bag at his waist. This is... Zack looked at the 3 scrolls with a puzzled face. This is the psychic scroll, they are 10,000 snakes, wind falcons, and giant centipedes. Zack listened to Toss' introduction and looked at the 3 psychic scrolls in his hand in shock, his face full of inconceivability. On the day when the plan started, these 3 scrolls were opened in 3 places of Konoha and psychic beasts were channeled out. All the adults have already explained it. You only need to channel out the psychic beast, and the task will be completed. Do you understand it? Zack took the psychic scroll and nodded seriously. After all the explanations were over, the 2 left separately. Obviously, they all have their own things to do. After the 2 left, Qin Yu showed up and walked out. Looking at the 2 leaving, Qin Yu smiled slightly. It feels really exciting. Nin exams, Ashimaru, Senjujima, Senjukuma, suddenly I will be looking forward to it. Qin Yu was a little excited. After all, they are all real celebrity powerhouses in the Naruto world. Chapter 23, The Chunin Test begins. When Qin Yu returned to Changpu's house, Changpu was still wrapped in a bath towel and hid quietly. Seeing Qin Yu appear, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, during this period of time to take the Zongnin exam, there are now some ninjas from each village in the village. So Changpu was also afraid, would the ninja on the roof just now be the ninja from other villages? After all, it is not Konoha's ninja, and no one knows whether ninjas from other villages will dare to mess with Konoha. Never mind. Qin Yu picked up the calamus, hugged her and patted her back gently. Okay. In Qin Yu's arms, Changpu finally relaxed. Suddenly, she seemed to realize that she was naked now, and her whole body suddenly stiffened. Woo! At this time, Qin Yu suddenly kissed the calamus, and the 2 began to fall into a beautiful long kiss. Bang bang bang! A knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Changpu was startled and hurriedly pushed Qin Yu away. The bath towel on his body slipped, and Changpu was exposed in front of Qin Yu. Hastily grabbed a bath towel to cover his body, hurriedly ran into the room and closed the door with extreme shame. Feasting his eyes, Qin Yu walked to the door and opened the door. "Fragrant phosphorus, why are you here?" Seeing Xianglin standing shyly at the door, Qin Yu looked confused. Obviously he didn't know what Xianglin was doing suddenly at this time. Qin Yejun, tomorrow is the Zhongren exam, I don't know if you will take it." Qin Yu smiled and touched his head when he heard the words. "As Konoha's ninja, I definitely want to participate. I remember you are also a contestant, and you have to work hard." Xianglin nodded with a flushed face, and said, "Then Qin Yu, you have to come on." After speaking, he ran away. Qin Yu's hand was directly in the air. Seeing Xianglin who had just run away, he shook his head and closed the door again. "Changpu. Open the door and let me in." Qin Yu came to Changpu's door lightly. He wanted to open it quietly, but found that the door was locked. Qin Yejun, it's late, you should go back and rest first, and you will have an exam tomorrow." The voice of Calamus came out of the room, and the voice was intermittent and shy. "Ah, isn't it?" Qin Yu's face was full of disappointment. At this time, the door of the room opened with a bang, and Changpu gave Qin Yu a kiss on the cheek, and then hurriedly closed the door again. "This is to encourage you to get good results in the Zhongnan exam tomorrow." The voice of Calamus came out of the room again, and the voice was a little weak. But Qin Yu heard it really. In addition to the sound of Calamus, Qin Yu also heard the heartbeat of Calamus beating violently. "Okay, then I'll go first, and you should also pay attention to rest." With a slight smile, Qin Yu cast Fei Lei Shen to leave. After hearing no movement outside the door, Changpu opened the door, blushing in a daze. When Qin Yu returned home, he realized that it was already late. "System, I want to sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to get the reward of Azura's origin and the peak state of the immortal human body. Froze. Qin Yu now has just one word, frozen. Azura origin, everyone knows this, this is the origin of the pillars. As long as Qin Yu gains Indra's origin again, then he will be able to obtain the reincarnation eye through the two origins. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. With the eyes of reincarnation, there is a chance to open the six-way mode and become a new six-way immortal. As for the peak of the immortal human body, this is really awesome. This is the physique of Qianchao Zujian, and it is still at its peak. To know that at the peak of Senjutsu, his ninjutsu can be called forbidden. It is impossible to perform these ninjutsu, which can be called a forbidden technique, without the support of the equivalent chakra. And this immortal human body is the pillar that supports Senjujuzuma's squandering again and again. You know, Senju Junma and Uchiha Madara in their peak period fought in the Suamaran Valley. That one was earth-shattering, more intense than the battle between the tail beasts. It is conceivable that the power of ninjutsu at that time, the use of chakra would be so huge. And now the peak of the immortal human body, with Qin Yu's encouragement, should be the peak physique at the end of the valley between Qianchaozu. In other words, he doesn't need to worry about chakra from now on. Use as you want, there is no problem of lack of blue. Thinking of this, Qin Yu became excited again. Chinan test, I'm here. Ninja test competition venue. The first is a written test. Qin Yu sat in the former classroom with a face full of helplessness. The written test turned out to be another written test. But I'm not afraid, Xiao, I have a writing wheel. At this moment, a tall man with scars on his face walked in. My name is Marino Ibiki, this time the Invigilator. After a brief introduction to the rules of the written test, Marino Ibiki sent out the test papers. After everyone got the test papers, they began their own journey. Qin Yu looked at everyone's cheating methods and exclaimed that they were wonderful. I really responded to a sentence, the 8 immortals cross the sea, this is all showing their magical powers. Hinata blanked his eyes and copied the answers openly, not nervous at all, and looked at whoever he wanted to see. Ino is also old and powerful, and the secretary of the mountain clan always looks at whoever wants to see. Except for a few special existences, it can also be said to be fearless. As for every day, good students don't have to copy. Naruto looked around, trying to copy but couldn't find anyone. Kozukura is the same as Tien, the good student does not explain. As for Suzuki, the writing wheel is open and he is copying. This is. At this time, Chinyu saw a trachoma, and actually leaned beside Xiaoying looking at his test paper. Take a closer look, it turned out to be Gaara's method, which is also clever. Chinyu pinched both fingers, and a thunder needle appeared at his fingertips. With a smile, the thunder needle bounced towards the killer. With a chi, the trachoma burst silently. When Gaara shattered the trachoma, anger appeared in my heart, and I looked around to see who did it. Without seeing anyone, Gaara had no choice but to endure the anger in my heart and continue to play trachoma. When trachoma was just going out to take a peek, he was attacked again and disappeared silently. It seemed that Gaara had a problem with him, and Kankuro immediately controlled the puppet to send Gaara the answer. Then, as soon as the puppet arrived in front of Gaara, Chinyu's thunder needle arrived. The puppet instantly disintegrated in front of Gaara and turned into pieces. At this moment, Gaara finally found out that Chinyu did all this. Gaara stared at Chinyu closely, with murderous intent in his eyes. Even Kanjiro stared at Chinyu with anger. Chapter 24, Scroll Snatcher. Seeing the two men full of anger, Chinyu spread his hands indifferently. Kanjiro and Gaara felt even more angry and murderous in their hearts when they saw Chinyu's performance. Suddenly, Chinyu spotted a small group of ninjas who were actually taking the exams properly. This is obviously something wrong. Sure enough, Chinyu understood what was going on after watching it for a while. It turned out that there was a reflector lamp on the top of the classroom, and these people were looking at the answers of other students through the reflector lamp. With a soft cry of dang, since some people even used hidden weapons. Just so that the reflector can turn to his direction, so that he can copy the answer. When someone starts, everything starts to change. I only heard a series of ding jingle bells, and ninjas took action in all directions. Hidden weapons were flying all over the sky, and the reflector was shaking from left to right as if the medicine had been knocked. Chinyu looked so excited, this exam was too exciting. As for the invigilator Marino Ibiki sitting on the podium, he closed his eyes as if he was asleep. Faced with the small movements of the people underneath, even the big movements were ignored. Chinyu looked at it, and was almost stunned by the reflector. The right hand was a thunderbolt, and the bang directly destroyed the reflector. The sudden explosion made everyone stunned. Everyone looked at the last person who took the shot just now, and they all thought that the light would be destroyed by this person. Facing the angry gazes of everyone, this man also bowed his head in fear. But these little movements of Chinyu, Marino Ibiki on the podium were quite clear. In fact, to be precise, it should be said that he knew all the small movements of the candidates present. Although Marino Ibiki had no expression on his face, he was also stunned by Chinyu's operation. I can understand you for Shinobu, why did you blow up the reflector directly? Now not only the ninjas in other villages can't cheat, even Konoha himself can't cheat. Fortunately, most of Konoha's copy was almost done. Marino Ibiki saw that the time was almost there, and then started to get up and take a strict grasp. At this time, most of the candidates have already accepted their fate. A small number of candidates were prepared to try to cheat, but were caught on the spot and disqualified from the exam. As for Chinyu, he drew a monkey after writing his name on the test paper. When Marino Ibiki passed by Chinyu's height, he was stunned when he saw his test paper. Your sister, you move so much, why are you still doing nothing? Moreover, you still have a writing wheel, and you are still in vain. You are obviously deliberate. Although Chinyu was speechless, Marino Ibiki couldn't express it very well. After all, the candidates present were not all from Konoha, and there were also some from other villages. Once you are caught doing something wrong, it will still damage the reputation and image of the village. In this way, the first written test ended perfectly. Some candidates were eliminated during the first exam. Only 26 groups of contestants were able to successfully advance to the second exam, with a total of 79 people. The second test was an outdoor scroll grab. The 13 sky scrolls and 13 ground scrolls were randomly assigned to 26 groups of contestants who took the exam. And each group must gather a pair of heaven and earth scrolls, and then pass through the dead forest within 5 days, and reach the destination as a pass. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. As for how to pass the test and what happened in the process, everyone knows, but no one has explained. Because everyone knows that casualties are inevitable in fights between ninjas. Of course, these new generations of Konoha know very little. Chinyu looked at Naruto and Sakura, who were eager to try, and shook his head helplessly. With your strength, you are still eager to try, don't you have any tricks in your heart? I really don't know where you two are confident. Looking at the second pillar next to him, he still had that stinky face, which was obviously lack of social beatings. But the opportunity is here, you have to start your road of social beating. At the very beginning, Chinyu followed Naruto. But after entering the dense forest, when the three of them were not paying attention, they immediately dazzled people. As soon as he rolled his eyes, he began to look at the whole forest. After figuring out the location of Hinata, Ino, and Tian, he directly attacked Fei Lei Shen and headed towards the nearest Hinata. When Chinyu arrived, he discovered that a battle had started there. Chinyu didn't step forward to intervene, but hid aside to take a look. After all, this is also an opportunity for training, and I can't help but let them practice. The two sides in the battle are the 8th squad of Konoha Yuhitari and the Maji squad of Shinobu. Hinata opened his eyes and cast a soft fist against Kankuro's puppet technique. Toga and Akamaru, this person and one dog jointly attacked Kaiju. As for Shino, he was hitting Gaara with his bugs. The three had a clear goal and each launched an offensive. However, apart from Hinata's ability to know Kankuro's puppet maneuvering actions and react with a white eye, Shino and Ka can almost be said to have regressed steadily. Sand Shield. In front of Gaara, the sand formed a shield to block Shino's poisonous insects. Sand Shiu. Afterwards, a pile of yellow sand sprang from the gourd, and the yellow sand flew into the sky, turning into a pile of sand needles, aimed at the three of Hinata. Kankuro and Temari saw Gaara's sand Tosegure, and immediately got rid of their opponents and backed behind Gaara. The sand needle fell quickly, and the three of Hinata who beat them dodged and retreated. The needle is extremely powerful, and when it falls on the ground, it can shoot a hole in the ground. Wind Escape Sickle Ferret. As soon as the 7-star fan in Temari's hand unfolded, it slapped towards the three of Hinata. A huge gust of wind hit the three of Hinata. The three of Hinata were struck by the strong wind, and they were suddenly unstable. Coupled with the shot of the sand needle on the head, the three of them began to be injured more or less. At this moment, Kankuro on the side made a move. A puppet crow wrapped in bandages, under Kankuro's control, flew towards the flustered Hinata. The crow's arms were 2 weapons, and he waved his arms towards Hinata and slammed into it. The actions of the puppet crow were completely clear under Hinata's white eyes. When the crow's arms hit, she took advantage of the opportunity to use Hyaga's defensive skills, Hoishin. Hinata swung his palm prints and turned, transforming the whole person into a high-speed rotating protective cover. Jingle Bell. The strong wind of Temari lost its effect, and Gaara's sand needle and Kankuro's puppet crow were also resisted by Hoishin. Taking advantage of this moment, Shino and Yub pulled out their hands and killed the 3 Gaara. Chapter 25, I Should Shoot. Teeth Through Teeth. Ya and Akamaru began to spin, turning into 2 tornadoes that were spinning at high speed. 2 tornadoes rushed directly towards the Koji. Temari didn't have time to counterattack, so he could only evade the attack of 2 tornadoes hastily. Secret technique summoning insects surge. Countless flying insects flew out in all directions, and the flying insects slowly gathered to form a huge insect tide. The tide of insects directly covered Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Absolute defense. As soon as the worm tide appeared, Kankuro and Temari looked aside and gathered in Gaara's direction. When the two came to Gaara's side, the all-round barrier made up of sand enveloped the three. Gaara in the absolute defense did not completely passively defend, but hid in the defense and launched an attack. Sandstorm Waterfall. The sandstorm surged, and two sand pillars rose into the sky, turning into two huge sand arms. Sand's arms seemed to have eyes, and they grabbed at Hinata and Shino. Back to the days. Seeing Sand's arm coming towards him, Hinata quickly used it to return to the sky again. Secret technique insect tide defense. Countless small flying insects formed a shield in front of Shino, blocking Sand's arm. Hateful. Teeth through teeth. Seeing his teammates in crisis, Inyazuka's teeth gritted his teeth, and Akamaru once again turned into two tornadoes, rushing towards Sand's arm. Boom! The absolute defense dissipated, a new sand arm suddenly appeared, and the two tornadoes of Inyazuka and Akamaru were photographed on the ground with one palm. At the same time, Shino and Hinata were also caught by Gaara's sand arm. It seems that it has reached the limit, I should also make a shot. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu's figure disappeared in the same place. Bang! Bang! After two explosions, Gaara's sand arm suddenly exploded and turned into flying sand. Chinyu's figure appeared behind Hinata, reaching out his arm around her waist. Chinya-jun. Hinata looked at Chinyu, who appeared suddenly, with blush on his face. Seeing Hinata's blushing face, Chinyu couldn't help but kissed her on the cheek. Hinata was stunned, and all that followed was a blush. Even the roots of the ears are completely red. At this time, she was shy and indescribable. Obviously he did not expect that Chinyu would actually do such a thing in the crowd. The flying sand in the sky fell, and everything returned to Qingming. It's you. Kanjiro saw Chinyu at a glance, and immediately gritted his teeth. The giant palm of sand. Gaara is more direct, directly facing Chinyu is a big move. A very large palm of sand gathered together and patted it towards Chinyu. It seems that you resent me very much. Water escape water dragon bomb. Chinyu hugged Hinata, casually using a trick of water escape ninjutsu. The huge water ball rushed straight towards the palm of Gaara's sand, and instantly destroyed the palm of sand. Sand itself is afraid of water, let alone the nature of ninjutsu. I love Luojiancha's giant palm is broken, but also furious. Coupled with the previous conflicts, and Chinyu's actions in the first exam, Gaara's eyes were full of murderousness. Hinata, go and stand next to you first. Releasing Hinata's hand, Chinyu smiled and looked behind Gaara. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, to be more precise, I was looking at the Temari behind Gaara. Shino and Ya also took advantage of the opportunity just now and came behind Chinyu. Seeing that Chinyu broke Gaara's ninjutsu with a single move, the two of them felt quite settled. Gaara, let's go together. Kankuro controls the crow, ready to cooperate with Gaara's attack. Tejua frowned. She felt that Chinyu should not be as simple as mine. But the two people around him now are both his own younger brothers. In addition, she is still a ninja in a village, so she has no choice. After showing the 7-star fan, I came to Gaara's side. Don't hold me back. No matter who it is, Gaara has always been like this. Sand of absolute invasion of sand. In the gourd that Gaara was carrying, yellow sand flew out of the sky. The yellow sand fell to the ground, merged with the soil, and changed into two very huge sand arms. Crow, let's go together too. Under Kanjiro's control, the crow slayed directly towards Chinyu very dexterously. All the organs up and down the body were opened, and the sharp blades covered the whole body. Seeing Gaara and Kankuro's full strength, the expressions of Gaga and Shino changed. Unexpectedly, their strength was so strong. Hehe, it seems that I have to show off a little bit too. Suzuno can be. The eternal kaleidoscope opens instantly. Suzuonangu opened a small part instantly. A huge right arm bone was revealed in front of Chinyu, and the palm of the bone greeted the leading puppet crow. Not good. The moment he saw the skeleton's arm bones, Kankuro's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Chinyu would have such a perverted ninjutsu like Gaara. Boom! With a sound, the crow was squeezed by the right arm bone of Suzuo. Kanjiro looked at the puppet fragments on the spot with grief, blood dripping from his heart. At this time, the two sand arms of Gaara's invasion have also arrived. Bang! The two sand arms smashed into the bone arms, and a huge gust of wind broke out instantly. The violent wind blows violently on both sides. Wind escape sickle ferret. Temari waved a 7-star fan, and a huge gust of wind blew out, and the gust of wind that came to cancel each other out. Chinyu released part of the Suzuonangu, and easily blocked the gust of wind. Little panda, it seems that your strength is still not enough. Chinyu's pupil power strengthened again, and the originally evenly matched bone arm instantly began to crush the sand arm. With a bang, the sand arm was shattered by the bone arm and turned into yellow sand and fell. The bone arm turned into a palm without losing power, and it was a palm slap straight towards Gaara. Scythe Taki. Temari suddenly came in front of Gaara, waving a 7-star fan, and a violent wind patted the palm of the bone. The bone palm was slightly blocked by the storm, breaking through the storm's resistance. The storm broke, Temari turned around and pushed Gaara away, pushing Gaara away. With a loud bang, the bone palm completely covered the Temari. Kankuro looked at all this angrily, but was powerless. He hated himself so much for the first time, hated that his strength would be so weak. Gaara was stimulated by Temari's movements just now. Gaara, who has always been indifferent and merciless, also fluctuates in his heart at this time. That is a feeling that has never been felt before, or this is the so-called affection. Anger and murderous intent began to interweave. And an unprecedented murderous intent began to wreak havoc in Gaara's mind. Chapter 26, Free Thugs. Little panda, don't act rashly. Chinyu watched Gaara jokingly at the murderous intent, and slowly withdrew his bone palm. The bone palms are spread out, and Temari is bound by the bone palms, unable to move. Seeing that Temari was safe, Gaara resisted the urge to do it. Kanjiro glared at Chinyu and said, "Let your hands go." Chinyu looked at him, smiled and said, "Why? You?" Kenjolang pointed at Chinyu, suddenly choked. "Yeah, why? I can't beat him." "Let's talk about it, how can you release people?" Gaara changed his calmness and looked at Chinyu calmly. "Fresh, I like the little panda like this." Chinyu clapped and said, "If you want to redeem her, you can help me collect the Heaven and Earth scrolls." "Gaara, Kankuro, you guys go quickly and ignore me." Although Temari was restrained, it was not that he could not speak. Hearing Chinyu's request, he suddenly screamed. Pop! With a crisp sound, Chinyu's slap had already landed on Tejo's hip. Everyone was taken aback, including Temari himself. "You!" Temari was embarrassed and angry. Being spanked in public, this kind of thing is too shameful, so shame that I am about to faint. "Hey? Not honest yet." Chinyu's slap was raised again. This time Temari is completely honest. "Okay, I promise you, but don't hurt her." Gaara turned around and prepared to leave with Kankuro. "Wait a second too." Gaara and Kanjiro stopped and turned to look at Chinyu coldly. "When you see these people, don't mess around, otherwise." Chinyu threw a scroll to Kanjiro, and threatened his blushing and embarrassed Temari go. Gaara gritted his teeth and left with Kankuro. "From now on, you will be my captive. I treat captives preferentially, but if you want to run away or mess around, Be careful that I slap my hands." Listening to Chinyu's words about tiger and wolf, Teja was silent. With a pop, Chinyu slapped again. "The captive can't help but respond to me." Chinyu was secretly refreshed. I know." Temari whispered in shame. Obviously, he was also afraid that Chinyu's slap would hit her again. "Chinyu, you are really good." Ya brought Chi-wan to Chinyu's side, and gave Chinyu a thumbs up. "Thank you." Shino nodded faintly in thanks. As for Hinata, he is now in a state of shyness. "I wanted to get close to Chinyu in my heart, but shyly didn't dare to get close, so he could only stand with his head down on the spot." "Let's go, there are still a few days left, take advantage of these few days to relax." Chinyu put his hand on his left shoulder, came to Hinata, and took her hand. "We won't bother you on dating, you guys have fun." He smiled, and left with Akamaru and Shino. Hinata froze when Ya talked about dating. Looking up at Chinyu with a smile on his face, Hinata lowered his head again shyly. "In this way, let Chinyu go holding hands." Temari buried his head deeply, lying motionless on Chinyu's shoulder. Somewhere in the dead forest. Who is this person, and why is he so strong? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all painted and panted. "Sasuke, it's nice to meet you, but I have always wanted to call you." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Oshimaru looked at Sasuke with his pupils erect, eyes full of longing. That is the longing for Sasuke's body, but also the longing for Sasuke Sharingan. The desire is deep in the eyes, Chiguakuo. "Who are you?" Sasuke stared at Oshimaru, frowning and asked. Sasuke had no impression of the person in front of him. "Me." Dashiwan licked the corner of his mouth. "My name is Dashuan." Orochimaru. Sasuke is even more puzzled, who is Oshimaru? For this person, why didn't he have the slightest impression? It's no wonder that Sasuke didn't know him. To say that the new generation, they shouldn't know this name. After all, Dashimaru belongs to the era of the fourth generation of Hokage. "Sasuke, do you want to become stronger?" Oshimaru saw the doubt in Sasuke's eyes, but did not explain it. Looking at Sasuke as fiercely as before. "What do you want to do?" Sasuke frowned, what the hell did this man mean? Appeared inexplicably, and then inexplicably said that it became stronger. "I won't agree with what you want to do to Sasuke." Naruto stopped in front of Sasuke and stared at Oshimaru. His eyes are full of firmness, as well as the bondage to his partner. Naruto. Seeing Naruto's firm eyes, Sakura couldn't help clenching her fists. After taking a look at Sasuke, he also looked at Oshimaru. Obviously he agrees with what Naruto said just now. It's just that she doesn't have the firm belief and courage like Naruto. "I just want you to know that if you need to become stronger and need strength, then you can come to me, I can make you stronger than ever." Dashimaru is very confident. He has sufficient confidence in the curse seal he has studied. Seeing Oshimaru's confident look, Sasuke was puzzled. Is what this person said is true? Could he really make himself stronger? The seeds of hatred in his heart suddenly took root, and Sasuke actually wanted to try. "I know you won't believe it, but I will make you believe it." Shul King Snake Hand. Oshimaru turned into dozens of white snakes in his left hand, and the white snake spit out a snake letter and flew towards the three Naruto. The three only had time to kill a white snake each, and they were entangled and bound by the remaining white snakes. As soon as Osamu's figure moved, he came to Sasuke's front. Laugh. The white snake on Naruto and Sakura opened their mouths and bit down on them. Plop. Plop. Naruto and Sakura fainted to the ground in succession. "Let me first let you experience how powerful it is." Oshimaru seals in front of Sasuke, and his left arm turns into a big white snake again. The big snake opened its mouth and bit down towards Sasuke's neck. The black curse seal was injected into Sasuke's body through the big snake. Sasuke's consciousness appeared confused, and his eyes were covered with black. What? Sasuke's body was wrapped with a curse seal, and the blessing of the curse seal made Sasuke's power a lot stronger. With a bang, the white snake entwined with Sasuke was broken by him. Well, this force is much stronger than you were before. Oshimaru licked the corner of his mouth, admiring Sasuke's current appearance with satisfaction. Sasuke can't speak in pain because of the curse seal invading his body. After breaking free from the shackles of the white snake, he half kneeled on the ground and panted. Finally, because he couldn't bear the pain, the whole person fainted. This thing can also be called strong. A disdainful voice sounded behind Dashimaru. Chapter 27, Cold Kun Orochimaru. Dashiwan turned around and looked at Jinyu, who was disdainful, holding Hinata and holding his hands. There was a look of doubt among the erect pupils. You were talking just now. Dashiwan looked at Jinyu in front of him with interest. Obviously, he didn't care about what Jinyu just said. He always looked at the facts, because the facts would give them a slap in the face. Well, it's Xiao. Jinyu nodded and put down the temari that was resisting on his shoulders. Temari lowered his head and stood silently aside, not daring to speak. Oshimaru, why are you free to come to Konoha today? Is it because there is no plan? Jinyu called out the name of Dashyuan as soon as he opened his mouth, making Dashyuan curious. Do you know me? Dashiwan licked the corner of his mouth. Do you know that you are strange? Jinyu replied silently. He didn't expect Dashiwan to be so narcissistic. You are Lengjun Oshimaru, one of Konoha Sunin. Temari, who had his head down, had already raised his head when he heard the name Oshimaru. Now seeing Dashimaru confessing his identity, the whole person is stunned. The boss with an open mouth is enough to lay an egg. Oh, you junior knows me too. Look at your forehead protection, it's from Sand Ninja Village. Oshimaru looked at Temari with interest. Obviously he didn't expect that the people in Sand Ninja Village would know himself. Hinata listened silently, and did not speak. But he also looked at Dashyuan, with all doubts in his eyes. Konoha Sunin, so to speak, is Konoha's ninja. Why have I never heard his name? If you don't run yet, Konoha knows you are coming, but he won't let you go. Boy, it seems you know a lot. But I want to go, Konoha is afraid I won't be able to keep me. You are so confident. Jinyu grinned. I am immortal. Isn't it just relying on the curse seal to reincarnate continuously? Although the method is a bit disgusting, it is really the truth. Jinyu also felt a little sick when thinking of Dashiwan's reincarnation method. It seems you know a lot, I want to take you away. Dashiwan licked the corner of her mouth, leaning forward slightly, ready to do it. Then it depends on your ability. Jinyu was fearless. Now to be arrogant, there are only a handful of ninjas who can match him. Jinyu, hurry up and send out the rescue, Dashyuan is stronger than Shangren. Fight him, you have no chance of winning. Temari, who knew the origin of Dashyuan, explained to Jinyu. I don't know why, she didn't want this hateful man in front of her to die. Jin Yajun. Hinata squeezed his fists nervously. Obviously he didn't expect the strength of Dashiwan to be so strong. Will Jinyu be in danger in the face of an enemy of this kind of strength? No chance. Jinyu turned to look at Teju. Isn't it just a snake, where does it come from? Jinyu turned his head, the writing wheel in his eyes began to bloom. Uchiha's people? No wonder you have such courage. Shul King Snake Hand. With a flick of Dashiwan's hands, dozens of white snakes rushed towards Jinyu. Instant kill. The eye of the writing wheel turned into the shape of a four-cornered windmill. The white snake that had been running in the air suddenly broke off into several pieces and fell to the ground. This is the left eye ability of the kaleidoscope, which can displace the space and form a space killing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. and it was done in an instant. It can be said that killing is invisible. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes? Unexpectedly, your eyes are already so strong. You won't only have this strength, then I will be disappointed. Seeing the surprised Yuan, Qin Yu smiled evilly. The array of 10,000 snakes. Yuan's mouth opened, his throat rolled, and countless white snakes sprang out of his mouth. Seeing this ninjutsu trick, Temari and Hinata's face suddenly turned pale, and they were obviously disgusted. Instant kill. Bang! The white snake kept rushing out, and at the same time it was constantly being divided and dropped. For a while, the ground was full of snake corpses. So that's it, an instant kill formed by space chaos. Yuan stopped the release of ninjutsu and looked at Qin Yu with interest. Through just now, Yuan had already seen through Qin Yu's ninjutsu. That is a kind of space-time ninjutsu. This kind of ninjutsu is powerful and uncertain. Qin Yu was not surprised that Qin Yu could see the principle of ninjutsu so quickly with Yuan's knowledge and experience. After all, Ashimaru is very obsessed with ninjutsu, and the pursuit of ninjutsu is not a general fanaticism. If that's the case, then you can see how this trick is. Psychic art. Yuan bit his finger and patted the ground with his palm. With a bang, a huge snake appeared out of thin air. Yuan stood on top of the giant snake, looking at Qin Yu. 10,000 snakes, come on! As soon as one snake uttered a snake's letter, opened its huge mouth, he bit down towards Qin Yu. However, when it was about to bite down, it found that it couldn't bite. The 10,000 snakes who gave up the bite, raised the snake head again. How can it be so hard? I was about to complain about Yuan, but suddenly I realized that something was wrong with the person in front of me. A huge half-length skeleton body suddenly wrapped Qin Yu. The skeleton body has only bones, no head, limbs, or lower body. What is this stuff? The serpent looked at the skeleton body in front of him curiously. It wanted to know what this was. Susanoo. I didn't expect you to be able to use Susanoo. Yuan, who had always been calm, was also shocked at this time. He didn't expect Qin Yu to be able to use Suzuonangu. When he saw this trick before, it was not too long ago. At that time, it was Uchiha Itaki. Compared to Itaka's Suzuoneng, Qin Yu's current Suzuoneng was much weaker. As expected of Dashimaru, there is so much to know. Qin Yu's kaleidoscope at this time had become an eternal kaleidoscope, and the black six-pointed star replaced the four-cornered windmill. It seems that things are a little different. Dashimaru smiled, turned his head and looked in a direction next to him. It seems that they are coming soon too. With a bang, the psychic technique was lifted by the Ashimaru. See you next time. After Yuan finished speaking, the whole person exploded and turned into white snakes and fled away. Qin Yu put away the eternal kaleidoscope, and Suzonangu also dispersed. Don't wait for the next time, I will meet again later, Dashimaru. Qin Yu said self-consciously, turning around and came to the front of Hinata and Temari. Qin Yujun, the ninjutsu just now. Hinata was obviously shocked by Qin Yu's Suzonangu. Obviously he did not expect Qin Yu's strength to be so strong. Even Temari, who has always been calm, is no exception, with a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 28, Konoha Rebellion. Don't look at me like this, be careful you will fall in love with me. Qin Yu's right hand fingers crossed his chin and looked at her with a smile. Temari's cheeks blushed, and he turned his head with a hum. Let's go. Qin Yu turned around to leave. Then they. Hinata was obviously relieved of the three Naruto people on the ground. Konoha's ninjas are coming soon too, don't worry about them. Qin Yu took Hinata and left with Temari. When the three people left, Konoha's ninja arrived. They are, Matere Adzuki Beans, Heiji Kakashi, Marino Ibis. It looks like a trace of 10,000 snakes. Mitere Atsuki Bean saw an obvious crushing mark on the ground, and guessed who it was just now. It seems that Dashimaru really slipped into the village. Kakashi looked around for a while, but I didn't find a trace of Ashimaru, and said, "It should be left. Take these 3 people home first." Marino Ibiki hugged Naruto, Kakashi took Sasuke, Mitere Azuki took Sakura, and the 3 left. As for Chinyu, he took Hinata and Temari and walked slowly. "Don't worry at all, Gaara is busy anyway." On this road, Chinyu either teased Hinata, or took the opportunity to educate his opponents with various eyesight. Of course, this kind of education is not ordinary education, it is the spanking education that Chinyu is best at. However, what is strange is that after Chinyu was treated so specially, Tejo had a good impression on him. I don't know if this is Chinyu's plan, or if the Temari people have changed. In this way, the 3 began to feel life in harmony. As for saying that there will be no other ninjas on the road, none of them have been encountered. As for the reason, Chinyu is to be blamed. Chinyu only told Gaara and Kinkuro to change Tejo with scrolls, but didn't say how much. This caused the 2 people to be crazy, and when they saw a ninja squad, they went up to grab the scroll. Fearing that the number of scrolls was not enough, Chinyu refused to release Temari, and the 2 of them tried their best to grab the scrolls. Except for the people who Chinyu specifically pointed out, almost all of them were bad guys. Of course, Chinyu didn't know this at present. In a blink of an eye, it was the 5th day. At the end of the Death Forest, there is an open plain, and there is an attic on the plain. As soon as Chinyu walked through the Death Forest, he saw Kanjuro and Gaara with bloodshot eyes and messy bodies. Chinyu was taken aback by the 2 of them. What was going on? How did it become like this? Temari was also taken aback by these 2 men. Release. Gaara threw all the collected Heaven and Earth scrolls to Chinyu. In addition to a copy of his team, Kanjuro also threw all the other scrolls to Chinyu. It's a fruitful harvest, it's really hard work. Chinyu received the scroll happily, and pulled the Temari beside him. "No, this is your reward." Kankuro hurried forward and pulled his hand over. For fear of being caught by Chinyu again and threatening them. When Temari was pulled away by Kanjuro, he also glanced at Chinyu. And Hinata was also pulled away by Toa and Shina, who was waiting. The good name is that it is not a small team, it will be an opponent later. You can't surrender to the enemy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, and just like that, the second exam is over. After the exam, there were still 20 players who passed. Because the number of players was too large. The 3rd game directly opened the method of fighting elimination. The remaining 20 players will fight one-on-one. The winner continues to fight, the loser exits directly, and the ultimate winner is the champion. And when the challenge is about to begin, the pharmacist pocket in the player is also as written in the original book. I was afraid that I could not control my own power and thus exposed my identity, so I chose to take the initiative to withdraw. After all, he had a plan to come to Konoha, not really to take the Zongnin exam. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were also awake. Because of Chinyu, by the way, these 3 people also directly advanced to participate in the challenge. The game went on normally, and Chinyu easily entered the top 10. What surprised Chinyu was that Naruto had also entered the top 10, which is a bit unimaginable. And the first battle of the top 10, Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara Sand Waterfall. Chinyu was originally interested in seeing how Sasuke was beaten by society. As a result, the Dashi Pills plan began before it was severely beaten. With a loud bang, the huge psychic beast suddenly penetrated the wall of the competition venue. Fighting began to appear in various places in Konoha, and psychic beasts appeared one after another in 2 other places. All psychic beasts are the same, and begin to destroy as soon as they appear. Hate, you go to evacuate the crowd and rescue the injured ninja. I will lead this psychic beast away first. Kakashi's figure flashed, and he had already arrived in front of the psychic beast giant centipede. Lei Dunchidori. With the help of the writing wheel opening, the thunder and lightning covered the right hand, and it smashed down at the giant centipede of the psychic beast. Clang! The carapace on the giant centipede is extremely hard. Kakashi's thunder dungeons cannot break open, and can only cause some slight damage to him. Even so, it also angered the giant centipede. Roar! The giant centipede roared for a while, and the centipede was like a sharp sword with steel needles, and it was grabbing and cutting towards Kakashi. With the help of the writing wheel, Kakashi easily escaped the attack of the giant centipede. Gradually, the giant centipede was also taken away. Chinyu looked at the shattered surroundings, smiled bitterly, and disappeared on the spot. When it reappeared, the gate of the Hokage family had already appeared. As soon as Chinyu appeared, a gust of wind blew towards him. It turned out that Wan Snake was fighting with a big toad, and this wave of air was caused by the fighting between these two giants. At the gate of the Hokage family, in addition to the family members of the Hokage family, there is also a man with long white hair standing. Who are you? Seeing Chinyu who suddenly appeared, Gillette also cautiously surrounded him. Since you are back, you don't need me here. Chinyu's figure instantly disappeared in front of Zi Lai Yat. When he appeared again, he had already come to another part of Konoha. What appeared here was a psychic beast wind falcon, and no one could stop this wind falcon. Chinyu looked at the Konoha ninja who could only passively defend himself, and stepped forward. Come back, it's dangerous ahead. One of the ninjas suddenly became anxious when he saw Chinyu step forward. In his opinion, this wind falcon was not something Chinyu could deal with. However, the facts stunned him. Wind escape, a big breakthrough. Chinyu first used the wind to show against the ground, and with the help of the thrust of the wind, he jumped into the air in an instant. Super Big Jade Spiral Pill. Chapter 29, Reincarnation of Dirty Soil. A big jade spiral pill the same size as the wind falcon appeared in Chinyu's hand. Chinyu grabbed the big jade spiral pill and directly hit the wind falcon in the air. The wind falcon sounded a loud neigh, and then it was completely enveloped by Chinyu's super big jade helix pill. This scene, although far away, was still seen by Ji Lai from far away. After all, it was in the air, and it was still such a big spiral pill. Who the hell is this? Gillette also looked at the giant spiral pill in the sky with shock in his eyes. Ji Lai was shocked by nothing else, but this spiral pill. Helix Maru was researched by his apprentice Bo Feng Shuman, but he died before he became alive. As far as the ninja world is concerned, he knows this ninjutsu. However, what I didn't expect was that this person could also use the spiral pill. And it's still such a powerful spiral pill. Who is this person? Jileia's heart was full of doubts. After being hit by Chinyu's big jade spiral pill, Feng Falcon was bombarded with dross by the high-speed rotating spiral pill. Only feathers falling from the sky and fleshy pieces of blood falling from the sky are left. After the psychic beast Wind Falcon was bombarded into dregs by Chinyu with the super big jade spiral pill, the person disappeared in mid-air. Who was that just now? Do you know each other? Who knows him? After Chinyu disappeared, the ninjas below began to ask each other about Chinyu's origin. After asking each other, some people thought of Chinyu's identity. I remember he seems to be a newcomer taking the Zongnin exam this year, Uchiha Chinyu. Yes, I have seen him. Needless to say, after that, it was a tribute to the deeds. And Zilla also took advantage of this gap just now to learn about Chinyu's identity from the Hokage family. However, the more he understood, the more curious he became. The top of the Naruto Tower. Teacher, long time no see. Dashimaru coldly looked at the 3 generations of Naruto Tobihiro in front of him. Did you come back to Konoha this time to ruin him? Sarutobi Hizen wore a samurai armor and frowned. Although Oshimaru was his disciple, Sarutobi Hizen still didn't understand him. Teacher, Konoha is over. I have summoned psychic beasts around Konoha for destruction, and no one can stop the destruction of psychic beasts. Doshimaru sneered, as if his strategy had succeeded. You! Sarutobi Hizen was furious, and he didn't expect this to happen. The person in front of him is his own disciple. It is the Konoha ninja who should do to protect the village instead of destroying it. Are you really going to do this, Ashimaru? Murderous intent appeared in Sarutobi's eyes. As a disciple of the second generation of Naruto Sense Homa, as the third generation of Naruto at the same time, he did not allow Konoha to be hurt, and he did not allow Konoha to have problems. Even if this person is his own disciple, it is equally impossible. Teacher, I have already done this. In order to entertain you, I brought enough sincerity and opportunity. Psychic art. Dashiwan bit her finger and slapped her palm to the ground suddenly. With a bang, 3 erected white coffins appeared out of thin air. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. On each pair of white coffins, there is also a yellow seal talisman affixed to it. Looking at these 3 coffins, Sarutobi Risen felt a little uneasy in his heart. It seems that there is something amazing in these 3 coffins. Teacher, I have worked hard to get this, just to surprise you. Dashiwan looked at the 3 coffins feverishly, as if there were something wonderful inside. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Ashimaru, his brows frowned tighter. The anxiety in my heart became more and more obvious. What is this? Sarutobi Hizen finally couldn't help but ask. Dashiwan stroked the coffin and said softly, this is the supreme pursuit of Shu. Dashimaru suddenly turned his head, and stared at Sarutobi Hizaki closely. Do you believe that the dead can survive? When Sarutobi heard this, his pupils suddenly tightened. What do you mean? There was an answer faintly in his heart, but Sarutobi Hizaki refused to believe it. I know you should have the answer in your heart, if so, then I will open this coffin and show it to you. Ashimaru flew with both hands and completed a very complicated handprint in an instant. Reincarnated from the dirty soil. The seal fell and nothing happened. However, Sarutobi Risen was directly shocked by the seal just now. You actually used the dirty earth to reincarnate, then inside. The crisis was controlled in Sarutobi's heart, and his entire mind was filled with anger. Boom! The 2 white coffins began to tremble, and the coffin lid slid slightly along with the tremor. With a grunt, Sarutobi Richen swallowed nervously and stared at the coffin closely. With a boom, the coffin cover suddenly flew out. The lid of the coffin flew away, revealing 2 figures inside the coffin. Sarutobi Hizen was completely stunned. Wearing a red samurai costume and embroidered with the Senju clan's logo, the first generation of Hokage, Senjuzuma. The second generation Hokage in a black tight-fitting combat uniform with silver hair and red eyes, 3 red marks on his cheeks, Senshou Kenma. Sarutobi Hizen was finally moved. Ashimaru, how do you do such a thing? Sarutobi Hizen pointed at Ashimaru angrily. The anger in his heart was already angered to the extreme. Teacher, don't worry, the good show will start now. Boom! In the coffin, Qian Shaozuma and Qian Shaojian suddenly opened their eyes, and a huge wave of air suddenly stirred. The coffin couldn't withstand the turbulent force, and it exploded to pieces with a bang. Where is this? Sen Shaozuma looked around curiously, puzzled. Brother fool, this is Konoha. Thousands of hands saw Hokage Rock and the 3-generation Naruto Toba Hizen at once. Monkey, you called us from the Pure Land. Qian Shaojian's eyes were full of doubts. How could Sarutobi Hizen suddenly use a forbidden technique to summon us? Excuse me, I'm sorry to disturb you. Ashimaru's voice rang in a timely manner, attracting the eyes of Senjuzuzuma and Senjubima. 2 Konoha's first and second generation Hokage, I brought them back to life. Dashimaru watched his results fiercely and was very excited. You resurrected us. Qian Shao frowned. What's going on, monkey? Qian Shaojian turned his head to look at Sarutobi Risky, obviously he wants to know the whole story now. Even Senjojima is the same. However, he was not like Senshou Kenma, but curiously wanted to know Konoha's current situation. Chapter 30, The Battle Between Naruto. Let me explain to both of you. Oshimaru looked at Chien Shaojianma and said, I want to destroy Konoha, so I can use the dirty soil to reincarnate to summon the two from the Pure Land to help me. Nani? Chien Shaojianjian looked shocked. Nani? Even Senjozuzuma, who had no interest at all, was shocked. What kind of situation is this? Is it necessary to experience such a great thing after living? Monkey, is what he said true? Qinshaojian didn't believe it, and looked at Sarutobi Hizen closely. Sorry teacher, I will never let his conspiracy succeed. Sarutobi Hizen was speechless, but the anger in his heart never weakened. You. Thousands of hands pointed at Sarutobi Hizen. I told you before, don't study these forbidden techniques, you just won't listen, it's all right now. Senshaozuma sighed helplessly. How would I know that my forbidden technique would be obtained by such a person? Chien Shaojianjian was also impatient, and forcibly denied his mistake. However, it is not impossible to save it now. With a swish, Chien Shaojiao had already held Qiwusting towards Dashuan. As for the forbidden technique he had studied, he knew very well what weaknesses there were. And the weakness of this filthy reincarnation is the operator. As long as the caster dies, the reincarnation of the filthy soil will be lifted. When Qinshaojian's Kumo was about to stab the Oshimaru, he suddenly stopped. Damn it! Qinshaojian frowned. Master Hokage, since I can perform this forbidden technique, then I naturally also know the weakness of this forbidden technique. Do you think I will be defenseless? As soon as the Oshimaru's thoughts moved, the body of Chien Shaojianma and the body of Chien Shaozuma began to be out of control. The two turned to Sarutobi Hizen, ready to attack. Sarutobi Hitashi's whole body was stretched. The two people in front of them are extremely powerful, can they cope with them? Monkey, do your best, we have been controlled by that guy, be careful. Although Chien Shaojianma controlled his body, he was not controlled to speak. Psychic art. Sarutobi slashed the ground, and the psychic produced a strong monkey. Ape demon, prepare to fight. As soon as the monkey demon appeared, he saw the first and second generations, and his whole person was stretched. Obviously he did not expect that his upcoming opponent would be these two people. With a bang, the monkey demonized into a thick stick. Sarutobi Hitachi squeezed the stick and started to attack first. Senjozuma and Senjozuma also slashed towards Sarutobi. On the other hand, the old god was watching and admiring the battle in front of him. Sarutobi Risen brandished the Suruma, and the volley hit it with a stick. There was no one in 1,000 hands, and he held up the club. At this moment, Kishaozuma had already waved his fist and moved towards the head of Sarutobi Hirakai. Sarutobi Hitachi twisted his body and forced Tsurumo to run across. With a bang, the fist between Qinshaozu hit the stick of Saru Demon's transformation. With this strength, Sarutobi Risen took the opportunity to fly back. Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Fire Art. Sarutobi Risen spouted fireballs continuously, and the fireballs formed into an impatience flower, and flew toward the pillars and the door. The impatience formed by the hot fireball exudes amazing destructive power. Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb. With a wave of 1,000 hands, the huge water dragon appeared out of thin air and slammed into the phoenix fire. Water can overcome fire, coupled with the title of the god of water escape in thousands of hands, his water escape is not so powerful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The water dragon instantly wiped out the phoenix fire of Sarutobi Risen, and then rushed towards Sarutobi Risen. Tudun Tuliabai. The ground rolled, and a thick soil wall rose up, cutting Sarutobi high to protect his back. Mudun Bondage. Bang! A series of wooden sticks sprang out from under the ground, and went towards Sarutobi Hitazen. Bang! Sarutobi Risen had no time to evade, so he could only greet the Sarutobi with a waving. The sawdust fluttered, and Sarutobi Rizanmu escaped from the encirclement with the Saru demon. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Sarutobi Hizen. That was the second generation of Hokage Thousands of Hands, and this suddenly appeared, apparently using the Flying Thunder God just now. With the sound of hung, Sarutobi Rizan's ape demon blocked the Kunao in Thousands of Hands. However, a wooden fist behind him has already arrived. With a bang, Sarutobi Risen was hit hard in the back by the wooden fist. Sarutobi Risen was drawn into the air. Thousands of Hands once again used Flying Thunder God, and he had already come to Sarutobi Risen. With a puff, the Kunao in the thousand-handed hand stabbed Sarutobi Risen. It just so happened that Sarutobi Hitachi had time to react, and only the shoulder was stabbed. With the help of the opportunity and strength of being stabbed in the door, Sarutobi Riska fell to the ground very quickly. Shadow Clone Technique. After landing, he is the shadow clone in a hurry. The Sarutobi automatically hovered behind Sarutobi Rishin, and the 5 Sarutobi Rishin appeared like 2 Hokage. Fire Escape Ha Long Huo. Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb. Wind Escape Air Strangulation. Lei Dun Go. Earth Dun Earth Dragon. 5 Shadow Avatars, each representing a kind of ninjutsu. 5 types of ninjutsu emanated from the 5 people, rushing toward Senjujitsuma and Senjutsuma with great momentum. Mu Dun Wooden Ingot Wall. A row of wooden pillars bends from the ground to protect themselves in front of Senjuzuzu and Fujian. Bang! Explosions sounded one after another, and Mu Dun defense was being bombarded by 5 types of ninjutsu. But he stubbornly resisted heavy attacks. When the impact of the explosion stopped, Mu Dun's defenses turned into debris and fell. Monkey, it seems that you have grown a lot over the years. With a move of Thousands of Hands, Fei Lei Shen came to the side of Sarutobi Hizen. While encouraging, he did not stop the attack. The sun slash is useless, it can't reach the teacher's height, and there is no way to collect Konoha. Sarutobi Hizen was very ashamed. After all, he hadn't kept Konoha well. Konoha's future, you can't be alone. You don't have to blame yourself so much. With a move between the pillars, the killer Sarutobi Rizuan scurried with his head. Sun slash, be careful. Lei Dun Rotary Cut Kill. The thunder and lightning envelopes Kunao and transforms into a high-speed rotating thunder and lightning dart. Thousands of Hands pinched the thunder and lightning dart, and threw it toward the sun. With a puff, the thunder dart came to the side of Sarutobi Risen at a fast speed, and instantly cut off his left arm. The left arm was chopped off, and Sarutobi Hitachi's body lost its balance. Another Mudun ninjutsu between the Senjujutsu blasted up and hit Sarutobi's chest. Pouch! Sarutobi Hizen spit out a mouthful of blood in the air. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, reaching out and grabbing Sarutobi Hizen. Chapter 31, I'll walk a few laps with you. Seeing the sudden appearance of Qin Yu, Yuan, Thousand Hand Sujian, including Sarutobi Rizan were all stunned. How will you be here? Sarutobi Rizan became anxious, it was too dangerous here. Now he finally has the compassion and care of being Hokage. The discrimination against different races has been lost. Who are you? Qian Shaojian was very curious about Qin Yu, who suddenly appeared to rescue Sarutobi Rishang. Meet Ashimaru again. Qin Yu skipped Qian Shaojian and Sarutobi Rizan, and greeted the faraway Yuan. See you again, what does this mean? Have they met before, and can they still know each other? Qian Shao looked at Qin Yu suspiciously, suspecting that he and Yuan were in the same group. Don't worry, I don't dare to rescue you without 2 brushes. Qin Yu smiled and looked at the original Hokage Kai's Homa and the second Hokage Kai's Homa. Next, let me walk a few laps with you. Qin Yu put Sarutobi Rizan aside, and faced Qian Shaozujian and Qianshu Shujian by himself. Interesting, so funny. Oshimaru watched the battle that was about to begin with interest. Chin-yu, you go quickly, the strength of the two adults is not something you can fight against. Sarutobi Rizan wanted to get up to stop Chin-yu, but was pulled by the beast-shaped monster. This kid is not easy. With the sound of yet, General Sarutobi-san looked at Chin-yu suspiciously. Seeing how confident he is now, I don't think he seems to be joking. Boy, who are you? Qin Shaojian frowned. He didn't know whether this person who appeared suddenly was an enemy or a friend. I think he is my own. Senjujima smiled and patted Senjima's shoulder. Two adults, he is from Konoha. Knowing that the two Hokage had doubts, Sarutobi Rizan proved his identity for Chin-yu. In that case, I can rest assured. Qin Shaojian's frowning brow stretched out. Boy, you have to be careful. Sen Shaozujian clenched his fists, ready to do it. Oshimaru, can't be used here, why don't we change the place? Chin-yu didn't do anything. Instead, he discussed with Dashyuan who was far away to watch the show. Oh. It's funny, what a funny kid. Dashyuan hooked his mouth and said with a smile, as long as you have a way, I don't care. Then everyone, please look forward to it. The imprints of Chin-yu's hands fluttered, forming a series of dazzling handprints. Flying Thunder God Space Jump. The spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, and everyone present disappeared out of thin air. Endyan Valley. The people who disappeared from the top of the Hokage Tower appeared out of thin air. This is a large-scale space-time ninjutsu. Qin Shaojian looked at the completely different scenes around him in shock. Even Senjujizuma was very surprised. But the most surprising one is the two of Naruto Sarutobi and Oshimaru. The two of them didn't expect Chin-yu to have this ability. Okay, we can also start. Chin-yu looked around and felt quite satisfied. In that case, we are not welcome. Leaving Konoha, the pillars were obviously not so worried. In the village just now, even though they were controlled by Dashyuan, the two of them still separated their minds and resisted. This did not release large-scale ninjutsu, causing damage to Konoha. But it's different now, it's not Konoha here. There is no need to resist at all. You can let it go, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Suzuno can be. Chin-yu made a big move in an instant, and it was still a super big move. A huge human-shaped skeleton torso wrapped Chin-yu. The torso gradually rose, and the limbs and head of the skeleton began to evolve. When the evolution of the skeleton is completed, a giant Susanoo with a height of 100 meters is completed. It turns out that there is such a whole card, no wonder it is so confident. Qin Shaozu sighed with emotion for Chin-yu's Suzonengu. Brother fool, don't hurry up and wait to be abused. Seeing Chin-yu's Suzonengu, Qin Shaojian felt that he was going to be cold. The difference in body shape is so big, and I have to play with a hammer. This is Chin-yu's strength. Sarutobi Rizan had already been stunned. He didn't expect Chin-yu's strength to be such a coincidence. Looking at this posture, it is estimated that the two Naruto have no problem at all. As for Dashyuan, it was also a little shaken in my heart. It turned out that this kid had reservations before, but it has only been revealed now. With a pop, there was a horse step between the Qinshaozu, palms folded together. Mu done really thousands of hands, on top of the Buddha. Rumble. The ground began to vibrate violently, and countless pieces of wood broke through the ground. The wood entangled with each other and turned into a 1,000-handed Buddha nearly 80 meters high. With a click, Qian Shaozuma stood on the head of the Buddha. Bring it on! Rumble. The wooden bergamot lifted one after another, and slammed their palms towards the Suzuonengu in front of them. Suzuonohu clenched his bone palm into a fist, and fought back toward the sky full of wooden palms. There were successive sonic booms, and waves of air swept all around. So strong. Thousands of hands couldn't intervene, so he could only hide and watch the battle between the two. With the exception of Uchiha Madara, it was the first time I saw someone else could do this kind of fighting style. Suzuo strengthened. Seeing that Suzuo Nenho's bones began to crack, Chinyu increased his pupil power. On the bones, flesh and blood began to grow. In the blink of an eye, the original skeleton became a flesh and blood giant. The power of the giant is twice as powerful as before. Damn, this guy is hiding it. Qian Shao looked at Chinyu and shook his head. Pure close combat, although Chinyu's Suzuo can almost become a giant. But it was also scarred by the blast of the great Buddha between the thousand hands pillars. The giant Buddha between the thousand hand pillars was also torn apart by Chinyu's giant Suzuo. Both looked very embarrassed. Haha. Qian Shaozuma laughed loudly and said, "Your strength is good, but my strength is limited. I can only play 4/10 of my peak strength. Otherwise, your Suzuo would have been blown by me." Sen Shaozuma is very confident in his own strength. However, he is now a puppet body that has been resurrected and reincarnated, and the strength of the summoned person is not good, and the strength that can be used is effective. I felt regretful for a while. The first generation of Hokage, do you think that as long as you return to the peak period, you will be able to secure the victory? Chinyu smiled and looked at the Qian Shao Zujian, and slowly dissipated. With a click, he gently stood on the ground. Although I don't want to say that, but I can only say, yes. Senjuzuma is very determined. After all, the ninja god is not for nothing. Since you are so confident, then I should show some real skills. Chinyu looked up and smiled at Qian Shao Zujian. Chapter 32, Really thousands of hands, on top of the Buddha. Then you are optimistic. Chinyu arched his legs left and right, and his figure was straight. Seeing Chinyu's posture so familiar, the pupils between Qian Shao Zujian and Qian Shaojian suddenly shrank. Why is this so familiar? It's clearly Mu done really thousands of hands, on top of the Buddha. With a pop, Chinyu folded his palms together. Rumbling. The ground began to vibrate again, not only with greater amplitude, but also with a greater area of vibration. This kid. Da Shiwan's vertical pupils suddenly tightened, and he was obviously shocked by Chinyu. It was the first time that Da Shimaru saw such a god-defying imp. Even Uchiha Shisui, who was once called a genius, was not as good as Chinyu. Wouldn't escape. Sarutobi Rizan was already shocked and speechless, just staring at Chinyu in a daze. It's really Big Brother's Mudun ninjutsu, thousands of hands, top the Buddha. Believe it or not, the facts are here. Qian Shaojian could only look at Chinyu in shock, watching his Mudan ninjutsu slowly take shape. Unexpectedly, you would escape. The pillars did not move, but looked at Chinyu quietly. He wanted to know what kind of strength Chinyu's Mudun could achieve. The wood entangles and shuttles, forming a wooden Buddha in an instant. The Buddha is nearly 100 meters high, and there are thousands of wooden palms behind him. Chinyu stood on the head of the giant wooden Buddha, looking down at all sentient beings. Looking at the 200-meter-high wooden Buddha, Qian Shao Zujian couldn't help being shocked. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. It seems that you are in Konoha, I can rest assured. While talking, Sen Shaozuma laughed in relief. Chinyu looked helpless, and said, "We still can't fight. Anyway, Konoha, the first generation of Hokage, hurry up and find a place with me." Qian Shao Zujian's face twitched slightly, extremely embarrassed. "Hey, I really can't fight." "Then come on." The wooden giant Buddha between the columns rushed towards Chinyu, and Chinyu's wooden giant Buddha also rushed towards the columns. Rumbling. The palms of the big and small Buddhas began to blast each other, and the waves of air billowed and the sonic boom continued. Wooden palms of different sizes blasted against each other, and countless sawdust began to fly. Most of these sawdust come from the wooden Buddha between the pillars. Obviously, in the collision of moves, the Mu-dun between the pillars could not beat Chinyu's Mu-dun. This is not only because of the disparity in body shape, but also the actual disparity. Boom! With a roar, the wooden giant Buddha between the 1,000-hand pillars was blasted to pieces. The Qian Shaozujian was also blasted into debris by Chinyu's palm of the wooden Buddha. Big brother! Qian Shaojian frowned, slightly nervous. Unexpectedly, Konoha will have such a variable as you. It seems that this plan has failed. Da Shiwan looked at Chinyu with fear in his eyes. I'm all right. The Senchaozuma, which had been blasted to pieces, came back to life again as the pieces slowly gathered. Chinyu, right, good boy, you are strong enough to hold Konoha up. Senchaozuma didn't feel differently because of the failure just now, but renewed his joy. Happy that Konoha has such a powerful ninja in charge. Come on, I am inspired to become a salted fish. Chinyu drew his ears. Salted fish. Sarutobi Rizan glanced at the monkey demon beside him. Salted fish? What does this mean? Senjuzujian couldn't figure out the meaning of salted fish, so he asked. Salted fish, I just don't have a dream, I don't want to do anything, I just want to eat and wait to die. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, Chinyu also explained it in a modest manner. After listening to Qian Shaozu, Haha burst into laughter. Qian Shao Kenma and Sarutobi Hizen are full of black lines, who are these people? Unexpectedly, you and I have the same idea. I used to want to be a salted fish, but I didn't take it. Senchaozuma was a little bit emotional, thinking of the time before. Chinyu, the matter is not over yet, don't be too happy too soon. Oshimaru sneered coldly. Although the plan failed, he didn't have all his cards. Oh, are there any means you haven't used? Chinyu was puzzled. Normally, Dashawan's trump card should be the 2 Hokage who reincarnated from this dirty soil. Apart from that, there should be nothing else. But now that Dashimaru is so confident, does he have other cards? Psychic art. Dashimaru channeled again, but this time gave the last coffin out of it. Reincarnated from the dirty soil. With a bang, the lid of the coffin was opened, and a figure came out of the coffin. 4 generations of Feng Ying. Sarutobi Hizen looked at the familiar face, his eyes filled with shock. For the 2nd generation of Hokage, you may have researched the reincarnation of the dirty soil, but I developed the next technique by myself. Please, everyone, have a good experience. Reincarnation of the dirty earth sacrifice flurry of demons. With a bang, Da Shiwan suddenly exploded into blood. The end of the blood flew towards the Qian Shaozuma, Qian Shaoma, and the 4th generation Feng Ying Luosha. This is... Qian Shao looked at the end of the blood and suddenly had a bad feeling. What? Luo Sha let out a roar. It turned out that the blood had been absorbed into the body. As the blood melted in, Luo Sha began to run wild. Magnetic escape Jin Sha waves. Luo Sha waved his hands repeatedly, and countless golden sands flew out of him and turned into rough waves of sand, rushing towards Chinyu's wooden Buddha. Water escape stormy waves. The billowing waves charged, and under the control of Qian Shaojian, rushed towards Chinyu's Mu-dun. Mu-dun wooden dragon bound. Dozens of wooden dragons drilled out of Chinyu's wooden Buddha, and the giant Buddha was locked in circles. Chinyu looked at the 3 people who suddenly ran away, and seriousness began to appear in his eyes. Chakra spewed inside the body, and the wooden Buddha began to struggle to break free from the shackles of the wooden dragon. Boom! The wooden Buddha broke free from the shackles of the wooden dragon, and 1,000 Buddha palms swung out and moved towards the rushing waves and sand waves. Rumbling! The waves and sand waves were pierced by the Buddha's palm and scattered on the ground. Boom! The wooden Buddha between the 1,000-hand pillars reappeared with loud noises one after another. While Chinyu was hitting the waves and sand waves just now, he was behind Chinyu's hands. The sawdust of the wooden Buddha flew up and his body began to shake. Oshimaru ran away, and now these three people are going crazy. How can this game suddenly become messy? Qin Yu frowned, apparently a pit now. I knew I wouldn't install X, but now it's better. By the way, I still have the pupil skill ability. Qin Yu's frowning brows stretched out, obviously he had thought of some way to solve the current problem. Flying Thunder God. Standing on top of the swaying wooden Buddha's head, he flicked Thunder God Kunao towards the Senshao Zijian behind him. With a swish, Qin Yu disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already followed Fei Lei Shen's Qiwo to come to Zijian's side. Chapter 33, Space Imprisonment. Spiral Pill. A high-speed spinning ball appeared from Qin Yu's hand and slapped it fiercely towards the chest between the pillars. With a loud bang, Helix Maru pierced the body between the pillars. Space imprisoned. The eternal kaleidoscope was displayed in an instant, and a black spatial vortex appeared behind the remnant body between the pillars. As soon as the black whirlpool appeared, a huge attraction exploded. Senshao Zima gradually fell into the whirlpool under the attraction of the black whirlpool. In the end, the whole person was completely absorbed by the black whirlpool. Rumbling. Without the support of the chakra between the thousand-hand pillars, the wooden Buddha stopped moving. After that, it began to slowly shatter and fell to the ground. Magnetic Escape Sans Shuriken. Luo Sha controlled Jinsha, turned into a shuriken flying all over the sky, and threw it towards Qin Yu. Suseo Nashi appeared, blocking the attack of the shuriken. Ding ding dong dong sounded one after another, and the shuriken fell to the ground. Flying Thunder God. Qin Yu once again used the Flying Thunder God Qiwu, through the Flying Thunder God Qiwu, escaped the sky full of shurikens, and came to Luosha's side. Space imprisoned. The black vortex appeared again, but this time it appeared behind Luosha. Magnetic Escape Gold Placer Defense. As if feeling the gravitational pull of the black vortex, Luosha began to defend. The golden sands gathered, forming a huge defensive shield behind Luosha. Lei Dun Dance of the Crazy Dragon. The second generation of Hokage also rushed over at this time. The huge thunder dragon soared into the air and rushed towards Qin Yu with a roar. Qin Yu looked at the fast approaching thunder dragon, and did not run away. Instead, he squeezed Fei Lei Shen and waited for the thunder dragon to approach. When thunder dragon was completely close to Qin Yu, he fled with the skill of Flying Thunder God. But Thunder Dragon still rushed straight ahead. With a loud bang, Thunder Dragon directly ran into Luosha. Luosha's gold dust defense instantly shattered. Spiral Pill. Qin Yu appeared behind Luosha again, a spiral pill also shattered his body. Space imprisoned. The black vortex reappeared, sucking in the crushed Luosha. This second generation is a bit tricky. Space ninjutsu should have a great effect on him. No matter what, let's talk about it. Qin Yu shook his head and ignored the others. Now only the second generation of Hokage is left. No matter how difficult it is for him, it is more than a little simpler. Mu done really thousands of hands, on top of the Buddha. The wooden Buddha reappeared, and thousands of wooden palms slapped crazily towards the Qianshaojian. Rumbling. The ground became shattered under the impact of the wooden palm. However, it has never hit Qianshaojian. It turned out that Qianshaojian had been passing the space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God, avoiding every attack of wooden palm. And as Qianshaojian dodged, he slowly escaped from the attack range of wooden palm. Instant kill. When the eternal kaleidoscope turned, the space around the thousand-handed door appeared dislocation. The slashing power of the space dislocation shattered the left arm of Qianshaojian. Space imprisoned. The black whirlpool appeared, sucking in the fragments of his left arm. Water escape ocean current impact. Thunder done thunder. Combined ninjutsu Thunder Dragon shocks the waves. A very large area of water began to cover the End Valley on a large scale. This piece of water at this time can no longer be called water, but the sea. There are as many as 3 Thunder Dragons tumbling in the sea. Thunder Dragon took the sea and swept towards Chinyu directly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It's really worthy of being the man who is known as the strongest Shui Dun and Lei Dun. This ninjutsu, I give full marks. Chinyu's eternal kaleidoscope turned, and Suzonengu appeared again. The wooden Buddha's true body turned into fragments and fell to the ground. The strongest Suzuo, drive me. Blood began to flow from the corner of Chinyu's eyes, and a layer of samurai armor gradually appeared on Suzonengu's body. Boom! The airwave swept across, and Suzuo-no-hu spread out 2 pairs of huge wings. Now it's time for me to fight back. Chinyu controlled Suzuo-nengu, waving his wings and flying into the sky. Bakakshunguyu. 3 chakra energy light clusters similar to the tail beast jade appeared in front of Suzuo-no-hu. Reaching out, the light group threw it towards the second generation Hokage Kyunshaojian below. Rumbling. 3 8-foot Kyangu jade formed into a triangle shape, and exploded around the Kyunshaojian in the blink of an eye. The huge wave of air not only interrupted the combined ninjutsu in the door, but also blasted the door to pieces. Space imprisoned. The maximum black vortex appeared in the sky above Kyunshaojian. The huge attraction began to suck in everything nearby. Not only the broken body of Kyunshaojian was sucked in, but some gravel trees were also sucked in. Everything is over. Chinyu dispersed Suzuo-nengu, and flew the thunder god to come to Sarutobi Rizan's side. Chinyu, you. The third generation of Hokage, who was completely stunned, looked at Chinyu who suddenly appeared next to him. As well as the blood hanging from the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help asking a question with concern. Go back, 3 generations old man. Chinyu wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and helped the 3 generations up. As if nothing happened. Since the matter is resolved, I also went back to Sun Slash. With a bang, the monkey demon disappeared. But Chinyu lifted up the one-armed Sap Fei Ri Zhan, and disappeared in the same place. The top of the Naruto Tower. Have you found Master Naruto? An Anbi ninja with a cat face mask asked the dozens of Anbi members in front of him. No. Everyone shook their heads, obviously not found. Keep looking, you must find Lord Naruto. Yes. Just when the members of Anbi were about to go out to search for Hokage again, Chinyu suddenly appeared with Sarutobi Rizan. Master Naruto. Tianzang hurriedly stepped forward and held Hokage with only one arm left. Looking at the one-armed Hokage, Tianzang hurriedly asked, Master Hokage, I will take you to the hospital. I'm fine. Sarutobi shook his head. There was a loud boom, which was a slight vibration at random. What happened? Sarutobi Hizen looked at Konoha Shinobu village, and one Shaojuru appeared and destroyed. That's the tail beast. Sarutobi Hiri was startled. Accurately speaking, it should be a guard crane. Chinyu stared at the big yellow civet cat that was wreaking havoc in the distance. Itchy-tailed Morizuru. Isn't that the tail beast of Sunan village? Damn it! Sarutobi Hizen angrily cursed, and then he was about to rush away. Chinyu reached out and stopped him, saying, Let me go. After speaking, Chinyu flicked Fei Lei Shenqiuwu, and his whole person left with Fei Lei Shenqiuwu. You rush over to support first. Except Tenzo, the rest of the Anbi ninjas all left. We will also rush over as soon as possible. Sarutobi Rizan still felt uneasy, and with the support of Tianzang, he rushed towards Kazuo Morizuru. Chapter 34, Ichio Morizuru. Kakashi, let's compare it to see who can cause more damage to the tail beast. Metkai, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wore a tight-fitting green combat suit. Metkai leaped into the air towards the huge Shao'erhi in front of him, and volleyed towards Shao'erhi was a cheating. Akai, be careful. Kakashi, who had opened the writing wheel, could clearly see Shao'erhi's actions. Seeing Metkai's offense, Shao'erhi unexpectedly noticed, and then he reminded him. It seems that to confirm Kakashi's judgment, Shao'erhi made his own reaction. GG. He laughed very harshly, his eyes filled with contempt and violence. With huge eyes looking at Metcutty, who was cheating towards him in the air, he shouted, "I'm looking for death." He's tail flicked, and the bottom up towards Metcutty was a blow against the sky. Not good. Metcutty saw the beast's tail thrown by the sky, his body tightened. As a shinobu Mati, he knows how to resolve this situation. 8-door Dunjia, open the door. Rest the door. New life. After opening 3 doors in a row, Metcutty's face turned red. The strength of his body skyrocketed, and Metcutty forcibly retracted his legs in the air. Lianhua. Kicking down with both legs, the air bomb formed by the air blasted towards He's tail. With a loud bang, the tail of the beast was crushed by Metcutty. But Metka was also knocked into the air by the tail of the guard crane. Xian Fa Great Flame Bomb. Faced with the threat of the tail beast, Ji Lai never underestimated it. As early as just now, I started to prepare for the fairy mode. This success is a trick of fairy ninjutsu. The huge fireball with a diameter of about 20 meters and the scorching heat of Sanda rushed towards the body of a He. Absolute defense. Although He is a tailed beast, it does not mean that it has no wisdom. The tail beast chakra surging in his body not only repaired the broken tail, but also built a defense around him. The yellow sand rushed out of the ground, forming a huge sand barrier in front of the fireball. Under the control and compression of He, the barrier turned into a black barrier wall. Boom! Jiraiya's fairy fireball hit the defensive barrier built by He, and the fireball exploded and roared, but it only shattered the defensive barrier of He. Lei Dunchidori. The sharp-eared thunder sounded. Kakashi kept dodge the falling of the broken barrier and approached He. On his right hand, the thunder knife formed by the silver thunder and lightning was piercing and rattling. Boom! Close to Morizuru's body, Kakashi's Chidori ninjutsu with his right hand directly hit Morizuru. The powerful destructive power of Chidori ninjutsu instantly knocked out a wound on the body of Shaojuru. With a hit, Kakashi turned and hurried back. He knows very well that his current self is very dangerous. Roar! With a roar that shook the sky, He ran away. A huge chakra began to gush out, and yellow sand was flying all over the sky. It's now red. Kakashi yelled and looked to the side of Yurihong, who had been preparing for a long time. 4 Xian formations. Under the command of Yurihong, 4 Konoha ninjas made handprints at the same time. Taking the 4 people as the point, 4 purple beams of light rose into the sky. Finally, itchy-tailed He, Kakashi and others were completely wrapped in the sealed enchantment of the 4 purple flame array. Everyone let go and attack with all their strength. As soon as the 4 Xian formations were formed, Zi Lai Yet and the others also began an unscrupulous attack. Everyone just now, even though they made a move, they still had concerns. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After all, the battle is in the village, and once you start your hands, it will cause serious damage to the village. Xian Fa, the fire of the fairy dragon. 8 Gate Dunjia, wounded gate. Do gate. The gorgeous ninjutsu is in the hands of everyone, and it is completely free of money, and it is straight to the one-tailed guard crane. With continuous roars and roars, the situation seems to have improved. When everyone saw that He was about to lose, He desperately. In fact, it can't be regarded as desperate. Now it is imprisoned in Gaara's body, so it can't show much strength. So no matter how desperate it is fine. Even with death, Gaara died, and it has nothing to do with it. On the contrary, it was waiting for Gaara to die, so maybe he could take the opportunity to escape from Gaara's body. The chakras all around began to gather, slowly turning from the invisible to the tangible. One after another spheres converge and merge in the air. No, it's tail beast Jade. Jalea's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that He would make the tail beast Jade. The other people were also shocked, obviously unexpected. No, the 4 purple flame formations should not be able to withstand the tail beast Jade, and it will definitely cause a devastating blow to the village by then. Yurihong's face was pale. Apparently it was the first time she had seen a large-scale ninjutsu such as the tail beast jade. When everyone heard the words, their stature went for a while. That's bad. Jilla frowned. You first attack Xiao'erhe, see if you can interrupt him, give me some time, I want to perform fairy skills. Say the same when I stop to Gillette. Everyone chose to believe it. They looked at each other, and then killed Xiao'erhe again. Even Xirihong copied the Kyowu detonation talisman and went towards Xiao'erhe. Although itchy-tailed Xiaozhiru was displaying the tail beast jade, it wasn't just that it couldn't move. I saw its tail fluttering, and it was slapped towards everyone. Rumbling. The crowd dodged for a while, and there was no way to attack with all their strength. Red, be careful! Kakashi shouted. Xiao'erhe's tail is a sharp slap towards Xirihong. If this blow hits, it is estimated to be half destructive. Xirihong gritted her teeth, knowing that she couldn't escape with her own speed. So I can only hold Kunao and prepare to fight to the death. Bang! Xirihong felt a gust of wind hit her, and suddenly an arm was wrapped around her waist. Turning his head to see, it was a teenager, and this person was Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled at Xirihong and said, "Are you okay?" When Qin Yu said it, he almost said it against Xirihong's ear. The enthusiasm was pouring, and Qin Yu was still holding her waist, and Xirihong's face was suddenly covered with red clouds. No. Nothing. Xirihong's heartbeat began to accelerate. That's good. If something goes wrong with you, then I will feel so distressed. On the battlefield, Qin Yu still didn't forget to speak out. Qin Yu. Why are you here? Seeing Qin Yu who suddenly appeared, Kakashi looked curious and shocked. Just now, Qin Yu suddenly took the tail beast's blow and retreated all over his body. Bringing Xirihong to Jalea's side, he watched as he was closing his eyes to replenish the energy of the fairy mode. Wake up! Wake up! Qin Yu also awakened Zi Lai. Zi Lai opened his eyes and saw Qin Yu on the side, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" I said, "What are you doing? You can just lie down when you die, why are you playing cool here?" Jilla's face twitched. Chapter 35, Xiao'erhe version of Husky. The affectionate old man is playing cool like this. In Jalea's heart, there are really 10,000 alpacas running at this moment. Why are you here suddenly? Seeing Qin Yu who suddenly appeared, Kakashi also rushed over. And Metkai, who likes to join in the fun, also rushed over. I just settled something. I saw that you are very happy, so I came over to see if it was a party. I didn't expect it to be. Qin Yu spread out his hands, looking like I thought it was hilarious at the party. Kakashi's face twitched and said loudly, "Can you be serious?" Qin Yu fished out his ears, and looked at Xirihong beside him as if he hadn't heard. The hands that hugged Xirihong's waist moved slightly on her waist. Xirihong looked at Qin Yu blushing. Roar! At this time, a beast roared while guarding a crane. A huge chakra energy light group appeared in front of Xiao'erhe. Although everyone was very far away, they could feel the destructive power contained in this light group. Well, the tail beast jade is finished. This time is really bad. Jilai finally panicked, and the village must be severely damaged. Even Kakashi, who has never panicked, has a serious face now. By the way, Qin Yu, how did you get in through the 4 purple flame formation just now? Kakashi suddenly thought that enchantment ninjutsu was being performed around him. Unless the enchantment ninjutsu is broken, or someone opens an entrance in the enchantment, you will not be able to enter at all. However, Qin Yu was able to come in without these 2 situations, and there was only one explanation. Qin Yu knows time and space ninjutsu, and he is also very clever at time and space ninjutsu. Hearing Kakashi's question, everyone turned around and looked at Qin Yu, obviously they were also curious. No. Qin Yu pointed to Kakashi's suffering. Kakashi looked down at his kunao, and found a circle of black marks on kunao. Flying Thunder God Rune. Gillette also exclaimed as soon as he saw the talisman. As one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, his strength is beyond doubt. His knowledge can also be said to be very rich. Moreover, his apprentice Bo Feng Shuman is also known as the Golden Glitter in the ninja world with the help of Fei Shen ninjutsu. Therefore, as soon as Gillette saw this Fei God Rune, he immediately recognized it. That said, you really know space-time ninjutsu? Kakashi got excited, obviously he was thinking of something. Yet. Chinyu nodded. He seemed to know Kakashi's thoughts, and said, "Don't think I don't know what you want to do, don't you just want me to use Thunder God to remove his attack?" Kakashi smiled awkwardly. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up, which is indeed a good way. The previous wave of water gates often used this method to divert ninjutsu attacks. I won't do such a troublesome thing, just let him get down on the ground, it needs to be so awkward. Kakashi and Zi Lai also twitched their faces again. If they could do it, then there would be so much nonsense here. As for Metkai, he always smiled slyly beside him, but didn't interrupt. Chinyu sighed, shook his head, and released the hand on the red waist of the host, Xiri. Chinyu's eyes directly became an eternal kaleidoscope. When Fei Shen moved, Chinyu came to a tail of Xiaohe. Seeing that Xiaohe had bitten the tail beast jade into his mouth, Chinyu's eyes twitched. The eternal kaleidoscope bloomed, and instantly entered the sealed space of a Xiaohe. These eyes, you are from Uchiha, damn it. Seeing Chinyu's riding wheel eyes, Xiaohe roared, his eyes full of fierceness. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Oh, the little civet cat with the red panda's body is so fierce, it seems that you have to tune teach. Chinyu didn't panic either, and just wrote the round eye illusion. Chinyu knew that one Xiaohe was most afraid of riding round eyes, and what he was most afraid of was illusion. I think back then, when Uchiha Madara caught a Morizuru, one Morizuru refused to accept it. In the end, he was beaten up by Ban to lose his temper, and then he was even more obedient by his riding round eyes. From then on, when Xiaohe saw Xiao Lunyan, he was scared to find a place to hide. So now when I saw the riding wheel eyes, Xiaohe was initially scared. But as soon as I saw that I was not the class, the fear in my heart was not great. The illusion of riding round eyes instantly pulled a tail of Moritsuru into the illusion space. In the illusion space, Chinyu guarded the death of Heiao, as if several days had passed. However, only 3 seconds passed in reality. Unraveling the illusion of riding round eyes, one Xiaojuru fell on the ground trembling instantly. Obviously in the illusion space, it has been severely abused. Violence is no longer in his eyes, but full of panic. It's like a frightened kitten, a little flustered. Now, can you still speak well? Seeing Chinyu's kind smile, one Xiaohe couldn't help standing upside down. Shaking his body, he hurriedly said to Chinyu to please, "Yes, you can rest assured, I will definitely speak well." Xiaohe wagging his tail, a modern version of Urha alive and well. "Then do you know what to do now?" "Ah." Xiaohe looked at Chinyu dumbfounded, "And I don't know what to do." Can you tell me what to do with this?" Xiaohe blinked his pitiful eyes and looked cute. Seeing Xiaohe's forcibly selling cuteness, Chinyu's face suddenly twitched. "This Xiaohe is too much. Give me the tail beast jade, and then go back to the little panda and stay inside." Okay. Xiaohe shook his tail and nodded vigorously. "Remember not to be clever, otherwise you know." After Chinyu left, his voice still echoed in this space. Seeing Chinyu's departure, he stayed on the ground with exhaustion. Humanely used his beast claws to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. What happened just now, although a period of time has passed in the sealed space, in reality, only 1 second has passed. In everyone's eyes, Chinyu just went to Xiaohe, stared at it and returned directly. Seeing Chinyu who came back again, Everyone's eyes were puzzled. "Why are you back again?" Kakashi was puzzled. After going back and forth, what Chinyu was doing. "Nani?" Jalea on the side suddenly saw something, surprised. His eyes stared directly at Xiaohe, his face was full of surprised expressions. Everyone looked towards Xiaohe Wang with a look of stunned expression. Xiaohe, who bit the tail beast jade, suddenly swallowed the tail beast jade. Swallowed directly into the stomach. What is this operation? I have never seen the tail beast cast the tail beast jade and need to swallow it. Boom! There was a blast, and the body of a Xiaohe broke apart. The aftermath of an explosion centered on Xiaohe and began to scatter in all directions. "Everyone, be careful." After Gillette also reminded him, it was a defensive ninjutsu move and began to resist the aftermath of the explosion. The other people are also doing the same, one after another defensive ninjutsu. Chapter 36, Konoha Hero. When Xirihong was worried about how to resist the aftermath of the explosion, Chinyu's hand held her again. "What?" Xirihong let out a scream. Apparently he didn't expect Chinyu to be like this all of a sudden. Mu done absolute defense. The wood broke out of the ground and enveloped Chinyu and Xirihong. The wood overlaps and surrounds, forming a multi-layered wooden defensive ball. This is the ninjutsu that Chinyu suddenly thought of, and it was also inspired by Gaara. Woo! Inside the wooden defensive ball, Chinyu deliberately controlled the space inside the ball, making himself and Xirihong completely close together. Chinyu took the opportunity to directly follow Xirihong to kiss. Click! The aftermath raged, impacting on the Sizian formation. The huge impact force cracked the 4 purple flame formations. Countless cracks, climbing on the barrier of the 4 purple flame array. Quickly, let's bless with ninjutsu. The NB ninja arrived, saw the shaky 4 purple flame formation, divided into 4 corners and stepped forward to help. Injecting his chakra into the body of the enchantment caster, the enchantment that was crumbling suddenly glowed. There was a sudden tremor on the barrier that was originally full of cracks, and the cracks began to heal. In the end, when the aftermath of the explosion was completely over, the 4 purple flame array was intact. In the enchantment ninjutsu, the smoke is full of smoke. After everything calmed down, everyone appeared ashamed from various places. The messiest of them belonged to Metkai and Kakashi. When the 3 of them came to their original positions, they all gave out bitter smiles after seeing each other's appearance. This is... Looking at the destroyed spherical wood, the wry smile on Jalea's face changed again, turning into shock. Wouldn't escape like Yamato. Kakashi frowned, looking at the sudden appearance of Mu-dun, very puzzled. Obviously he didn't know how this Mu-dun came from. When everyone looked at the wooden ball formed by Mu-dun in doubt, the wood on the wooden ball began to move. The wood trembles, and then one after another burrows into the ground. Chinyu and Xirihong emerged from the wooden defensive ball. Seeing the flushed Xirihong and Chinyu with a smile on his face, although everyone felt something in their hearts, they did not speak. Obviously, they are not easy to say anything about this kind of thing. This was Mu-dun ninjutsu just now. Where is the little panda? He should be alive. Go and see. Chinyu didn't return to Zillet, but he took Xirihong and walked towards the barrier. Ji Lai also wanted to ask more clearly, but found that Chinyu was no longer there, so he had to move towards the position of Xiaohe just now. After all, the strength of the person who guarded the crane was still there. If Xiaohe ran away again for a while, it would be a disaster again. Chinyu. How is the matter? As soon as Chinyu pulled Xirihong to leave the enchantment, he saw Sarutobi Rizuan. It's all fine, I'll go back first. Chinyu pulled Xirihong and was about to leave. Looking at the appearance of Chinyu and Xirihong, how could the mature Sarutobi Rizuan not see the trickiness? After a moment of coldness in my heart, he yelled at his foolish son Sarutobi Asma. I chased a girlfriend who hadn't been chased for so many years, so Chin-yu succeeded. What has he been doing all these years? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Although his heart is cold, he can't say anything. After all, it's the young people's own business, and everything must be solved by the young people themselves. Turning his head melancholy, he walked towards the barrier. After that, everything is happy. Gaara wakes up, and the tail beast in the body is suppressed. The village was victorious in the turmoil. And Chin-yu's performance in this turmoil was seen by everyone, whether it was a civilian or a ninja. Invisible, he has become Konoha's hero. Of course, Chin-yu didn't know all this. What Chin-yu didn't even knew was that through this turmoil, Sarutobi Risen suddenly felt that he was old. After he handled everything, he asked Konoha's consultants Mito Minyan and Zwan Xiaochun, as well as some Konoha's senior staff, to convene to the Hokage office. In the office, Sarutobi Hizaki made an amazing decision. That is to prepare to pass his position of Naruto to Chin-yu Uchiha. As soon as this decision came out, it was initially strongly opposed by Mito Minyan and Zwan Xiaochun. However, Sarutobi, who was a Naruto, was forced to decide and did not allow the two to oppose. Perhaps in some things, Sarutobi Hizen will be vacillating. But in some things, he made a decision, which cannot be easily changed. And this is also going on in secret. In Konoha, no one except the high level knows about this decision, including Shimura Danzo. As for Chin-yu, he is now pulling the still dizzy Xirihong while the iron is hot, and arrives at his home. Then with his half push and half play, he started the first flying chess in the sense of life. P.S. It's not easy to say what flying chess is, as everyone knows it. When Yurihong turned around, the two had already started a new round of flying chess. Chin-yu, Hokage is looking for you to go to the Hokage office. After receiving Hokage's order, the purple-haired ninja Uzuki Yuin came to Chin-yu's door. But when she came to Chin-yu's door, she heard the cry of ecstasy in the room. Naturally, I knew what was going on in the room, so I didn't dare to knock on the door, let alone speak. Reluctantly, I could only stand at the door and listen to the movement in the house, until the house calmed down completely, and then spoke. With a creak, Chin-yu walked out. Looking at the flushed Uzuzian happily, she joked, "I'm sorry, I've been waiting for a long time." Mao Yuzian's face became even more red, this BD, deliberately. Knowing I'm outside, and. Although she knew, she would not admit it directly, but said, "I just arrived too." Oh. Chin-yu gave her a funny look, then closed the door and left. Mao Yuzian shook her teeth and followed. The two walked towards the Hokage office unhurriedly. As soon as he arrived at the Hokage tower, Chin-yu saw Shikamaru coming out of the Hokage tower, and Shikamaru also saw him. "Chin-yu, why do you have time to come to Huo Yinglu?" Seeing Shikamaru's puzzled expression, Chin-yu smiled and said casually, "Hokage is looking for me." "Hokage is looking for you." Shikamaru became more puzzled, and asked, "What is Hokage suddenly looking for?" "It's not for promotion, right?" Chin-yu shook his shoulders, patted Lumaru's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Maybe it's for me to be Hokage." Shikamaru was taken aback, and when he reacted, Chin-yu had already walked into the Hokage building. "This? I won't be joking like this." Obviously, he took what Chin-yu said as a joke. But he didn't care. In his opinion, maybe Chin-yu didn't know what he was called to Huo Yinglu. Just as Shikamaru was about to leave, Hokage Tower just came out alone, and that was his father Narashika Issa. Chapter 37, Words of Zhu Xin. Father. Seeing his father Narashika suddenly came out, Shikamaru also stopped leaving. "You saw him? You mean Chin-yu?" Lumaru thought of Chin-yu who had just met. Narashika nodded for a long time. "Shikamaru, although you have been promoted to Zongren, you can't be proud. You have to work harder." Narashika sighed for a long time and looked at Shikamaru with a bit of hatred for iron and steel. Shikamaru looked at his father suspiciously. How could he suddenly say this to him? Is it because he is afraid that he will endure in the promotion? Unknown, Shikamaru could only cope with it and replied, "Ong-ang, got it. Otherwise, you will be thrown away too much by others." Shikamaru then reacted and said, "Is my father talking about Chinyu? I can guess that he was promoted directly to Shinobu." "You can guess a fart." Naraloyi rolled his eyes and said, "He is not promoted to Shinobu. When I met him just now, he was still bragging that he was going to be Hokage." Haha. After hearing this for a long time, Nara-lu was taken aback. Then he looked at Shikamaru blankly. Gradually, Shikamaru's expression began to become more exciting. From the initial calm, to surprise, to complete shock in the end. "FK, don't you say?" Narashika nodded for a long time, and said, "Yes, the previous 3 generations of adults have already notified me. Naralukasa, that is the strategist known as Konoha. As Konoha's shinobu, he can know many things in advance. Shikamaru, look at your classmate Chinyu, who is about to become Hokage, so you can't slack off, you know." Seeing Nara's serious expression, Shikamaru also nodded. Damn, he was not bragging just now. Shikamaru was completely shocked and hadn't slowed down. All this is so dreamy. The joke just now became reality in an instant. Let's go back. Narashikaji put his son Shikamaru on the shoulders and took him away. And Chinyu came to Hokage's office while they were talking. Seeing several people standing in Hokage's office, Chinyu suddenly regretted coming over. Could it be that these 3 generations really want to pass on? No, I just said it casually just now. When Chinyu walked in, Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun kept their eyes fixed on them. Although he was not afraid of them, Chinyu felt a little hairy in his heart by being stared at by them like this. These 2 people don't think too much about themselves, right? Thinking of this, Chinyu couldn't help but stumble. If Zhuan Xiaochun and Mito Minion knew what Chinyu was thinking now, they would have to fight each other in minutes. "You are Uchiha Chinyu?" Minion Mito looked at Chinyu and asked with dissatisfaction. Hearing this arrogant voice with dissatisfaction, Chinyu replied uncomfortably, "It's my little master." "Jedi, do you need a signature?" "Sorry, this is for an appointment to line up." Sarutobi Ri was stunned for a while, and then he was secretly happy. Jalea was holding back the smile on his face, twitching slightly. "This Chinyu is too." Minion Mito was a bit silly when he heard Chinyu say this. "What's the situation?" "He is Konoha's consultant, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, when does someone talk to themselves like this?" The anger was rising, and his face was full of anger. "What are you talking about? Did you talk to elders like this?" "Elder?" Chinyu looked at Mito Minion with slanted eyes, grinned and asked. "Why do you think you can be an elder?" As Konoha's consultant, Mito is not your elder." Zhuan Xiaochun interrupted angrily. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Chinyu's attitude. Chinyu smiled, "You did it yourself, don't blame me. Since you have said that you are Konoha's consultants, then I have to write 2 articles. What do you want to ask?" Turning to bed, Zio-kun's face was dark. Thinking that they had been in Konoha for a long time, they had never been like this before. Maybe the 3 generations of Nishin who are Hokage can treat them like this, but Hokage has never treated them like this. However, this junior Chinyu dares to do this today. This is not going to shake the sky. I want to ask you 2 people. Having been in a high position for so many years, I don't know what contribution the 2 have made to Konoha. Or, what did the 2 of you give for Konoha? Chinyu's voice was not loud, but it was very powerful. After a word, the faces of Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun suddenly changed. Obviously, they did not make any contribution to Konoha. Even if it did, it was how long ago it was, and they had forgotten it a long time ago. And being so naked by Chinyu, it would be a hell of a face to look good. But for the sake of their own face, they couldn't admit what Chinyu said. Minyan Mito snorted and said, "Contribution, the contribution we made to Konoha, that was how long ago it was, how can we still remember it now? Yes, it's meaningless for you to pick up these old things." Chinyu didn't refute, but instead sat down in a chair. Looking at the two Konoha consultants, Chinyu asked again, "Since you said that the old things have been forgotten before, then I will treat them as if you have forgotten them." "But," Chinyu said in a long voice, "this time in the Konoha rebellion, I wandered through the Konoha ninja village. It seems that I didn't see the two of them. I wonder if they are going to work again." Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun suddenly became quiet. "I want to speak, but I don't know what to say. Could it be that because I was greedy for life and afraid of death, I hid and didn't participate in the battle? Obviously they can't say it." The two of them were so awkwardly stunned that they opened their mouths and didn't know what to say. Gillette also looked at the two of them like this, and was also taken aback. "These two people, this is by the general." Okay, don't pinch up as soon as you meet." Sarutobi Hizen saw that it was almost done, and he opened his mouth to break the deadlock. Obviously he also knows Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaokun's deeds. However, he was also a high-level Konoha, plus a disciple who was also a second-generation Hokage. He didn't say much. Furthermore, although the two have not made any contribution to Konoha now, when they were young, they were often born and died for Konoha. It's just that the two people who have been in high positions for a long time have a different mentality. Sarutobi Rizan also happened to borrow Chinyu's hand to beat them to let them know. Now that the goal has been achieved, he naturally has to show up and continue to be his peacemaker. Seeing Sarutobi Rizan speak, Chinyu curled his lips. The old fox knew how to use me. But having said that, it's really cool to be ashamed of them just now. Chinyu, I called you today because I have a very important thing to discuss with you. Seeing the serious look of Sarutobi Rizan, Chinyu subconsciously asked, "What's the matter?" Sarutobi Rizan took a sip of the pipe in his hand and stared at Chinyu. "Chinyu, I have been sitting in this position for many years." Sarutobi Rizan's voice was full of memories. "Okay." Seeing the solitary beginning of Sarutobi Rizan, Chinyu raised his eyebrows subconsciously. Chapter 38, Danzo Shimura. There is something wrong with this old man. Could it be that what I said casually downstairs just now will be fulfilled? It makes no sense. Originally it was passed down to 4 generations, but Watergate. Tomorrow will be a wizard, but he will die young. Speaking of the dead 4 generations of Hokage wave Feng Shui Gate, the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi cannot help but feel sentimental. So, later the old man had to take up the burden of Hokage again. In this position, it took more than 10 years to sit in this position. But since a few years ago, I felt old and physically weak, and my body was a little unable to do anything. Especially the previous battles not only consumed me too much, but also lost an arm, so now I am even more incapable of the position of Hokage. Sarutobi said slowly. The corners of Chinyu's mouth twitched. "Mater, the more you talk about it, the more it looks like that." In fact, the old man has been seriously looking for candidates for the next generation of Hokage over the years, but he has never found a suitable one. Until not long ago, the old man finally found a suitable candidate. At this point, Sarutobi Rizan seemed a little excited. Ahem. Chinyu felt that if the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, the 3 generations of Naruto, continue to speak, his future will be clearly arranged. So, it's time to take action. Chinyu interrupted the 3 generations immediately and said, "Oh. That's what happened. But, you don't need to tell me about this kind of thing." "What?" Everyone was stunned, and the 3 generations were not only stunned, but also stunned. Succession to Naruto is such a big thing. No need to tell you. In the next moment, Chinyu stood up in the stunned eyes of the four people. He came to Jalea like a big brother and patted him on the shoulder. Chinyu said earnestly, "Laughter Fairy. After so many years, it seems that you have finally made it through. It must be that you went back to the village in time that day, and you worked hard to suppress the psychic beasts, and the old man finally passed the position of Hokage to your disciple." Everyone in the Naruto office was once again dumbfounded. Damn, is this brat really stupid, or is he still playing stupid here? The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi had just said this for good, but you ended up saying this. This is a hammer. Congratulations, congratulations, well, see you later. Chinyu took advantage of everyone's stunned effort, smearing oil on the soles of his feet, and wanted to slip away first. However, this leg hasn't been opened yet. The 3rd generation of Naruto Tobihiro suddenly patted the Hokage desk. Roared, "Come back to the old man, you give it to the BD." Seeing that the strategy was seen through, Chinyu curled his lips and sat down again. Only then did the other people react. With this series of reactions and bullshit actions, it turns out that this guy is pretending to be a fool. Randomly turned around and thought, but everyone was once again confused. What is going on? Could it be that the world has changed? Konoha's position of Naruto, has it become so worthless now? Smelly boy, I really don't know how your head grows. The reaction is so slippery. You directly pushed this thing on my head. Ji Lai also rolled his eyes and said in dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hisan hummed, and said, "If this guy is suitable for Hokage, there would be no Watergate in the first place. Jiraiya's nature is arrogant and unconstrained, and he is not the material for Hokage at all." Chinyu spread his hands and said, "So what? What's the matter? Let's just talk about it." The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi looked at Chinyu with a serious expression, and said, "Chinyu, after a resolution between the old man and Konoha's high-level management, decided to recommend you to succeed Konoha's 5th generation Hokage." Chinyu was not surprised that Sarutobi Rizan would say so. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It is directly a serious refusal. I don't want it. I refuse. I don't do it. It's just 1 key and 3 links, which obviously means nothing will work. Whoever wants to take the position of Naruto, don't look for me. Everyone was speechless at the same time. What's this special? You do not want. You refuse. You do not dare. What do you think Naruto is? The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi glared at Chinyu, and continued, "Let's continue to discuss your successor to Hokage. Also discussing a fur ball, I can tell you, When Chinyu was about to refuse again, with a bang, the door of Hokage's office was kicked open. At the same time, a very old voice came in from outside the door. "Son slash, you are too much. The next Hokage candidate, you didn't tell me about such a big thing, so you made a hasty decision." Chinyu didn't need to turn his head back. Listen to this voice, listen to this gesture. Needless to think, this person is Konoha's Danzo. This is an ironclad hammer. Sure enough, as soon as Chinyu turned his head, he saw a man with a cane wrapped in bandages all over his body. "Oh, this is troublesome." The appearance of Shimura Danzo raised his eyebrows at Sarutobi Hidezu, who was a 3rd-generation Naruto. As for Konoha's 2 consultants, Mito Minyan and Zwan Xiaochun also glanced at each other complicatedly. They see other variables in their eyes. And this variable is due to the arrival of Danzo. Danzo frowned and walked in angrily from the door. "As soon as I came in, I realized that everyone was sitting, only standing alone. Even as a junior Uchiha Chinyu, he is also the old god with the Erlang's legs upright." Seeing this, Danzo can't help but feel a little embarrassed. In order to save face and avoid embarrassment, Tuanzang attacked Chinyu. "Uchiha Chinyu, right? In your opinion, you are sitting here and I am standing here, Do you think this is appropriate? Tuanzang's voice was full of threats. Obviously he wanted to take this opportunity to show Qin Yu a good look. It's really not suitable. Qin Yu also nodded when he heard the words, agreeing quite with what Danzang said. Seeing Qin Yu's cooperation in this way, Tuanzang was a little bit fluttered. In his opinion, Qin Yu should have been frightened by his threats just now. I couldn't help but secretly said in my heart, that's it, it's just a kid. Even if you have some strength, you still have to be obedient. Gillette, who knew a little about Qin Yu, raised his eyebrows. In his impression, is Qin Yu so scared? Sure enough, the real Qin Yu appeared in the next second. If you feel uncomfortable standing, you can choose to squat, or you can choose to kneel and thank you. I think there are so many people here, no one will stop you. With a poof, the tea that Jalaya had just drunk in his mouth spurted out. The tea turned into tea mist flying all over the sky, reflecting on his face. He wanted to swear to God to prove his innocence. Just now, he really endured it. However, he didn't hold it back. Chapter 39, Hard and Hard. The pattern was teased by Qin Yu, and he immediately furiously said, "Good boy, no one has dared to talk to the old man like this for many years. Even if Jiraiya, who is around older than you, dare not talk to the old man like that, you are a bit presumptuous." Hearing this, Gillette also let out a soft snort. Although Tuanzang is his uncle, the two of them are usually relieved. In addition, over the years, he himself has received a lot of anger from Tuanzang. Had it not been for Konoha and the teacher, he would have wanted him a long time ago. Now that Qin Yu is so direct and tough, Ji Lai is naturally happy to see it. He is him, I am me, he dare not do my things, don't think that if he comes out to play, you will be majestic. Qin Yu sneered in disdain. Ji Lai was dumbfounded too, this trooper. I just sat quietly, how come I'm still? A hole. Tuanzang slapped the table and angrily said, "You can know who I am, I'm so crazy. Who are you doing my bird business, do I know the names of those cats and dogs?" Qin Yu took out the earwax in his ears and turned his head aside. "I'm too lazy to take care of you." Seeing Qin Yu's posture, Tuanzang was so angry that he died on the spot. Originally thinking of giving Qin Yu off the horse and frightening him. As a result, this girl didn't follow the normal routine at all. How can this be played, how can this continue? Seeing Tuanzang being ascended to heaven by Qin Yu's first Buddha and the second Buddha was born, Xiao Chun couldn't sit still after turning to bed. Although Qin Yu was speechless just now, he still had to speak out in the face of being embarrassed by his comrades. "Qin Yu, this is the Hokage office, speak respectfully." Qin Yu looked at Xiao Chun turning to bed, smiled slightly and said, "You haven't been beaten enough just now, do you want to continue?" "You." Turning to bed, Xiao Chun looked at Qin Yu bitterly, and then stopped talking. Danzo didn't think the form was right, but Sarutobi Hizaki as Naruto. Turning his head to see, Sarutobi Risen was the old god smoking a pipe and drinking tea, as if nothing happened just now. When Sarutobi Risen saw Danzo rushing in just now, he understood. The boy Tuanzang came to find the fault on purpose today, so he ignored Qin Yu when he saw Qin Yu there. He is so old and good, but just now I saw Qin Yu assaulting two old friends. That amazing skill can also be used to beat Danzo. The only thing that made Sarutobi Rizan a little headache was that Qin Yu was a bit stingy. "A hole, listen to me." Tuanzang said loudly to Qin Yu, "Old man, I am the master of the roots. Have you heard that? Did you go out to eat garlic this morning?" Qin Yu clutched his nose and looked at Tuanzang disgustedly. "The root, what is that? Root? Or garlic root? Never heard of it. Is it famous?" "I don't know." Qin Yu's face, "What are you talking about? Can you tell me something I know, why is it inexplicable?" "You." Seeing Qin Yu's blank expression on his face, coupled with the words that were like soul torture just now. An old face of Tuanzang flushed suddenly, and Qin Yu trembled when he pointed his fingers at him, obviously feeling angry. What can he say? How can he respond? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Could he be able to tell them straightforwardly in front of everyone present, "My roots are awesome"? Can you tell them directly, as long as Konoha can't see everything? It is our roots doing it. How could Danzo say this? Before Danzang could attack again, Qin Yu began to counterattack. I, everything, I say nothing, I guess it's cold. Qin Yu looked at Tuanzang and started to stun people. Do you know who I am? Do you know my name? As soon as Danzo was about to speak, Qin Yu interrupted him directly, and then said, I am Konoha's hero, you know it. You let me, as the Konoha hero, give you my seat. I want to ask, can you make a face? Wouldn't you be ashamed and ashamed? Zi La's face twitched, apparently caught by Qin Yu's trick. As for Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun, they turned their faces in other directions. It seemed like I didn't know anything just now. But looking at the twitching expressions on their faces, it was obvious that they were also softened by Qin Yu. Everyone secretly said in their hearts, you are a hero, but you have never seen someone like you. Have you seen any heroes? Have you talked about yourself as a hero? Obviously not, but Konoha now has it. Although I was thundered, there is only one word in Zi Li's heart, that is, cool. Even the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, sitting behind the Naruto table, have no expression on their faces, but they also have the same word in their heart, cool. Tuanzang was so shocked by Qin Yu that his whole body was shaking. This Qin Yu is like a hedgehog. No matter where you utter, you can't escape the fate of being pierced. Danzo, who looked back, could only endure his trembling body, and asked Sarutobi Hizen behind the Hokage table, Hizen, is this the Hokage you chose? Yes. Sarutobi Hizen nodded firmly. Tuanzang was dazed by time. I thought I didn't ask the dialogue, and asked another way, do you think he can really lead Konoha? Can. Sarutobi Haji didn't talk much, but every word was full of certainty. Seeing that the 3 generations were so determined, Danzo suddenly lost his rationality. Ri Jean, are you crazy? Just let such a little boy be Hokage, are you confused? Although Mito Minyan and Zhuangzi Xiaochun are a little bit awkward, they are Konoha's consultants after all. Everything starts with Konoha. Now seeing Danzo's irrational speech, he also ranted, Danzo, this is the Hokage office. Do you know what you said just now? You guys. Danzo looked at Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun, who were suddenly fighting with him, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Seems to be aware of the mistake he made just now, so I had to shut up. Originally, Danzang didn't have much to say, and it was normal for this matter to pass. But who is Qin Yu? That is a hedgehog. Who should catch and pierce whom? Now Tuanzang thinks that's it, but Qin Yu doesn't want to. No, the counterattack full of thorns began. Qin Yu smiled, looked at Danzang and said, by the way, when there is turmoil, I should be running back and forth on the entire battlefield. I don't seem to see such an old thing as you being there. Even the thing you just mentioned, the root is, it seems that a ninja with the root hasn't seen it. You guys don't hide and watch the show. Chapter 40, Playing with Shimura Danzo. Okay. Sarutobi Risen suddenly became suspicious. He frowned, as if he had caught something crucial, something that he had always missed. Shimura Danzo, an old thing, doesn't eat dry rice. After so many years of acting style, he has long cultivated his psychological quality. Hearing Qin Yu's question that penetrated into his soul, Tuanzang suddenly slapped the table and roared. Hey, what do you kid know? The root is an important power hidden in Konoha's secrets. Can you easily say that you want to send it out? The old man has his own way of doing things, and it is not your turn for a little devil to point his fingers here. Chinyu sneered and said, hide you a fairy. Konoha is almost gone. Your grandma is a bear and hides a feather in a fart. Hey, what do you kid know? This old man is to prevent new accidents from happening. This is called double insurance. How can you understand the old man's good intentions? Moreover, even if the old man didn't take action, wouldn't Konoha's crisis still survive? Shimura Danzo knew that he had fallen into Chinyu's pit, but he explained it forcefully. But is there anyone here who is stupid? No, all these are old fairies. The eyes of everyone looking at Danzang showed a little inexplicable meaning. Let's listen, everyone, listen to this person still speaking. This is the so-called reason at the root, the so-called reason, I am. Chinyu sneered and said, I think you want to preserve the strength of your roots. Preserving strength? Yes, you are right. What's wrong with the old man letting the roots preserve strength? Danzo glanced at everyone, and then said with an awe-inspiring expression, all I have done is for Konoha. Upon hearing this, Chinyu smiled. I dug such a big hole just to wait for you to jump. Now that you are so cooperative, it's my turn. I didn't say you were wrong to preserve your strength. It's just that your so-called preservation of strength is specifically for Konoha or for yourself. Your so-called roots do not know whether they belong to Konoha or the roots of a person in your danzo. Chinyu's words came straight into everyone's hearts. The discoloration of everyone suddenly changed and became gloomy. The three generations of Naruto Sarutobi, Naruto Koharu, and Mito Minion were even more contemplative. Looking at the people who were in deep thought, Chinyu threw a heavy bomb again without dismissing it as a big deal. I think your old man has ulterior motives. You deliberately took the opportunity to consume Hokage's strength, but you are unscathed. The atmosphere suddenly became dull. This is no longer the kind of messing around like before, now the meaning of this matter is different. Once confirmed and implemented, even Danzang has no good fruits. A hole. You are bloody and nonsense. Tuanzang pointed at Chinyu, his fingers trembling constantly. This was not only annoyed by Chinyu, but also frightened. Oh! Chinyu twitched his mouth and laughed. Since you said I was bleeding and talking nonsense, then I would like to ask you. I heard that Konoha also had a great chaos 13 years ago. The situation was countless times worse than it is now. Even the 4 generations of Hokage were killed in battle, dare to ask if it was. Everyone was taken aback. What happened to Chinyu? In other words, I suddenly mentioned these old things. And it's still more than 10 years old. Tuanzang did not hear what was wrong with Chinyu's words, so he admitted and said, yes. Just as you said. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. When Chinyu saw that Tuanzang had spoken in cooperation again, it was a joy for a moment. Looking at Tuanzang with a smile, his words were astonishing. In that case, I don't know if you still have your roots, old fellow, have you been dispatched? Nanny. Tuanzang was shocked, and it turned out that Chinyu was digging a hole and waiting for him here. Everyone's eyes changed and they became cold. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, his eyes were full of coldness. Recalling the Kyuubi rebellion that year, it was true that Danzo and Gen were not seen. More than this time, and every time Konoha died, Danzo and his roots were not seen. In other words, everything Chinyu said just now is well documented, and it's all conclusive evidence. Even Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun, who often go with Tuanzang, have some bad eyes at this time. The current issue is no longer a matter of interest. It's about the issue of Konoha village. Why do you all look at me like this? Isn't everything I did for Konoha and for the village? Danzang was already a little flustered. He didn't expect that today, Chinyu would be dug one after another by the little devil. And it was extremely miserable. Danzo, you have changed, you have gone bad. The only blame is that I have indulged you too much these years. Sarutobi Hisaki's voice was very heavy, Obviously he was disappointed in Danzo. Thinking of what Danzo has done over the years, Rizan's heart can't help but become heavy. Originally thought that Danzo and himself were both the second generation of Hokage's disciples, it should be for the village wholeheartedly. Even if there are differences in opinions in some respects, it is for the village. Never thought that all of this was for himself. In order to be able to seize Konoha's power, he sat on Konoha's Hokage position. Since he did such a thing, Sarutobi could not help but start to reflect on whether he had really done something wrong over the years. You. Danzo's face was panicked. He didn't expect Sarutobi Hizen to treat him like this. Chinyu looked at Tuanzang and saw that the fire he was burning was not big enough, so he couldn't help adding it again. Danzo is indeed for Konoha, but only for his own Konoha. UBD will only be bloody and nonsense. Danzang is really panicked now. But facing Danzo's rebuttal at this time, how many people would believe him now? The three generations of Hokage looked at Danzo and asked Shen Shen, "What did you come here specially for today? If it is to prevent Chinyu from inheriting the position of Hokage, then you are late, and he has already rejected it before you come." Nani? Danzo is really dumbfounded. At the same time, he couldn't understand Chinyu, and he would reject such a high-ranking position as Hokage. As long as he became Hokage, he would stand in one of the highest positions in the ninja world. You must know that the former ninja Ajura Uchiha Madara was also coveting this Naruto position. However, Chinyu did give up, abandoning this high position. However, if you give up, you should also talk about it first. You said it first, as for so many things. It's better now, I didn't do anything to others, instead I got into a commotion. At this moment, Danzo really wanted to give himself a big mouth. Chapter 41, Let's do it. Chinyu squinted at Tuanzang and said, "Don't think that everyone is like you, staring at the Hokage's position all day long. Tell you, this so-called Hokage's position is not rare for me." You. Tuanzang was so shocked by Chinyu that his whole body trembled. For the so-called position of Hokage, he does everything he can. He even did something that was almost unforgivable and at the same time abhorrent. However, in the eyes of others, is Hokage's position so worthless? FK it, what the hell am I here for today? Danzo was about to collapse, and the line of defense in his heart had already burst on a large scale. He didn't expect that Chinyu's hedgehog would hurt his whole body today. He was taken to jump into the pit from beginning to end, but he jumped even stupidly. In other words, if you really have the ability to become Hokage, the second generation of Hokage has long passed you the position of Hokage. But reality? The reality is that the position of Hokage really didn't pass to you. Chinyu smiled, ridiculing extremely. What? Danzo was furious. The crutches he had been leaning in his hands were thrown away, and he hammered the table with both hands. He has never been so sad as he is today, and he is speechless. Facing the second generation Hokage legend, this has always been a thorn in his heart. Now that Chinyu said so nakedly, Danzo remembered that his favorite teacher had chosen Rizan as the new generation of Naruto, and he was sad and angry. This incident can be said to have become Danzo's lifelong injury. Danzo knew that he couldn't stay any longer, otherwise he couldn't stand it anymore. Since this kid refuses to become Hokage, then the position of Hokage will choose a day to discuss it carefully. I will leave first. Angrily picked up the crutches on the ground, and walked away. Chinyu looked at Tuanzang who was about to leave, and his heart turned. You've all played to this point, why are you leaving? What will I do next when you are gone? No, you can't go. I suddenly decided temporarily, I'd better succeed as the fifth generation of Hokage. Chinyu said suddenly before going out again in Tuanzang. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? You are willing to be Hokage again? Sarutobi Hizaki and Gillette also glanced at each other, and they both found smiles in their eyes. As for Mitomanitis and turning to sleep, Xiao Chun has a painful expression on his face. You dared to love you just now, you were playing a drama and teasing you. As for Shimura Danzo, who just walked to the door, he suddenly turned his head and started to explode. Uchiha Chinyu of Ma-le Gobi, you dare to play old man on horseback, old man, I'm fighting with you. As the king of Konoha's secret forces, Danzo was obviously broken by Chinyu. Seeing Tuanzang rushing towards him, Chinyu sneered. Old stuff, you brought this to your door, so you can't blame me. The power flashes on the right, and the chakra hand knife formed by Thunder Dunk is formed in an instant. Chinyu split Danzang's walking stick into 2 knots when he slashed in the air. With the movement of Chinyu's figure, he had already arrived behind Tuanzang. The hand knife with thunder and lightning in his right hand was also placed on Danzo's neck. Everyone was stunned. This is the beginning. This is like a fight. If you don't agree, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Feeling the sharpness of the thunder and lightning chakra's hand knife on his neck, Tuanzang couldn't help swallowing the saliva in his mouth. At this moment, Xiao Chun regained consciousness after turning to bed, slapped the table and suddenly shouted, Chinyu, what are you doing? After being so drunk, Mito Minion turned around and said quickly, no matter how you say Danzo, he has made great achievements for Konoha. Do you want to betray the village if you do this now? Mito Minion suddenly buckled a big hat. Betraying the village, this is not a trivial matter, nor is it a trivial matter. Although the two of them suddenly had trouble dealing with Danzo just now, after all, the feelings were still there and the interest was still there. In order to maintain their former interests, they still have to choose to support Danzo. What's more, when Chinyu shot, the two of them also saw a thick warning from Chinyu's hands. It was a provocation to them, it was a provocation to Konoha's senior management. Today, he dared to act on Danzo, and he would act on himself whenever he didn't. At the thought of this, both of them had to speak. They thought that as long as they stood at the commanding heights of morality, they could make Chinyu obedient. But they were wrong. After all, ideals are beautiful, but reality is quite cruel. Facing the two people's verbal condemnation and tagging, Chinyu was not afraid. Looking at the two with sarcasm, he questioned, are you two blind or something? Did I do it first? Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun turned their heads to think about it. It seemed that Danzo had acted first. Unable to get embarrassed, but still calmly said, Danzo just wants to teach you a lesson, so you can use the knife. And you are fine, so quickly put the knife away. Hand knives are also knives, so rotten eggs are not eggs. Chinyu was very upset with the attitude of the two and smiled coldly. Let it go, why do you let it go? If you say you let it go, I will let it go. As Konoha's hero, don't I lose face? Wogru, said his Konoha hero again, and picked out the name again. Nima is still endless, do you have a hero like this? I am a hero every minute, how do you treat heroes like this? Chinyu's hand deliberately shook, and his hand knife swiped towards Tuanzang's neck. Scarlet blood came out of Danzang's neck. You! Danzo was startled, his cloudy eyes trembled. You guys get up and do my bird things. Why is it always me who is hurt? Yet. Chinyu squinted at Tuanzang with a clear consciousness. Do you have any questions? If you have any questions, let's have a good chat. Danzo was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. Problem? Question your uncle, where can I dare to have a problem? He is not the same as Konoha's two consultants. Those two old guys have been there for so long, and they have nothing to do. I have a knife on my neck now, can I be like them? Reversed, really reversed. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun pointed at Chinyu and angrily said, Chinyu, you are still doing it, can you really want to betray the village? Gillette also watched Chinyu, Tuanzang, Mito Minion, and Zhuan Xiaochun who came and pinched them, and they were very excited. It looks so hilarious, but it just doesn't intervene. As for the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, it was also the old god sitting. He was thinking about a question: did he indulge in these old friends and comrades too much over the years? Among them, Danzo in particular, did too much. It happened to borrow Chinyu's hand to teach him a lesson. Chapter 42, The Root is Scrapped. Repeatedly mentioned rebellion against the village. As the old saying goes, clay figurines have 3 points, let alone Chinyu is still a living person. Suddenly looked at Konoha's 2 consultants arrogantly, and said, "Betrayal, betrayal, betrayal. Betrayed the village all day long. Even if I betrayed the village, what can you do with me?" Everyone was taken aback when he said this. Ji Lai also twitched his face even more, he soothing, "Why did you connect it this time? Chinyu, don't talk nonsense." 3 generations drew in a low voice. Okay, Sarutobi, look, this is the Naruto of your choice. Look at what he thinks, you dare to hand over the village to him like this. As the saying goes, if you don't do it, you won't die, and you will definitely die when you do it. These 2 veterans started to make them again. Enough. Shut me up. Sarutobi slapped the table, his chest rising and falling. Everyone except Chinyu was taken aback. Sarutobi Hizen was really out of anger. He suddenly felt that the 2 old comrades in front of him were so mindless. Chinyu never had trouble in Konoha, and was always low-key. When there was a crisis in the village, he stood up and rescued the village in peril. Will such a person betray the village? Since there is no picture, he betrayed a fart village. This is almost impossible to think about. Besides, even if Chinyu betrayed the village, in terms of his strength, what can you do? With his combat power, it is estimated that no one in the whole village can do anything to him. Frightened by Sarutobi's majesty of the 3 generations of Hokage, everyone shut up. But this does not include Chinyu. At this time, Chinyu suddenly said, "Konoha is very good, and the people in the village are also very good. I like Konoha, and I also like the people in Konoha." Seeing Chinyu suddenly say this, everyone's heart relaxed a little. But I felt a little uneasy when he came alone. From just now, this girl didn't look like a master who would bow his head. It looks weird now, so there won't be any other players. Jilla had just finished muttering in his heart, but Chinyu's next sentence suddenly changed. But there will always be some high-ranking idiots in the village, and they always want to ruin it all. You. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun pointed at Chinyu angrily. He knew that Chinyu was talking about them. She turned to sleep with a pain in her chest, turned her head and looked at Sarutobi Hisaki and said, "Look, this is the new generation of Hokage you have chosen. Look at what he looks like as Hokage." Sarutobi Hisan watched Koharu turning to bed angrily, staring at him. Taking advantage of his voice, he said, "Even if Chinyu doesn't look like Hokage, does Tuanzang have it?" Tuanzang was stunned for a while, and it was me again. "You pinch back to pinch, why do you hurt me every time?" Originally, Danzang quietly watched Chinyu and the 2 consultants pinching there, very happy. Thinking that Chinyu's position in Hokage had not settled, he was secretly happy. Who would have thought that it was me again, and labor and capital were so ups and downs? Old man! Old man! Danzo just wanted to say something, but he felt a chill on his neck. It turned out that Chinyu was looking at him with a smile, while the hand knife in his hand moved along with it. Feeling another wound on his neck, Tuanzang was dumb for a while. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, say a fart. When Sarutobi Risen heard Danzang Nyo talking, he turned his head to him. Sarutobi Risen looked at the old comrades in the past, his eyes were full of complexity, and finally turned into disappointment. He took a breath and said solemnly, "Danzo, you don't have to think about Hokage's position anymore. You don't have to think about this position in your life." Nani? Danzo saw that Sarutobi Risen suddenly became so determined, his face changed drastically. He had never thought that Sarutobi Hitachi, who has always been kind and easy to talk, would be so decisive today. Regarding Danzo's decision, Mito Minyan and Zhuangqin Xiaochun also agree with them in their hearts. But I also feel that Sarutobi Hizaki doesn't need to say it so directly, it's really cruel. 3 generations looked at Tuanzang coldly, and said in a deep disappointed voice, because you are not worthy. Because I finally found out that you are really bad. You do everything to satisfy your selfishness. The roots have gradually changed from the original Konoha power to your personal power. Now the roots can no longer be considered Konoha's power. Danzo, you really disappointed me. Hearing the words of Sarutobi Risen, Danzang's expression changed again and again. Looking at Sarutobi's heavy face, Danzo quickly quibbled and said, No, no. The roots have always been Konoha's power, and I have always been for Konoha. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi heard the words, and a sneer appeared on his face. Since you said that the root is Konoha's power, from now on, the root organization will be reduced to 2 teams. The ninjas who were abolished are all integrated into the NB directly under Naruto. Nani? Danzo was furious. You are too much, I am the master of the roots, why do you reduce my roots? Because I am Hokage, I am Konoha's highest command. Sarutobi Hizen changed his usual kindness and became very tough. What? Regardless of Chinyu's thunderbolt knife on his neck, Tuanzang roared angrily. The root was created by myself, and it was how much effort I put into it. This is what it looks like today. If there is no position of Naruto, there will be no place, he still has roots, and he is still a high-ranking Konoha senior. Now that Sarutobi has been cut so much, what can Danzo do in the future? There are still 2 teams left, and what will the 2 teams do for me? Humiliate me or pity me? Or to say that I am dedicated to serving as a guard in his later years? A look of misery appeared on Tuanzang's face, and he smiled miserably at Sarutobi Rizan, monkey, for Chinyu, do you have to do this to me? When Sarutobi Rizan heard Danzo's monkey, he felt soft in his heart for no reason. But when he saw Chinyu next to him, he pressed the tenderness in his heart. Shen Sheng said, Danzo, it seems that you still don't understand. Everything will become like this, and you have to blame you for it, because your heart has changed and it has become different from ours. Enough, 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 enough. Tuanzang roared grimly and said, you are enough. I don't care what you say about me, or even what you want to say, I can do it, but I can't do it at all. That's when you said that I'm indifferent to Konoha. I will never allow this. Chinyu looked at Tuanzang, who had lost his mind, and shook his head. You damn thought you were doing it for Konoha, you can see what you have done all these years. One by one, that is not for your own sake. It's so sad. Chinyu said lightly. However, Danzang thought that Chinyu was laughing at himself. Chapter 43, Bro Duanzang Arm. Boy, you don't have to laugh at me, everything I do. Yes, everything you do is for Konoha, I know. Before Danzang finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chinyu's taunting words. Tuanzang was so angry that he was almost ascended to the sky by Chinyu. Seeing that since I entered the door today, I have been repeatedly frustrated in Chinyu's hands. I don't believe it when I step on a horse, you dare to move me today. Do you dare? You come. Chinyu was also taken aback when he was manipulated by Danzang. Mad, I grew up so old, no one has ever made such a weird request. But I'm kind-hearted, Xiao, I'll listen to you today. It's over, this kid is a fearless lord, otherwise he wouldn't do everything just now. Danzo still provokes him so much. As soon as Jalaya thought of Chinyu's nature, Chinyu had already started. Chinyu smiled and said, isn't it? I'll treat all kinds of dissatisfaction. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the silver thunder light flashed, and Danzang's bandaged arm was already on the ground. The hand knife turned into by the power of violent thunder and lightning, without a trace of blood. What? The severe pain struck, and Tuanzang's pained entire face was distorted. But no matter how painful it was difficult to conceal his incredible look. This is the Hokage office, so he dared to really do it here. At this moment, Danzo suddenly regretted it. Damn, what happened to me today? He had to provoke this evil star for Mao himself, and now he is all right, and he lost an arm. It doesn't matter if you lose one arm, it turns out that you lost your most important arm. Tuanzang panted ferociously, and clutched his broken arm tightly with his other hand. Rebelled, really rebelled. Qin Yu, you dare to attack in the Hokage office openly. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun turned around, first condemning Qin Yu. After that, he hurriedly came to Danzang and treated him to hemostasis. Sarutobi, this is the person you chose. Look at what he is doing now, how is it different from a lunatic? Mito Minion also roared. He didn't find it either, Qin Yu really dared to do it. This is too lawless. Before Sarutobi Rizan spoke, Qin Yu did say with a sneer, if you two old things are still squeaky and crooked, believe it or not, I'll help you too. You. Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun were startled at once. This girl is an evil star, the bloody reality is just now. They have no doubt that if they continue speaking, this guy will just give it to himself. Sarutobi Rizan frowned, and said in a deep voice, Qin Yu, you're a bit overwhelmed. Has it passed? Qin Yu asked himself rather puzzled. If Qin Yu is presumptuous, you dare to contradict Hokage, I think you really turned it back. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun saw Sarutobi Rizan all speaking, and suddenly felt that someone was supporting her, and she was energized again. Qin Yu looked at Xiao Chun turning to bed, shook his head and said, to say you are an idiot, you really insulted the word idiot. You show me your dog's eyes wide and see what this is. Okay. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, what did Qin Yu's words mean? Is there anything hidden in this matter? But Danzo, who had been silent all the time, suddenly felt uneasy at this moment. Could it be that my secret has been discovered? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. No, this is impossible. Stab. Qin Yu flicked a thunderbolt needle and shot it at Tuanzang's broken arm on the ground. Tuanzang's expression changed drastically when he saw Qin Yu's behavior. Qin Yu, what do you want to do? Zhuan Xiaochun scolded angrily. Qin Yu shook his head, looked at him like a fool and said, stupid. You. Turning to bed, Xiaochun trembled all over. Ever since Qin Yu came in, he began to fight with them. Since just now, I have been scolded by Qin Yu, even if I count them. Shut up! Sarutobi Rizuan shouted loudly, suppressing all the voices. Use your brain to think about it for a moment, an ordinary arm, with the violent thunder and lightning, can't cause any harm to him. The sound of Sarutobi Haji slashed Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun for a moment. The two looked at each other and also found the problem. Everyone frowned and looked at Danzo on the side. With a sullen face, Tuanzang asked Qin Yu, little devil, how did you find out? Qin Yu smiled secretly, can I tell you that I crossed over when I step on a horse? Have I seen all of these? Qin Yu looked at Tuanzang indifferently, and said, I was fortunate to have played against the first generation of Hokage. As for the other thing, I have it myself. How do you know that I know? You want to hide it from others, no problem, but you want to hide it from me? Sorry, no way. Nanny. Danzo was stunned. You are lucky enough to fight the original Hokage. What to do with this? Everyone was stunned by Qin Yu, but Sarutobi Ri was the only one who was not stunned. Because of that battle, he saw it with his own eyes. It's just that everyone is curious about what they are talking about. How about it, did you untie the seal yourself, or did I violently demolish it yourself? Qin Yu was cheerful. There are question marks on everyone's faces, except for stunned and stunned. Hehe, I have no idea what you are talking about. Tuan Zhangbian said, the remaining hand suddenly got a madraw. Qin Yu only felt that suddenly a strong pupil power invaded his brain, trying to modify his thinking. Seeing Qin Yu's eyes gradually lost, Tuan Zhang's mouth lifted slightly. But soon, he froze directly. Because he saw Qin Yu's eyes, he actually recovered his Qingming. Oh, what a powerful pupil technique! But do you think that with your three-legged cat's pupil technique, it can work on me? Nanny, how can you? Danzo is really panicked now, a batch of panic. His strongest trump card was useless to Qin Yu. Seeing the two of them just now, Sarutobi-san cut his eyes and asked, Qin Yu, what happened just now? Watch it for yourself. Qin Yu smiled coldly, and the thunder knife in his hand slashed towards Tuan Zhang's head. No. Sarutobi-san wanted to organize, but it was too late. Dan Zhang was so scared by Qin Yu's thunder knife that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to escape. Stab! Qin Yu's thunder knife slashed in front of Tuan Zhang. There was no blood, no harm. Qin Yu just used the thunder knife to uncover the mask of Tuan Zhang that covered his eyes. Call! Everyone's heart paused for a time. But when everyone looked at Danzo, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. Chapter 44, Izanagi. I saw Danzo's eyes wrapped under the mask, all scarlet. In those scarlet eyes, a pitch-black four-cornered windmill flashed away. This is... The two consultants looked at Dan Zhang's eyes, and their fingers trembled a little. Sarutobi-san said with a gloomy expression, Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope writes round eyes. It turns out that you have transplanted that kid's writing wheel into your own eyes. The two Konoha consultants were incredulous. Danzo said nonchalantly, everyone is dead. Instead of letting this writing ring silent, it is better to let the old man keep him glowing, so that it can play its value. Oh! Qin Yu said with a sneer, it turns out that his luminous heat is for you to control me. Originally, Danzo's abacus was clinking. With the kaleidoscope ability of Zishui, ordinary shadow-level powerhouses can be controlled. What's more, Qin Yu is such a little devil. Who would have thought that this kid is an evildoer? His last hand would actually miscalculate in his hands. What, Danzo, you unexpectedly? Sarutobi-san was shocked. He never expected that Danzo would have done such a thing just now. At this moment, a strange wave came. Danzo's body suddenly became illusory, and then it became solid again. Immediately afterwards, his writing wheel eyes began to lose their brilliance, until finally turned grey. This is... Sarutobi-san thought for a while, and then thought of what the situation was. This is the forbidden technique Izanagi, you still use this forbidden technique. Hey, what a nasty kid. When Qin Yu slashed at him with a thunder knife, he thought that Qin Yu wanted to kill him. In order to save his life, he decisively used Izanagi. The ghost knew that Qin Yu was just to pick his mask. In the end, it directly evolved into such a naked display. Such a precious eye, how could you be like this? Sarutobi-san couldn't help it anymore, and directly cursed. Isn't it just an eye? Danzo dismissed it. Qin Yu smiled coldly and said, of course, not just one eye. Our master Tuanzang has a lot of inventory. Nanny. Sarafii-rizan instantly raised his head and stared at Qin Yu. Even Mito Minyan, Zhuan Xiaochun, and Zi Lai were all staring at Qin Yu. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Qin Yu didn't worry. With a Chidori sharp spear ninjutsu with his right hand, he stabbed at Danzo's broken arm on the ground. PK there was a thunder, and a bright blue light burst. The seal on the broken arm was directly forcibly broken by Qin Yu's thunder ninjutsu. Danzo's face suddenly turned pale. Laugh. I was accustomed to seeing everyone who was accustomed to big winds and waves, but was also shocked by the scene in front of me. On the broken arm, all the densely packed arshil anyun. This is... Sarutobi Hizen's whole person, who was already angry, was almost speechless. Shaking fingers touched the broken arm on the ground and looked at Danzo. Danzo's behavior is a blasphemy against the dead. This kind of behavior is spurned and is not allowed to happen. There is even more irritating. Chinyu said lightly, "Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz." Everyone was taken aback again. This was not irritating yet. There is more irritating. What will it be? Chinyu's Qiandiao sharp spear reappeared and swiped it at the broken arm. Everyone didn't know, so they didn't know what Chinyu was going to do. But in the next moment, everyone's face changed again. Become shocked, and finally all turned into rage. Because everyone clearly saw that Chinyu's severed arm was healing on its own. And it is healing on its own at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Zhuan Xiaochun and Mito Minion felt chills in their hearts. Danzo. The 3 generations of Naruto. Sarutobi Hizen finally couldn't sit still now, and suddenly roared. The roar shocked the 2 Konoha consultants. I saw Sarutobi Hizen angrily roared and said, "I won't talk about writing round eyes for the time being, but this is Mu done. You dare to desecrate the body of the original Hokage-sama." The sound of Sarutobi Hizen was like thunder, and the 2 consultants beside Zhen also trembled. Sarutobi Hizen's eyes were not bad, and when he saw the regeneration ability of the broken arm, he could already see the trickiness on the broken arm. With such a heavenly vitality, besides the cells of Konoha's first generation Naruto Senjutsu, who else has it? Nani? Sarutobi, you mean there are cells from the first generation of Naruto on this arm? Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun were already completely stunned. Then, the fire of rage ignited in the hearts of the 2. The 3 of them now are really angry, and they are really hostile to Tuanzang. Chinyu looked at the 3 people in front of him, and knew that he was right. If it was only to blaspheme Uchiha's body, or the 3 of them would denounce it in the face, they would expose it. But if you know that in addition to blaspheming Uchiha, he also blasphemed the first Naruto of the ninja world, that would be different. In the first generation of Naruto Senjuzuma, in the ninja world, he was revered as the god of the ninja world. In Konoha, it also exists as Konoha's belief. Even these old guys here, as the disciples of the second generation of Naruto, are full of admiration for the first generation of Naruto. The exposure of Danzo's current actions has already touched everyone's bottom line. Danzo, I really didn't expect that. I really recognized you today. Sarutobi Hisaki's voice was low, and his tone was full of disappointment. Chinyu glanced at the crowd, fearing that the current fire wasn't burning enough, so he deliberately added another fire. The position of the original Naruto Senjutsu in Konoha, needless to say, must be clear to everyone. Once today's events spread, I don't know what kind of sensation will be caused by then. This. Everyone stared, not knowing what to say. If the story of Uchiha's writing round eyes is spread out again, I don't know what Konoha's other blood successors will think. I don't know if Konoha will withstand the oppression of these 2 things at that time. Laugh. A series of sounds sounded, and everyone gasped. Chinyu's remarks weren't just casually speaking, but they were really frightening to contemplate. Although Uchiha was destroyed, he did such a thing to them after their death. Don't talk about anything else, just let other families know what they will think. Do they feel that they will end up just like Uchiha? When the time comes, will they still have the same heart with Konoha? When the time comes, will they continue to support Konoha? When I think of this, everyone's eyes are cold. It is cold eyes. Chapter 45, Verdict, Life Imprisonment. Danzo looked at the 3 old comrades in front of him, old friends, and old partners. Looking at their angry eyes, they sat down directly on the ground. He knew that he was over. At this moment, Danzo thought a lot. How can this world change so fast? Just now, he was still a high-ranking Konoha senior, the root leader. But since he came to Hokage's office, he has gradually fallen from the supreme altar. In the end, there was nothing and even a catastrophe in old age. For the intercolumn cells, how much I paid to get it. In order to write round eyes, I have endured so much pain. As a result, it was useless before Chinyu cut it off. What's even more ridiculous is that before his own writing wheel had a powerful eye, he was squandered by using Izanagi. Thinking of this, Danzo's heart screamed, "Who did I provoke when I stepped on a horse?" If Chinyu had mind-reading skills, he would definitely reply to him, "I don't care who you provoke, anyway, don't recruit me, or the young master will definitely want you to look good." Chinyu's character is like this. As long as you don't take the initiative to find him uncomfortable, he will not find you uncomfortable. But once you find him uncomfortable, I'm sorry, the Lord still can't kill you. There was silence, after a long time. Well, it's time to discuss about how to danzang. Sarutobi Rizan spoke first. Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun looked at each other, and then they began to think about it. Of course, they are not thinking about how to deal with Danzo, but about their respective interest. Chinyu seemed to see what they were thinking in their hearts. The thunder and lightning in his hand lit up again, and he waved the thunder knife in front of Danzo. Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun were startled at once. Don't do it. When things developed to this point, they were really afraid of Chinyu in their hearts. Not only is powerful, but also as courageous. Not only that, but also very wise, able to easily see through everything. The appearance of Danzo nowadays was not created by the person in front of him. As long as everyone in the room knew that Tuanzang would end up like this, it was all for Chinyu's death. Now, Xiaochun has no doubt that Chinyu will give Tuanzang a hit. In order to save Danzang's life, Xiaochun turned to bed and had to confess Danzang's character quickly. I personally think that although Danzo has made a big mistake, he can save him from death if he reads the credits he has done in the past. Recover the power in his hands and revoke all his duties. After speaking, Xiaochun turned to Chinyu. Finding that he was still waving the thunder knife in his hand for himself, he instantly understood when he was so mature. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and said, "And imprison Danzo for life." When he said this, even Mito Minyan next to him was shocked. Even Sarutobi Risky and Jilai were shocked, and apparently didn't expect Zhuan Xiaochun to achieve this level. However, this result is a good result. Sarutobi nodded, obviously agreeing. Seeing Chinyu still wielding a thunder knife, Sarafii Rizan asked helplessly, "Chinyu, what do you think?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Chinyu smiled and said, "Several adults have said so, what can I do? I'm not the kind of person who insists on life, I'm still very friendly." Yet, you are quite friendly. Mito Minyan and Zhuan Sleeping Xiaochun bite the bullet and laughed. Mad, this BD is really shameless. It's kind, and you're still unarmed, kind of your uncle. As for Danzo, when he heard the verdict that belonged to him, the whole person was completely paralyzed on the ground. Danzo smiled miserably and said, "Instead of this, let me die." But well, capital crimes can be avoided, living crimes cannot escape. Chinyu said again. Stabbed. There was a thunderous sound, and Chinyu took off a leg by Chinyu. What? Danzo screamed. Chinyu dispersed the thunder knife in his hand, looked at Danzang and said, "This is the price you just paid for trying to control me." Seeing the thunder knife in Chinyu's hand dispersed, Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can save your life, what's the matter if you break a leg? Sarutobi Hizen looked at Danzo in a complicated manner, and said, "Come here. Take Danzo down and take care of it." Two Anbi ninjas hiding in the dark suddenly appeared, dragging Danzo down. Kill me, you kill me." Danzang started howling, almost crazy. This old guy has been calculating all his life, calculating for the position of Hokage. Now he has lost his rights and strength. This direct killing of him also made it difficult for him to accept. A life plan will eventually come to nothing. Looking at Danzo has been towed away, Sarutobi Day cut side and said. Well, the trouble each person is gone, we continue to discuss the new term next Naruto it. Okay. Mito Minyan and Zwan Xiaochun froze first, then frowned. Obviously, after Chinyu's so much noise just now, everyone labeled him unprovoked. If this guy sat in the position of Hokage, then... When I think of what will happen in the future, my heart panics just by imagining. Why are you still discussing? Just be a lecherous fairy. Chinyu directly happily pushed Zi Lai up. Reason? What is your reason? Sarutobi Rizan was very curious, why Chinyu recommended Jiraiya. It needs to be said that if this old pervert doesn't lock him in Hokage's position, he will definitely not stay in the village. He must go out all day long. I am also thinking about Konoha. Chinyu's pan is really beautiful. Even the 3 generations of Naruto Abe Fury / were stunned by what Chinyu said. Gillette also saw his teacher Sarutobi Hidezen, looking at him, and suddenly realized the crisis. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he hurriedly protested, "You don't want to be Hokage. If you don't want to be, why pull me down?" But Chinyu didn't pay attention to Jiraiya, instead he continued to speak for himself. If you let yourself go out and mess around, you will not only prevent the village from losing a combat power, but also for the sake of your reputation, old man. Okay. Sarutobi Hizen was puzzled for a while. How did he get involved with me? Even the 2 Konoha consultants on the side were confused. Chinyu looked like you didn't know, and said, "You didn't know, I thought you knew it." Chapter 46, Ninja Pornography, Gambling, Drugs. Seeing everyone's inexplicable appearance, Chinyu continued with a smile. "Old man, although the 3 disciples you accepted, although all of them are strong, they have also achieved the reputation of Sunin, but..." When Chinyu said this, he deliberately panted. "But what?" Everyone looked at him with scorching eyes. Chinyu gasped with words, which really made the obedient people itch. However, the rumor that Sunin in the ninja world has a collective nickname. That nickname is the Ninja Huang Gambling Drug Trio. Suddenly, it was like thunder blasted in Sarutobi's heart. What's all this and what? I guess I should have seen this PN, Jiraiya standing beside him. This bet should refer to Tsunade, he is indeed betting every day. As for this poison, it should refer to Yuan. When I think of this, it is really yellow gambling poison. Sarutobi Rizan had just finished his estimation, but the 2 consultants on the side were holding back a smile. Obviously these 2 people had already thought of it when Chinyu said it. As for Jiraiya, he twitched his mouth, the first name of labor and capital. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizaki reacted. He patted the table for a while and said, "FK. The old man's reputation, that's it. None of these 3 apprentices is a worry-free thing." The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched again, and he said stiffly, "Old man, you too, and you believe what Chinyu said." Although his mouth was stiff, Jiraiya was still muttering to himself, "Is the shinobi world really so popular?" Chinyu looked at everyone present with a smile, and ignored it. Sarutobi Rizan also had a headache looking at this Jiraiya and Chinyu. Who are these 2 people? When Hokage can shirk each other's excuses, what is this all about? Could it be that the current world has changed and become different? You must know that when you were Hokage before, you can't let it be. Even because he couldn't be a Hokage, he tried every means to become a member. You can see it when you look at Danzo. Now it's okay, these 2 goods are still being pushed around, just treating Hokage as a hot potato. At the thought of this, Sarutobi Rizan suddenly became angry. Bang! With a loud noise, Sarutobi Hisaki's remaining palms patted directly on the desk. "I don't care about it, the 2 of you decide who to be Hokage, or recommend a reliable one." After Sarutobi finished speaking, he took his big pipe and stood by the window. Obviously he was also angry with these two goods. Mito Minion and Zwan Ziokun's faces became stiff, and then they convulsed one after another. Maad, this is Konoha, who is from the ninja world village, chooses Hokage, how can he become so casual? But even if the two were upset and dissatisfied, now they didn't even dare to let go. Anyway, it's up to you to come and go, and we'll just be the people who eat melons. Qin Yu and Zi Lai were also directly stupefied by Sarafiri / This old man was obviously playing a rogue. Come on. Qin Yu was unwilling to show weakness. Fart, I still have a lot of things to do, where there is a job to do Hokage, you come. Fart, a lot of things you say are not just peeping, but also a lot of things, shameless. Fart, you know a hammer, anyway, Hokage won't kill labor and capital in this position. Oh, then you can do it without killing you. FK, you are thinking about fart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The two of you said something to me, and the entire Hokage office suddenly became a vegetable market. Mito Minion and Zwan Ziokun's foreheads are all black lines, these two are really superb. At this moment, the two stopped at the same time. I recommend Tsunade. The voices of Qin Yu and Zi Lai suddenly rang in unison. Qin Yu looked at Zi Lai with contempt for a while. In order not to be Hokage, you are really sluggish. Faced with Qin Yu's contempt, Zi Lai also responded with eyes, each other. With the sound of yet, Sarutobi's sun suddenly lit up. Qin Yu and Zi Lai are both restless by nature, and they are not the masters of peace. Compared with Tsunade, they are indeed not the best candidates for Hokage. In addition, if we can take this opportunity to call Tsunade back to the village will be stronger than ever. Well, now that there is a candidate, there is nothing wrong with me. Qin Yu slapped the dust that never existed on the stalk, and said, I'll leave first. As soon as Fei Lei Shen used it, people disappeared. Then the matter of finding someone, I'll leave it to you. Sarutobi Hizen shook his head and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. FK Slot, this is a real hammer. Jiraiya was just about to oppose, but the people of Sarutobi Hizaki were gone. FK Slot, both of these bully me. Ji Lai also yelled indignantly without tears. He is still your master after all. Minion Mito patted Zi Lai on the shoulder, and then left with Zwanshu Xiaochun. Only Jiraiya was left, standing in a mess in Hokage's office. After that, Jiraiya left and walked towards Naruto's house. I can only retrieve the damage I suffered today from Naruto. As for Qin Yu, sorry, he has already returned home. Now he is continuing his great career of flying airplanes. After that, I went to see how Gaara was going, and by the way became Gaara's eldest brother in a real sense. Then Gaara and Kankuro went back to Sand Ninja Village. As for Temari, they naturally joined Qin Yu's airplane family. Naruto, what are you doing? Looking at Naruto who was practicing spiritism under the tree, Qin Yu pretended to be dumb and asked. It's Qin Yu. I'm practicing spiritism, this is a very difficult technique. Naruto sighed from the heart. Yes, this is a very difficult ninjutsu. Gillette also rushed out from the side. What the hell? Difficulty. Qin Yu drew his ears and asked again, it's difficult, I think it's a lecherous fairy who won't really teach you. Qin Yu turned away from Zi Lai yet, his eyes were full of excitement. You. Qin Yu was also annoyed by Qin Yu, did this guy speak human words? No, should I say that this guy can speak human words? Suddenly, Gillette also thought of a way. Since you think I didn't teach Naruto, then I will teach you the same way to see what level you are. I have never seen Qin Yu's real skill. The only time it was with Konoha's psychic beast, Qin Yu's trick Big Jade Helix pill. There seems to be nothing else. As for the one-tailed battle, they just wrote round eyes, not revealing their strength. Okay, my little master, I'm only dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Seeing that Zi Lai also took the bait, Qin Yu felt a burst of joy. Chapter 47, Guards Against the Sky and Psychic. Don't think I don't know what your kid's idea is. Jile was not stupid either, he also had his own calculations in his heart. It's okay to ask me to teach you spiritism, but you need to make a bet. Qin Yu smiled at the smile of Jile also. Mad, this guy is not a good thing either. The monkeys are just like the old man of the third generation. What bet? But in order to achieve one's own goals, that's fine. Xiao, I will endure, forbearance can become even better for a while. Jile also smiled and said, if you can't channel a 2-meter tall psychic beast for the first time in spiritism, then you will worship me as a teacher. If you have a 2-meter high psychic beast, I will teach you a powerful secret technique after you become successful in psychic skills. Jile also shook his eyebrows, obviously he felt like he was holding it tightly. In this regard, Jile is also quite confident. What? There is a stronger secret technique, you haven't told me. The lascivious fairy. Naruto resisted began to discuss. Jile also glanced at him, then ignored him. Oh. Qin Yu thought for a while on the surface, but smiled in his heart. Isn't this what I want? This G is also too cooperating with me. Really, how do you say that damn thing, since you are my money-sending boy? Although he was happy in his heart, Qin Yu still looked disdainful on the surface. Cut, I'm afraid of you, come here. I will show you what a genius is, and what a stupid talent is. Naruto's face went dark when he heard the words. He understood this. Qin Yu was talking about him in a disguised form. It is good. Jile happily took out the psychic scroll and laid it out on the ground. Qin Yu didn't need to teach much, he didn't know how many times he had watched it before. Plus how many times Naruto has used it just now, I don't know where else. Qin Yu bit his finger, and then wrote his name on the scroll, and finally put his handprint on it. Jile also watched Qin Yu finish writing, and said, Jian, Hai Su Yu Shen Mo. After that, he immediately asked, before the seal, condense your largest amount of chakras, otherwise your psychic beast can only psychically produce tadpoles. Qin Yu ticked the corner of his mouth and said in secret, let me give you a grand slam. Chakra rolled frantically in Qin Yu's body, and they were mobilized by Qin Yu one after another. Seeing Qin Yu mobilizing chakra, Zi Lai also secretly speculated in his heart. What will be summoned? Wen Tai? Probably not, he should not have that great strength to summon Wen Tai. Feeling that the winning ticket should be in hand, Jiraiya suddenly said to Qin Yu, this is your first time summoning a psychic beast, so don't be stressed. As long as you can summon a 1-meter high psychic beast, then you are already a genius. Qin Yu curled his lips, 1 meter high, which was also an outlet. I will let you open your eyes, Xiao, let you know what a genius is and what a real genius is. At this moment, Qin Yu had completed the gathering of chakra. This time, Qin Yu has gathered nearly 2/3 of chakra in his body. You know, the total amount of chakra in Qin Yu's body is enough to crush the shadow rank powerhouse. Therefore, now the 2/3 of the chakra is already quite large. Qin Yu felt that with this huge chakra, he would definitely be able to channel something different. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. A 1-meter high psychic beast, you are insulting me, you will have a big one if you come. Qin Yu began to form his handprints slowly. And along with Qin Yu's slow jian, both Zi Lai Yet and Naruto's eyes focused on Qin Yu's body. After the handprint was completed, Qin Yu patted the ground with one hand and said word by word, psychic art. As Qin Yu's voice fell, a large rune began to spread around his palm. Bang! Suddenly there was an explosion, and white smoke filled. Naruto and Zi Lai are also staring at the white smoke, they want to know what Qin Yu can psychic. The white smoke slowly dissipated, and a miniature green frog appeared in front of everyone. Naruto fixed his eyes and laughed. What? Just a little frog, nothing great. Hearing the words, Jilla burst into joy. It seems that I won the bet. However, when Zi Lai also looked at the so-called little frog, the whole person was almost frightened. As for the Naruto next to him, he was smiling slyly there. There is no vision at all. The little green frog looked at the three people in front of him who were like living treasures, and yelled impatiently, "Little Jiraiya, you suddenly summoned me to come over, what is it?" Naruto, who was being silly, was startled when he heard the frog talking. "FK, the frog has spoken." Upon hearing this, the green frog suddenly showed an angry cross on his forehead. With a kick of his legs, he came to the top of Naruto's head. Waving his frog's palm, there was a series of crit attacks on Naruto's head. While clashing, he said, "Smelly boy, I am a toad." Toad. Naruto was critically hit by the little frog, and he yelled in pain. As for Jiraiya, she is trembling now. Jiraiya followed the little frog with a bit of a stringent voice and said, Shenzuo Xianren, you are here." Jiraiya is now completely dazed. How could he be summoned to the psychic for the first time? You know, how big a chakra is needed to summon him out. Can Chinyu be able to gather such a huge chakra in just a few minutes? The fairy? Isn't it just a frog, or a fairy? Naruto was dissatisfied and said even more unbelievable. However, in exchange, he was once again crit. Another bag was added to the head. "Let's talk about it, why did you suddenly find me out?" Shenzo Xianren looked at Jiraiya, and saw his a little embarrassed expression, which made him even more puzzled. "That? Shenzo Xianren, I didn't actually call you here." "Oh. That can't be the kid over there." Immortal Shenzo looked at Chinyu behind Jiraiya, feeling unbelievable. He didn't quite believe that Chinyu's age could summon himself to the psychic. At this time, Zi Lai also nodded firmly. "Yes, he summoned you psychically." "What? It's really not you?" Shenzo Xianren was really shocked. "It's really not me." Jiraiya confirmed again firmly. After that, this person, an immortal, stared at Chinyu closely, and the eyes of both of them were filled with incredible expressions. Chapter 48, Fairy Mode. Okay, interrupt the two lascivious immortals. Listening to you just now, I should meet the requirements, and I am done. Is it time to honor the promise? Quickly hand over the secret technique to the master. Seeing Chinyu's bandit voice, Ji Lai was suffocated. When I said it at the time, it was not just to get this kid hooked. Who would have thought that this kid is such a demon, but now he is really stealing the rice. Secret technique? What secretary? Shenzo Immortal was puzzled when he heard the word secret technique. Then he seemed to think of something, staring at Jilla and said, "You didn't mean." Jilla also nodded bitterly in response to this. Later, in order to fulfill his promise, Ji Lai also pulled Shenzo Xianren aside. The two had a chattering discussion, and from time to time they could directly quarrel. In the end, in order to get the gods to agree with the immortal, Zi Lai also said, "I suspect that he is the prophetic son of the big toad immortal." Hearing what Ji Lai said, Shenzo Xianren didn't say anything. Immortal Shenzo looked at Chinyu, then at Zi Lai, lost in thought. After a long time, he agreed to Jiraiya's decision. "Hey, your kid is called Chinyu, right? Since Ji Lai always said the same, I will make an exception to take you to Miyama Mountain to practice immortality. I will return to Miyama Mountain in a while, and then I will reverse the psychic technique and bring you back to Miyama Mountain." Hearing Shenzo Xianren talking about Xianshu, Naruto suddenly yelled, "I also want to learn celestial arts! I also want to learn celestial arts!" With a bang, Jilla also came on Naruto's head. Another big bag came up. "Laughter Fairy, what are you doing?" Chinyu looked at Jiraiya angrily. "Wow, when will you be able to psychic Shenzuo Xianren? You will be qualified to learn Xianshu." Just after speaking, Shenzhou Xianren made a bang and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu also banged and disappeared. After a while, Qin Yu came to Miamu Mountain, the kingdom of Toad. As soon as he arrived at Miamu Mountain, Qin Yu felt a sense of peace. It was peace from the heart, which calmed his heart. At this moment, immortal Shenzhou began to take Qin Yu to visit Miamu Mountain, and introduced it while visiting. After a while, it's time for dinner. Immortal Shenzhou pulled Qin Yu and asked him to eat at home. But Qin Yu, who had read the original book, knew that he didn't dare to eat this meal. This group is all toads, what else can the food of toads be? Under Qin Yu's strong refusal, he was still dragged onto the dinner table. Immortal Jima brought plates of colorful insect dishes and put them on the table. Try it, the child's damn craftsmanship is very good. Shenzhou Xianren touted his own old woman. Qin Yu looked at the colorful insects on the table, his scalp numb. Qin Yu raised his chopsticks, ups and downs 3 times, stupefied that he didn't have the strength to pick up the worm. Finally, put down the chopsticks directly. Seeing Immortal Jima's eyes suddenly turned ugly, Qin Yu suddenly said seriously. To Immortals, it's my first time to visit Miamu Mountain. After that, I have to take care of them. Today I decided to cook some delicious food for both of you. When Qin Yu said this, the 2 of them were stunned for a while. Before the 2 of them refused, Qin Yu already took out several scrolls from the forbearance bag and opened them. Bang bang bang, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Suddenly, white smoke was everywhere, and a bunch of things were channeled out of the scroll. Various kitchen condiments, as well as a lot of game parallel products. This was the last time I was camping with a few girls, and I didn't finish it. Qin Yu took advantage of the situation and placed it in the psychic scroll for storage. To say that this psychic scroll is also a good breaking, the preservation technology is even slippery than the refrigerator. Ding ding dang was tumbling, and Qin Yu started his food making. However, the ghost knew that these toads had such a big appetite, and they immediately solved Qin Yu's small inventory. Qin Yu's face was green. Facing the upcoming food crisis, Qin Yu hurriedly asked Shenzhou Xianren to teach immortality as soon as he finished eating. Shenzhou Xianren looked at Qin Yu with admiration and burped. Then he led Qin Yu to a small square full of stone statues. Looking at these stone statues, Qin Yu knew that they were the ones who had failed in the immortal mode. Beside this statue, there is a small waterfall, which is toad oil, used to accelerate the practitioner's perception of natural energy. It's just that this toad is yellow, and greasy, and Qin Yu's scalp is tingling again. After that, Shenzhou Xianren began to introduce Qin Yu seriously, as well as natural energy. Finally, it showed Qin Yu the power of so-called natural energy. Although I have watched it before, but it is no more enjoyable than what he looks at the scene now. After everything was introduced, Shenzhou Xianren asked Qin Yu to apply toad oil and began to feel the natural energy. But looking at the yellow feces, yellow frog oil, Qin Yu didn't dare to start again. In the end, Shenzhou Xianren couldn't stand it, and directly pressed Qin Yu down. Qin Yu couldn't take care of the others as soon as the toad oil stuck his hands. Because at that moment, a violent force wandered around in his body. That is natural energy. FK. Qin Yu exclaimed, apparently stunned by the sudden energy. This power in your body is natural energy, you hurry up and control him. Shenzhou Xianren saw Qin Yu's condition and reminded him. After that, he grabbed a huge black stick and waited for it. This black stick is unique to help cultivating the fairy mode. Without this black stick, the statue here is estimated to have doubled several times. Listening to the guidance of the gods and immortals, Qin Yu started to control the power in his body with great effort. When Qin Yu was ready for a long-term battle, he suddenly found out. After this natural energy entered Qin Yu's body, he was a little uncomfortable at first, and then it directly matched with chakra. The two energies are just like family, coexisting peacefully. What's the matter? How hard I thought. That's it. Qin Yu suddenly became a little embarrassed. After a while, a touch of golden eyeshadow appeared on Qin Yu's eyes. The Shenzhou immortal was completely stunned. This is the initial manifestation of the perfect fairy model. I have taught the fairy model for more than 100 years, and I have never seen such a genius. Don't talk about anything else, just talk about Jiraiya, and that would have to be learned after more than 200 sticks. As for Qin Yu, he was able to enter the fairy mode on his first attempt. Is he a natural celestial aptitude? Immortal Shenzhou began to doubt himself, and at the same time he was even more emotional about Qin Yu's enchanting genius. Chapter 49, End of Practice. In fact, Qin Yu was able to enter the fairy mode so easily and so quickly, mainly because of his physique. His physique is an immortal human body, that is the physique of an immortal. If the physique of an immortal can't easily use the immortal mode, then who else can easily use it? You must know that the god of the ninja world, Qian Shaozima, is also a fairy body. How strong his strength is, how strong his incarnation fairy mode is, needless to say, this is obvious to all. After waiting for a while, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Then he stood up from the ground. Qin Yu felt the immense power in his body, and he was a little eager to try it for a while. Qin Yu came to the toad statue beside him, and his hands directly held the bottom of a statue. Get up! Qin Yu let out a low drink, and the fairy technique chakra in his body ran wildly, his hands exploded with great power. With the statue in one hand, Qin Yu lifted it up easily. It's worthy of the fairy model, it's awesome. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. After that, he put the two toad statues in his hands back on the ground. When it was released, the ground trembled, and it was obvious that the two stone statues weighed heavily. Immortal Shenzhou looked at Qin Yu, and he was very surprised that he could use the immortal mode so easily. At the same time, he was shocked that Qin Yu could succeed and achieve perfection the first time he played the fairy mode. Shenzhou Xianren, this first stage of practice, is this the end? Seeing Qin Yu asked, Immortal Shenzhou recovered from the shock. Not, it's over. Shenzhou Xianren stuttered a little. Then let's continue the second stage of practice. Oh. Good. Immortal Shenzhou took a breath and looked at Qin Yu with glowing eyes. This kid is not only a gifted person, but also so hard-working. He is really a good boy. Compared with Qin Yu, Zai Liye was really stupid, and he was lazy. The second stage of practice is on the edge of a cliff. The method of this exercise is to let Qin Yu no longer use toad oil, but to directly feel the natural energy. And he can only rely on himself to introduce the natural energy between heaven and earth into his body. Then let the natural energy from the outside into the body form a ratio of 1:1:1 with the chakra and mental power in the body. This is the so-called golden triangle average ratio. Qin Yu sat on the edge of the cliff, closing his eyes and carefully comprehending the natural energy. As for Immortal Shenzhou, he held a black stick that was bigger and thicker than before, and was standing by Qin Yu's side. As long as the energy in Qin Yu's body loses control and starts to turn into a toad, he can swing the stick at a good speed. After all, the current stage is the most dangerous stage, and it is also the most difficult stage. As time passed slowly, Qin Yu did not experience any abnormalities. Not even any painful manifestations have ever appeared. Seeing that Qin Yu hadn't moved for a long time, Immortal Shenzhou couldn't help being a little confused. Don't you feel the natural energy? Impossible, he was already able to enter the fairy mode just now, it is impossible not to feel the natural energy. So what is going on in this situation now? The puzzling Shenzhou fairy began to surround Qin Yu. As he walked around, he was thinking about what is going on with Qin Yu now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, in this way. After waiting for 5 minutes, Qin Yu changed a little. That is, the previous eyeshadow appeared on his eyes again. Not only that, but some totem patterns appeared on his face this time. After, there is no after. With the sound of chong dang, the black stick in Shenzhou's hand fell to the ground inexplicably. FK. Damn it. Immortal Shenzhou stared at Qin Yu motionlessly, and finally rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing if he had seen it wrong. The more I look at Shenzhou Xianren, the more shocked Qin Yu's enchanting evildoer. Is this kid really the aptitude of a fairy, the son of prophecy? Shenzhou Xianren wanted to be different, so he could only figure it out forcibly. Yes, it must be like this, otherwise it can't fully explain the current situation. Immortal Shenzhou couldn't help but think like this, it was indeed Qin Yu who had acted too enchantingly. The perception of natural energy would be 10 times more difficult without the aid of toad oil. After this tenfold difficulty, Qin Yu could still do this. How could this not shock Immortal Shenzhou? Qin Yu opened his eyes and felt the huge Xianxia chakra inside his body, very satisfied. This is it. As Qin Yu spoke, he used a water escape formation and mirror to take a picture of himself. Looking at the totem patterns on his face, Qin Yu's face went dark. No, it doesn't work like this, we still need to keep working hard. You are already in the perfect fairy mode like this, so how can you not do it like this? Immortal Shenzhou, who didn't know why, thought that the state he was standing in was the initial state, so he reminded him. But Qin Yu still shook his head, and sat down again to practice. Immortal Shenzhou looked at Qin Yu and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, he is the son of prophecy. It's just different. It's hard work, nothing to say. Immortal Shenzhou was also very happy to see Qin Yu so diligent. But he knew that Qin Yu felt that it was impossible because the totem pattern on his face was too ugly. If he knew Qin Yu's thoughts, his expression would have changed. In this way, Qin Yu practiced for another 3 days. Finally, before the food ran out, he succeeded in reducing all the totem patterns on his face. Even the eyeshadow on the eyes is gone. The only thing that has changed is that there is an extra horizontal bar in the pupil. This is in line with my handsome appearance. Qin Yu looked in the mirror again, looking at the immortal pattern without a trace. After completing the connection with the fairy mode, Shenzhou Xianren originally wanted to enter into the fairy fusion mode with Qin Yu. But Qin Yu also quit. He hurriedly said that the gas in his house was on fire and ran away for a bad reason. The Immortal Fusion model means that both Shenzhou Immortal and Zhaima Immortal fuse on Qin Yu's shoulders to assist in combat. Qin Yu couldn't accept such an ugly appearance. After strenuous efforts, Qin Yu released the reversal psychic technique and returned to Konoha. After returning to Konoha, Qin Yu was truly relieved. And this time, only 5 days have passed. As soon as Qin Yu came back, he went home directly. As soon as I got home, I saw Xi Rihong wearing an apron and wearing a piece of household clothes, cooking in the kitchen. By her side, Hinata, Huahuo, Ino, Icarus, Temari, and Fragrant Phosphorus were talking and laughing to help the kitchen. Chapter 50, Family. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu's heart was very calm, not knowing why. A feeling called warmth began to spread in Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu stood at the door with a quiet smile before everyone noticed it. Ah! Qin Yu, you are back. Ino suddenly saw Qin Yu standing at the door, and was very surprised. Didn't Master Jalaya say that Qin Yu went to Miyama Mountain to practice? Why did you come back suddenly? Is it because the practice is over? Impossible, didn't Mrs. Jalaya say that it will take at least 1 month? Hearing Ino's exclamation, everyone turned their heads. Looking at Qin Yu standing at the door, everyone's expressions were different. Only Xi Rihong motioned to Qin Yu with a look in his eyes. Look, I can do it. I have gathered all your little lovers, now I see what you want to do. Seeing Xi Rihong's slightly optimistic expression, Qin Yu didn't panic, his eyes motioned to respond. Let's take a look, the young master will deal with all kinds of dissatisfaction. It's great, I finally feel at home when I get home. The whole family needs to be neat and tidy. Chinyu walked in with a smile, and expressed feelings. Everyone blushed upon hearing this. After that, they each looked at Chinyu a little bit maliciously. What did you mean by what you said? Chinyu didn't care, he just sat down at the dinner table next to him. Reaching out, he secretly picked up the food on the plate and took a bite. Good to eat. Seeing this, everyone just ignored him. Continue to cook together, talking and laughing. But they all coincided with each other, looking at Chinyu's figure from time to time. Chinyu felt the so-called family-like atmosphere, so he could enjoy it for himself. Finally, everyone had a family dinner with Chinyu. After that, it's time for multiplayer flying chess. Everyone knows it, so I won't talk about it. On the second day, Chinyu was refreshed and made breakfast for everyone alone. After that, he continued to go out and swing. The beautiful name is exercise, but in fact it is just going out to continue getting in touch with flowers and grass. As the saying goes, home flowers don't have the fragrance of wild flowers, and Chinyu knows how. Ahem, it's far away. As Chinyu walked, he actually came to the shop where his cheap father-in-law handed him. Seeing that it was Chinyu coming, he was also very happy to play. Chinyu is here, what do you want to eat today? I'll get it for you. Chinyu also smiled when he saw the joy of hand-hitting. Father-in-law, let's have a bowl of ramen. After hearing the words father-in-law, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he also understood something. He happily patted Chinyu on the shoulder, and said, "Good. Good. Good. Here comes." Then left to make noodles. After a while, a bowl of Yul's signature ramen came to Chinyu. "Thank you, father-in-law. It's all a family, what do you say? You eat first, not enough." He left after speaking with his hands, leaving Chinyu alone to start eating noodles. At this moment, two figures, one tall and one short, walked into the handmade noodle shop. The two figures were dressed in black robes with a few orange clouds embroidered on the robes. Chinyu knew it at a glance. It was clear that he knew people. Although the two of them half hidden their faces, Chinyu could still see clearly who the two were coming. One with a shark face is a dried persimmon ghost shark. The other one with a paralyzed face was Uchiha Itachi. Chinyu ignored the two of them, eating noodles for himself, quietly listening to what they two wanted to do. After the two sat down in the store, they ordered 2 bowls of special noodles and started talking. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Speaking of Itachi, you came to Konoha this time, isn't it, to see your brother? I want to see how he is now. Oh, Itachi, who doesn't care about anything, is really rare to care about his younger brother so much. Gyu couldn't help but move a little bit. Itachi did not answer, and was silent. Yes, don't speak. Obviously this is not the first time this has happened, and the dried persimmon ghosts have also become accustomed to it. 2 faces. He put the ramen noodles on the table of the two of them, and left. Try it and see this Konoha's specialty ramen. The dried persimmon ghost shark took the lead to speak, and Uchiha Itachi also ate afterwards. After eating, go to see your brother, and then go to Funan village as soon as possible, don't let Sanwei slip away. The dried persimmon ghost shark was eating the noodles and whispered vaguely. Okay. Uchiha Itachi nodded. At this moment, Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the store, and then walked in. Seeing Chinyu's figure, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he thought he hadn't seen it. When he came directly to an empty table, he ordered a bowl of noodles and waited quietly. Where do you not meet in life, it's all fate. Chinyu's mouth twitched when he was eating noodles, and he couldn't help feeling that this was fate. Itachi, look, isn't that your brother? It's almost the same as you. Gyu found him when Sasuke came in. Looking at Sasuke's face, Gyu couldn't help being amused. It turned out to be 2 brothers, both with facial paralysis. Because he is my brother. Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to hear the words of the ghost shark, so he just followed it up. Amount. The ghost stared in embarrassment for a moment, and then smiled secretly. Ataka looked at Sasuke quietly, his eyes blooming quietly. What are you? When Gyo watched Ataka suddenly open the writing wheel, he was shocked, and he didn't know why. Later, he discovered that Sasuke had been hit by Ataka's illusion. Gradually, Sasuke's face began to show painful distortion. Knowing the end, I went crazy on the spot. Itaki, you are... Ghost Shark opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Is this how your brothers meet? Really excited. Seeing Sasuke who was going crazy, the shark face of Ghost Shark couldn't help but twitch. Secretly gave a thumb to Itaki, you bull. After Sasuke left like crazy, Itaki also relieved the writing wheel. It's time for you to start, too. Isn't this finished yet? Itaki ignored the yelling of the ghost shark and left directly. The ghost ate 2 mouthfuls vaguely without tears, put down the money and left hurriedly. Father-in-law, I have finished eating, and I have to leave beforehand. It is good. Chinyu left without any money. As for the reason, it's all a family, what money to talk about, and it hurts feelings when it comes to money, I don't know. Wow. The actual thoughts in my mind, the white prostitution is really fragrant. After Chinyu left, he did not go to the Zai duo who had left, but continued to stroll around on his own. When he walked to a no-man's land in Konoha, 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared in front of Chinyu. These 2 people are just now Uchiha Itaki and Keiki. Long time no see, Chinyu. Itaki's voice was a bit cold, and he greeted Chinyu without any human touch.